What's good, people? What's good? What's good? What's good? True talk. We're back again, another Tuesday. Yeah, I was half asleep today. I didn't even know whether I wanted to do it, but I will be doing it. Let me see this title. Everything set up. You know the routine. We're going to be talking about culture today. Are we culturally too different to unite? That's the talk of the town. So we're going to get into that. Look, see why guy Vic is here, and some other people will be joining us again shortly. Big up to you, Vic. Big up to you. You know the routine, people. Hit the like button as you come in. The link's there. If you want to donate, the PayPal is there, and also allow the super chat. Don't make YouTube take 30% of the money. Let me set this thing up. Can you hear me, Vic?
Yeah, loud and clear, bro.
Okay. That's all. Look at George. What I got making?
What's going on? You know,
What's going on?
Hey, you know me, the ADOS American, come and start trouble.
That's right. Yeah, you know we need you here. You see the title of the show?
Yep. Hey, listen, you know what's funny? O'Shea want me to do a show with him on that, and I went in real hard. And I went in real hard on black folks. We do everything backwards. We chase the bag and not culture. Without culture, there is no bag. There is no nothing, and that's why we behind everybody else. You can't compete against people with culture when you're not practicing culture yourself. It's over for you.
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, for those that don't know, George Macon, Philly, America, Victor, for those who don't know, someone I know from the UK here, but Ghanaian African by trade. And as I said to the people, we're talking about are we culturally different? Meaning black people from UK, black people from America, black people to Africa, black people to the Caribbean. That's where we're starting the conversation. Are we too culturally different in our own environments to unite? Is that the problem was causing the lack on us coming together? George knows already that we different in our own environment. George knows already that we have these conversations all day long about whether we can come together. I was just in the chat room yesterday with some Americans, and man was trying to run me and tell me, get out. And I don't know about the American experience, and I don't know about struggle. So, yeah, that's what we're talking about, people.
Hey, Richard, we had some of the most epic arguments on the phone. If they had a microphone and could hear some of our conversations on it.
Hold up, your mic's messing up, George. Say that again.
I said, me and you, over the years, we done had some of the most epic conversations on this over the phone. If people could hear conversations over the phone, we get live, it don't even be as decent once we get live when we on the phone having this conversation.
Censorship up, you get me? Now that's how it's like. But we have had to work it out and each other and get to know each other properly, to know that there isn't, as far as we're concerned anyway, too much of a cultural difference. What are you saying, Vic? Talk to the people.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said yes.
Victor. Hold up. First of all, good evening, Victor. Thank you for joining me, because I asked you specifically to come on.
Yes.
So big up to you.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you very much.
He needs no invitation, but yeah, go to
Yeah.
Vic.
Yeah, very much appreciated, man, that you get me on the Black Eyes TV, you know, streamline and all that today, man. Yeah, I've been on a couple of times, but yeah, you know what I'm saying to you, always been coming in late, but today I make sure that I was on point, man. Straight up, one of the first ones in. Judge Macon, I come before you, man. What's that saying?
I was trying to get in. You just got on before.
Yeah. But you know what? This cultural thing, you know, personally, I think it's a deeper thing, you know, because the way I see it, yeah, just to briefly go over certain things, you know, I'm understanding, yeah, with the understanding that culture carries a language, yeah. And most of us, the diasporans, yeah, our first language is English. Yeah, without a doubt. Like, we can't deny that. Yeah, the American speaks American English, Caribbean speaks some sort of patois English, and the Brit. Do you know what I mean? But it's all English. The base foundation of it is English. You know, and that English has a culture. You know what I'm saying? And that culture is not the culture that is associated to the people that we know as English. Yeah, it was a construct. It was purposely created, yeah, and given to the diasporans. You know, diasporans that have been, their descendants have been stripped off of all essence that is African, you know, and they've been given, yeah, a new culture with a language, yeah, you know, in their respective environment, like, or continents, so to say, you know. And it was done in such a way, yeah, to confuse the diasporans with their true identity, if they were ever to sort of search for it. I mean, on the surface, yes, they know, most of them know they're African, yeah, but then when they look back home, they don't identify with any of the cultural practices over there. Yeah, this is the ones that straightly just looking back and seeing if they can identify what they know as themselves with the people, you know, they believe they came from, or they know they came from. Do you know what I'm saying to you? They can't see any cultural difference. I mean, like, similarities at all. Yeah. Furthermore, all, you know, the language as well is a barrier, because most Africans on the continent don't might speak English. They all speak a second language. Yeah. But diasporans don't speak a second language. They only know one language, which is predominantly English. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And that English comes with a culture that was created, yeah, by the Caucasian man and given to the diasporans. Do you know what I'm saying to you? But you have a case where, you know, certain descendants of the slave, I mean, I think places like South America, you can see more prevalent in the sense that those descendants of slaves over there, of enslaved Africans over there, some of them have actually held on to the original culture that came with them. You know, yes, there might be some differences or whatnot, but they still held on to some of the core, you know, tenets of those cultures, those multiple cultures that came with them on the slave ship over to the South America. So there you can see more like they are more in tune, if anything, than those that were in the UK, in the Americas, you know, in the Caribbeans. If you get what I'm saying, the South American Africans, yeah, they are more in tune with a culture, because I don't know if you know about the Orishas, yeah, of Nigeria, you know, and a lot of the Brazilians, yeah, and Cubans and whatnot, they tend to attain to those spiritual practices, which in turn is a culture, you know, in Nigeria, which they replicate over there. So I can say, but although they don't speak, well, I don't know if they speak Yoruba over in Brazil. You know what I'm saying to you, because most of them speak Portuguese, you know, Portuguese, because they were conquered by the Portuguese. So I don't know. I mean, you can,
yeah,
you can, a lot of them do speak Yoruba.
Yeah, a few other languages. Yeah, but yeah,
right.
They got a strong connection.
A few other African languages you're talking about.
I'm gonna have to jump in and beat up on that a little bit, but just give me a second. I'm booting up my computer, because I agree with part of what you're saying, but I got to deal with this from a metaphysical and a historical aspect of what our abilities are going forward. Because everything that was created in the beginning, things shift and change, and we have the ability to create our own mark. Not our ancestors make something, but we can change and shift things the way we think it should be. That's why we're here. We have the ability to do that. So, but I'm gonna wait. You just keep. I guess the brother. You keep going. I'm waiting.
We're gonna do come on your computer.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm coming to my computer. I want him to keep laying out what he's laying out, though. Then I'll speak.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I was saying, most of them do speak Yoruba and are in touch with some of the, African cultures. But when you come, predominantly to the Americas and the Caribbeans, it's strictly, and the UK is strictly English culture. Yeah, in it predominantly, they might call it the Africans in these places have put a spin on it, where it becomes, I don't know if it's Ebonics you call it, because wherever you find Africans, they tend to put a twist on whatever they deem is their own identity. So I'm saying to you, like America, I mean, you got the music, you got you got all the entertainment, what you call it, circles where it's predominantly predominantly Africans that dominate the music industry, in terms of good music. You know what I'm saying to you? So you can see the African essence in them, which hasn't gone anywhere, it's still there, but it's got a bit of a twist. You know what I'm saying to you? It's a bit of a twist whereby, it has become the sole identity of an American African. Yeah, for instance, we say hip hop or whatever, blues, jazz, and all that, and all kind of music that you can associate to African people in America. They've actually created their own identity. Yeah, that they forged that after all the the treatment that they got from thingy. Which is quite good in the sense that most Africans on the continent look up to that. So we get most of them on the continent have most of the inspiration, from the Africans in America, like I was saying last time. So in that aspect, the Africans in America have contributed greatly, to the African worldview, in the sense that but it's in a way that they've created their own identity away from the Africans on the continent. Although we're all the same people, identity-wise, they identify with the English language. Yeah, but not so much the English culture as we know it in Britain. It's not like that. It's more of a I don't even know the word for it, like a Ebonics type of culture, where it's mixed in with different aspects of different cultures that went over there, in times of the slavery and all that. So a lot of Americans hold dear to this identity. That's why a lot of them don't really subscribe to that Africa thing. Because they've created their own, which, even you can tell by their food, the music, everything, it's totally different from the Africans, but the essence is still there. You can see it. The soul in that is still there. But the uniting aspect of it, it's gonna be the most, especially as diasporans, if the ones that subscribe to Africa, it's gonna be a bit tricky in the sense that we might have to, have a different way of thinking, a different mindset, because we cannot take this way of thinking here in the diaspora. If we say we are for Africa, we can't take that to Africa, because it wouldn't work, because in essence, we are all operating in a system that was already set to what do you call it? How do you say it? To oppress us, or to not make us progress in anything that we do. You know what I'm saying? We're already operating in the system. So for us to try and be better at something in the system that is not designed for us, we're always going to come up with problems. So the only way to get around that is to have a change of mindset, in a sense, saying we have to unlearn everything that we've been taught, in the sense that of like history, I don't know. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, we hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
We can hear you, bro.
Yeah, we can hear you, man. Yeah.
They might have to unlearn and relearn, what is, their true identity is, as Africans. That's for those that subscribe to Africa, because I know a lot of them don't really subscribe to Africa.
Let me jump in, Vic.
Let me say
Yeah, go on.
I'm not saying that everything that you're saying is incorrect, but conversations that me and Richie have, even on the phone.
Why is your mic so low, George?
My mic is low. Hold
George,
on.
why is your mic so low?
Hold on.
Yeah, it's turned low.
Listen, while the guys are doing the audio tests, let me just come in
Is that better?
and no.
Huh?
Is that better?
Oh, say that again?
Is that better?
Nice. Yeah, nice. Too motherfucking loud.
That was too loud. Hold on. That was too loud.
Yeah.
What about now?
Like, brother, your audio is janky.
What about now? What about now?
Just leave. Yeah, that's cool.
What about that's cool? All right, let me say this because I hear this a lot. And when you look at the history of Africa and West Africa, there was always wars and certain skirmishes where tribes was amalgamated into each other. You had different things going on with the Fulani and the Hausa, and different, just different things going on all throughout Africa. Us coming here in the diaspora, our history and our experience makes up the culture of what we are today. I heard the brother say culture has a language. And in the old way, in the old uninterrupted way of Africa, that's true. But once Africa was interrupted with slavery and the white man, that went out the door. That whole, I think the sister trying to talk, but she muted. That whole way of thinking went out the door. And I'm gonna say this. When you're dealing with culture and you speak it of as a language, you have to speak of it from a context of Africa being uninterrupted. Africa understanding the culture through food, through language.
Hi everyone. I just want to say hello.
We hear you.
Everyone's talking over each other.
We hear you.
Only one person's talking.
Yeah, there's only one person speaking right now. I was speaking. I don't know if you want to say something.
What was you hearing?
Something wrong with her audio. Something wrong with her audio. Want me finish?
Yeah, finish what you're saying.
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying that the brother's wrong, but I think the mistake that we make is when we're talking about culture, we're talking about from an African perspective, we're talking about uninterrupted culture. So Africa has been interrupted through slavery and colonization, apartheid in South Africa, colonization in East Africa. So when you think about Africa, the Africa that we knew prior to colonization was one way, but the Africa that we know today is different. You got Africans wanting to be French. They may speak their language, but they also speak a French language. They have an admiration for white people over their own people. So once you get to America, you have a group of people that's been fully assimilated into this European culture, right? So now because of that, those of us that's woke, your culture becomes now your experiences, your trials and triumphs, your ups and downs, and all the things that you experience that make up who you are. So I think that we got to put things in its proper context. So whereas though what Victor was saying on a surface level is correct. But once you're interrupted, and you've been interrupted for damn near 1,000 years, your culture now becomes your experiences. So now you take groups of Africans from all over and indigenous people, and you mix them all together, and they call them niggas, colored, Negro. Your culture now is based off the experience of who you are as a people. So we become a whole tribe of people now here. And so I think that going forward as people, our ancestors is our ancestors, but we are here today to make things the way we should make them for today, not 5,000 years ago. So now going forward, if we're going to come with some type of Pan-Africanism, we have to modify it and make it for today who we are, because a lot of us are not going to be Yorubas. We're not going to be Igbos, because a lot of Yorubas don't even want to be Yorubas or Igbo. A lot of Wolofs don't even want to be Wolofs. They want to be French and everything else. So we have to create a whole new thing going forward based off of our experiences. And we have to come together in agreement off of that and begin to move, because there's been a big interruption. And you're never going to get back that. That's not going to happen.
But what you have to do is get people that agree on things and move forward and create a new. We have the ability to create a new. That's why we're here. Our grandparents don't want us to fully be them. They want us to expand and build. So this is what we got to do. So I understand what Victor was saying, but no, you got a group of people that's been here over 500 to 600 years. And they are part of we're Africans, but we are a new tribe. We are amalgamated people. So we got to look at it from that aspect. So you can't expect everybody in diaspora to accept the Yoruba or accept the Wolof or accept a Twi language and all that kind of stuff when they have a history here. Ida B. Wells and Paul Robeson and all of this is their history. And that's what I'm saying. So if Africa, I'll give you an example, Victor. If Africa controlled their own banks and their own money and controlled their own resources, and they wasn't trying to be French and British and everything else, and they was being unapologetically African, then it would be easy to say, you know what, the diaspora got to go back into the bosom of the mother. But that's not what's happening there either. So we have to revamp this thing and create a whole new consciousness. It has to be African, but it has to be a whole new consciousness. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, anyone can talk. It's a free for all. Just unmute your mics and say what you need to say. I know Ultra Funky was about to say something. Hold on, Vic. Ultra Funky was about to say something. I don't know whether he's still there. And obviously, Coach Carla has joined us. Wagwan Carla. Everything, Chris? Looking cute over there. That's all. People in the chat, come on. I'm gonna put the link up.
I just want to say as well. Sorry, guys, about me saying all that. I had the YouTube on and this, and I was like, I could hear it, and I'm like, is everyone just talking over everyone? So sorry, as you were.
Oh, we'll allow you. We'll allow you this time. Next time, get me. Yeah. Now listen, I'm hearing you, George. I got to say this, but. Remember, the ultimate question of this evening is, and just for the people that are coming into the chat, are we culturally too different to unite? That's the question. Yeah.
Let me say it. I think under this context we are. We've shown it. That's why. See, I understood the context. That's why I said we have to create a new going forward. We are able humans with a brain. We can clearly observe and see what happened to us. And going forward, we have to create a new consciousness for us that suits us. Because you have Africans that call themselves French. You have African Americans that don't want to be Africans. We have been separated through colonization, through slavery, through apartheid. They got down there, they call them colors. And then we with so many, to the point where we're amalgamated into different cultures. So in order to fix that, we have to create a new consciousness going forward. We're not going back to the old. We have to move forward. And why we're stagnated and we can't move forward because we're trying to go back to the old instead of having the ability to create something new when we're all in the new now.
Well, when you're saying, hold on, George. Well, when you're saying that, yeah, what exactly do you mean by that? When you say we're moving forward and we're building up the thing and something new, are you talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about disregarding old cultures? So the original spiritual systems and those things, are we disregarding that?
Not at all. You know why? No, I'm not saying that. See, I remember. See, now this is me and you. Yeah, I remember. We can never disregard that because we're the full embodiment of it. So I am my grandparents. So are you. No matter you can take me from Africa, but you can never take the Africa out of me. Everything that I do, my soul, my body, everything of me is of the ancestors. So we have the ability to manifest the reality we want. We don't this is what I'm saying. This is what we're here for. We're supposed to take it was removed from our language and our cultures and everything. On all levels, everything. But when we come together in agreement as African people, we can call ourselves whatever the hell we want to call ourselves. We have that ability. We're not going to get in trouble. We're not going to get swiped to hell. We can be whatever we want to be. So what I'm saying is we have to begin to manifest a reality for ourselves outside of the current reality that we've been put in. And a lot of our people for generations have been And that the old way has been washed. But it's still inside of you. So everybody's, like I said, is not going to speak Yoruba and Igbo. It's not going to happen. And we gotta be cognizant of that. But what we can do is understand that, you know what? We're Africans dispersed into different places. We got different cultures, but we know who we are as a people. And let's begin to operate that way. Let's come together just as African people. Now, I don't care if you're from Nigeria or Trinidad. We're black, we're African, we know who we are. Let's have a global way of thinking. Let's get off of this global separation that we're doing. Because the reason why we're failing, because everybody else got the memo but us. Everybody else understands this but us. So we fail in Africa, we fail in America, and we fail in the Caribbean because we're looking at each other through these different terms that they gave us instead of just saying, you know what, we're African. Somebody in Texas dressed different from somebody in Philly. They talk different. Some of them even wear their hair, they look different, but they're still African Americans. But we look at each other as we're different. This is the problem. We're not using our culture of our experiences to unify us. We should just unify off just being black. Unified just off of being African. And I don't give a shit if you speak that different language. You part of our people. The Jews understand this. Everybody else understands but the African people. So that's my take on that.
Wherever got more people coming on. Speak your piece, Carla. You look like you got something to say. Hold up.
Yeah, I was just going to say though, you know, when people say about the Jews, you know, I have a problem with this already. But I think the difference is when the Jews come on board, when we start talking about the Jewish, it's different because they have differences of Judaism, but they technically speak the same language. And also they are supported by the entire nation of most of Europe, America, Britain, wherever. So they're supported. So that's different. But for us, I do agree with what you're saying, though, George, in so many ways as well, because we are separate from many cultures and differences. But at the same time, it's about understanding each culture. Because when we go to Africa, like if you go to Ghana, for example, they are very accepting of us and stuff. But obviously, there's times that I feel away when they're speaking their language and I don't know what they're saying. So wherever you go, it is important for us to try to learn their language as well. Just to kind of, because that means we have to kind of get on, because most people in Ghana, for example, or Gambia or Ethiopia, all the places I've been, they actually speak English. So that's already a connecting factor for us, but we don't speak their language. They already know about, say, Christianity, Islam, blah, blah, but we don't know about their past and their thing. So it's like I agree with you, like we can't forget our past. Like I'm from a Jamaican heritage, but I was born in London, but I'm very much Jamaican. But you know, like we can't forget our heritage, but we have to find a way to bring it together. And this is, so when we're talking about the Jews, this is another thing we have to remember. They're not always together. There's the Zionists, there's a whole load of different factors here, and it's the more majority that's moving forward. But when it comes to culturally, are we different? For sure we're different, but this is the whole thing. Like when white people come together to run the world, or to have a scramble for Africa, or to separate things, they don't have to be they don't have to look at each other and say, do we speak the same language? Do we do the same thing? They come together because they just come together, like you said, because they're white. And so we need to also do that thing, like you said, come together as we're African as well. But it's a hard factor when you've got Americans who are even against like some British people, or even against their own African Americans. You've got the Moors, you've got the 5%, you've got all this different kind of thing. So, but I do agree with what you're saying, George.
But that's not just American blacks. You got a lot of Africans that don't like Americans. You got a lot of British that don't like Africans. It's the same.
Yeah.
It's not just us.
Oh, you have that here as well.
Yeah.
You have that here.
George, don't try it. Americans are the number one haters.
Yeah.
Let's not play this.
It's people, man.
One General Sniper. Long time I ain't seen you, bro.
Big up family. It's overdue. I was telling brother Terry it was overdue.
That's,
do you get me? I thought
it's a hot
it's
minute.
about time I've been
we
on
ain't
this.
spoken since good whatever days.
Yeah.
Get me? That's
hang
it.
on, days, isn't it?
It's been
It's been a while.
Yeah.
And I think it was last time we spoke was the reparations march.
Yeah.
One of them reparations march. Yeah. You get me? That was the last time. Yeah, big up anyway, man. I just wanted to add my little 2 pence. You know what I mean? You know how we do. To get it as being a diasporan is the term. Is that the term? when you're from Africa. Parents are from Africa, but you're in another.
We are all at
So I don't agree that we're culturally different because obviously I have like my father, 2 brothers and a sister in America. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's like half the family. Do you get what I'm saying? And then I've got brothers and sisters, siblings that were born with me over here. Do you get it? But culturally, we're not different. I don't think we're different. I think environmentally and what's the word we could use? Doctrine-wise or programming. Do you get what I'm saying? I think again we're similar because these are the things that separate us. Obviously, do you get it? Because of our cultural things, the things in our society, blah blah blah. What we're taught, we're all taught from the same root source. Do you get it? So we don't really know much about ourselves other than what they gave us, like slavery. Like, do you get it? So those things are misnomers now because obviously we have more education and we've discovered that, look, we, one, were original Americans or what you say, Native Americans, but Africans who traveled to the Americans 5,000, 6,000 years ago. So essentially, we can't say we're different again. We're still Africans. Do you get it? So even if we call it Olmecs, where you get Old Mexico and Mexico from, and the Mayans and all of that, these are submixtures out of the Africans that went to the Americas. Do you get it? So this is also goes with what Garvey said, in a sense, like those who feel that they have that direct link to Africa, go back. Those who don't support that and feel that their ancestry was in the Americas, it's your home. You get what I'm saying? The whole planet is our home, to be honest. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's why I half agree that when it comes to back to Africa, that's not necessarily a plan that I can agree with. Do you get what I'm saying? And I understand why. Because some people are so far from home or so far removed. Do you get it? It's always been their home as far as they're concerned. Do you get it?
Well, let me ask you lot this, on a quick one. Because I find whenever we're talking about the cultural differences between Americans and British, Africans and Caribbeans, to British and Americans, we usually judge it off of the immigrants that we may meet more so than the actual people from the original country. So do you guys think that makes a difference? Do you think that causes a lot of negative viewpoints where we're looking at the quintessential African immigrant and we're kind of judging Africans back home on how they're going on when they come here? Same thing with the Caribbean, same thing vice versa, with the other races. Do we watch the immigrant that's coming over more, that's sometimes and a lot of the time in a mind state of already wanting to either assimilate to this life, immerse themselves in the white aspect side of it, or they may have this attitude that they're better than most blacks that are here? So do we have a tendency, do you think, to look at them more and have more of a negative aspect of each other based on them?
I think growing up, maybe. I think growing up, and I think it always started either on the boat or on the plane. It started at the airport because all these negative stereotypes that we have of each other that were carried through the 80s, from the 70s to the 80s to the 90s, like even Nigerians, we had slurs against Ghanaians, and then we had slurs against Biafrans. Do you get it? Because of certain interactions over time. Do you get it? And then the same thing with West Indians. They're useless, they're this and that, and da-da-da-da. But I believe this starts at the airport, because when I go home to my country, they're oblivious to any of these slurs and stuff. Do you get it?
Right. Let me kind of interject in there.
Yeah, country thing. Sorry, I just wanted to get everybody in and warm everybody up.
I mean, as you can see, it's all a madness, really. Personally, I think it's a madness. in a sense that we are not recognizing that we are in the system, that was set up to divide all of us. One people, we are all one people. Because if you look in the mirror, you cannot deny what you're looking at. You know what I'm saying to you? You cannot deny yourself, and yourself is in Africa because you look like those Africans on the continent. So you can plainly see is a system, that was put in place, you know what I'm saying, to derail, to disunify us, the mind. They worked on the mind. You know what I mean? So for us to be able to align ourselves back to our original essence, we have to change our mindset. In essence, knowing the system that is in place, which is a white global terrorism system, as a white supremacist system, that controls every aspect of human activity, either way when you look at it. So there's power, great power that has been put in place, to keep the African, away from each other, so they don't unite, and they went home with it. You know what I'm saying? They've done their homework on us, So this is why we all today have so much different mindset, and you got some of us thinking that we are the original inhabitants of the Americas. You see what they've done.
Why wouldn't we be? Why wouldn't we be? Why wouldn't we
I
be?
just want to say, Victor.
Hold up, George. I'm gonna let you come back to culture.
Okay.
Yeah, go on, Carlo. Later. I thought Carlo was going to.
Oh, sorry. I was going to say honest. I hear you entirely, Victor, and I am very much for Black people calling. Huh?
No, go on. No one said nothing.
Hello?
Yeah, no one said anything.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what's happening to my laptop. Sorry. No, I was going to say, I do agree with some of what. Oh, okay. I do agree with what some of Victor said, but at the same time, we're in America before slavery. We were in China before slavery. We were here in Britain before slavery. So there was a large amount, maybe not a large amount of people in Britain, but there was a significant amount of people to make books and documentaries and to have a basis of us being a Black presence in Britain. And then even further back, when they prove scientifically and everything else, they prove that Black people were always here, the original Black people of Britain, and they actually have a picture of us and a whole mannequin, whatever they've made up of that. But when we come down to America as well, let's not forget, I do have an issue when every single American person wants to say that they are, every single African American person wants to say, oh, we're original Moors and we're from here. But let's not forget that there were always Black people there as well. So we can go really far back and say we're all African, and that's cool, but like, it's not just we're just from Africa. Do you get what I mean?
Hey, and let me say this.
I agree. Yeah.
We are global people. We didn't build pyramids and the Great Zimbabwe and South Adams Calendar and Timbuktu and didn't build boats. Like, we got to get out of this nonsense centric European way of thinking that we gave the world math and science, but everybody built boats and traveled before we did. That's the line from the pit of hell.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, we've been everywhere. And I want to say this: we have different cultures. But that does not negate the fact that we are African. But when you're in different places, and just in America, if you was in America and you was in Philadelphia and you went to Florida, you want to see different type of Black people. They can eat different food, they dress different, clothes different, and when they see you, they be like, what the hell? They gonna look at you. We gonna call them country bammers and laugh at them. They gonna laugh at us. They gonna look at us like they're in different environments. Down there, they get up and go alligator hunting and squirrel hunting. We live in the concrete jungles in these big cities. So we have a whole different mindset and a way of thinking. When I'm in Philly and I go down south to be with my cousins, when they come up here, it's too crowded. Like, it's just a different cultures, different environments. They talk different, everything. But one thing that we do know, now we're separate until the white man do something to us. Then we all get reminded, we Black people. So I'll say this. It's something that I teach on my channel. The problem with us is because of interruption and what happened to us, we think with a poverty, the majority of us think with a poverty mind state. So we're constantly chasing the bag, trying to get a job, pay bills, take care of our kids, and we put culture burner for the bag. Other groups are conditioned to chase money last. And what do you mean by that? They have culture, spirituality, and then money. Because the more culture they practice and the more they enforce and protect their culture, it's easier for them to make money. What do you mean by that, George? Well, when George Megan opens up a store in the black community, black people don't patronize it because we don't have a culture that dictates they should. We don't have a culture that dictates how we talk to each other and how we treat each other. So now we're in a system of capitalism where you're competing against other groups of the culture, you're last. You come in last. So what I'm saying is, when you deal with other groups as opposed to us, we should come together just by being black. So that should be our understanding of our culture, just by being African. Everybody else, the Mexican, understands this. When the Mexican comes into a neighborhood, within 5 years, it's like 10,000 of them. They got stores and everything. Guess who patronizing their stores? Uncultured black folks. Because we don't take our culture and protect it. It's like when I mentioned the Jews, right? We know that they protect it, but what Jews do is this. They don't care about money. You know what the Jews care about more than anything? Their name. You disrespect our name, you disrespect our culture, we coming for you. Because our culture dictates how we make our money. So everybody knows, everybody in the world knows what happened to them. Everybody knows that their culture dictates how you talk and treat them too. We don't have a culture based off of our trauma where other groups respect us based off of what happened to us because we don't make them do it. We don't make them do it. Whether we in Trinidad, whether we in Africa, whether we in Britain, France, America, we don't come together to the point where they say they were those Africans. Now you better not say nothing bad about them. Well, let me just finish this last part so I can clarify what I'm saying. Yeah. We don't have an intact culture that protects us and dictates how people deal with us. Anybody can say anything they want to say about us because we too busy chasing the bag because we don't enforce our culture based off of our experiences. That's the problem.
Yeah, but we're also like you keep saying bringing up the Jews, right? But the Jews are just they're a nation, whereas we're like that's like when we're looking at black people, right? We're looking at the diaspora and we're looking at Africa, right? So that's not a nation of people. That's a whole world of people. The Jewish are a certain sect of people. They're in Israel. They're in one. They're not even in a continent.
Hold up, George. Hold up.
No, I just want to clarify because I heard her say that
before. It's got to be one at a time. It's got to be one at a time. So
yeah, but I was going to say that the Jews are not. The Jewish people are not spread across continents and the whole entire world. They were not displaced like us. They were only displaced for a short time in the World War I. Before that, throughout history, they've been displaced at different times. We're talking about the white Jews, right? That's what I'm referring to.
That's not true. That's not the history. No.
Because when we're talking about black people, we're talking about every single black person. When they're talking about someone, they're talking about Jewish, or they're talking about someone from Spain, or there's a whole different set of people. Now we have to unite, but it's a hard fact for every single black person to unite. That's like me saying that's what Jamaicans do. Jamaicans versus Africa. And that's still not even big enough. Do you get what I mean? It's like it's too far afield. It's too far afield to compare.
No, but what I'm saying, but this is what I'm trying to explain to you. I understand that concept of what they did to us, right? What I'm saying is we have the ability to observe and learn, right? So now the way we are taught Jewish history is taught that all of them was being put in the ovens in the 40s and the 30s. They was all being killed, but that wasn't true. You had bankers controlling all the private banking sectors here in America and in London. You had Jews that was ruling the diamond mines in South Africa. You had Jews that was ruling the gold mines in Argentina and Brazil and everywhere else. They still have synagogues. Jews was converted, white Jews was dispersed all over the world. And that's what I'm trying to say. I'm not comparing us. It's in context of what I'm saying. What I'm saying is what the Jews did, they took a well-organized line and they protected. They stand on it. We know it's a lie. But the thing is with us, we have a history. We know our history. We know how we got to Jamaica. We know how we got to Brazil. We know how we got to America. We know how we got to Canada. And we don't take that history as a people and enforce it. Because, see, I know this history. When you're dealing with the Revolutionary War and how so many blacks got to London, from America, from South Carolina to London, because of the Revolutionary War and the War of 1812. We don't take our, like everybody else, and say, this is us, and you're going to respect us based off of our history. Because a lot of us don't know our history, so we don't know how to enforce it, to make it a culture.
Yeah.
We don't know history to enforce a culture.
But then that ends up being what I was saying, though, because the Jewish people teach the Jewish people. They teach themselves, their family. They teach them the history. Like you said, they had gold and they had this and they was around the world. So they was already ahead in the game. They were already ahead. Whereas we didn't have anyone else who's going to be gold and we could connect to this person and connect to that, because we had those 500 years of slavery, literally from the 1400s, technically all the way until the early 1900s in some parts. So really and truly, we still didn't have that head apart. Like, so that's literally the world of how black people are treated compared to Jewish people.
I
Jump in general.
Can I say something?
Jump in.
What I'm not understanding is, I mean, why we even talk about Jews? I mean, they're not a great example. Another thing is, I think that we keep getting this thing about we don't have a culture. We don't have a culture. That's not true. I don't think. I think you're mixing the economics, black economics, with culture.
No, I said
remember.
George,
that Europeans don't have a culture. So I don't know what you mean. So I mean, the Europeans' culture is to amalgamate other people's cultures. One second. To amalgamate other people's cultures. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we drink tea. Tea is from India, Paisley, all of these things in England that are not English. Do you understand?
I think that would get back to what the brother was saying earlier, though. That's the part he said earlier was that it's a farce, that we're the creators of mathematics, science, all of these other things. When you have that paradigm in your head, then you think that people that's been in a certain area, despite what they look like for 20-something thousand years living there, that they don't have a culture is ridiculous. The idea
exactly. So my point is, then
let me ask you this:
we have a culture, so we can't keep hanging on. Sorry, man. Go on.
No, I was gonna say, General. I want you to finish what you're saying, but afterwards, I want to hear what people's definition of culture is. Because we're talking, we're using the word,
right,
and that has to be defined.
It's just been thrown up. It's just been thrown up, like,
yes.
Yeah, we have to get clear.
You want that one, George, or you want me to get that one?
I know you.
And Richie,
I want everyone's opinion.
Yeah, I want to address it because he said that I was saying that we didn't have no culture, and that's not what I was saying.
No, you're
he
saying
said Europeans didn't have a culture.
Hold on.
And I was saying
one second. All I'm saying,
one at a time.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, I mean, if it's a constant theme, I mean, this was something that you were saying more than once. Like, listen, we don't have a culture. We don't do. We don't believe in our culture or whatever about our culture.
But if we don't believe in our culture, that means we have one.
We have one. It's just I can agree that some of us might not believe in our culture or know our culture.
But that's what I said. We don't know our history.
No, but you said we do know our history.
No, I didn't say
our
that.
Culture.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I thought you said we knew our history.
Can I clarify what I said? Because I mentioned, if you remember what I mentioned the Revolutionary War and how a lot of black Africans from South Carolina and Georgia got to London. The war 1812, how they got to Trinidad, from Trinidad to Canada to London, to Sierra Leone. So what I'm saying to you is we have a history that we don't know. And because we don't know our history, we don't know how to galvanize our people to a point where how people deal with us. All we do is chasing the back because we don't respect our history. We don't respect the Stoner rebellions. We don't respect Nanny and the Maroons. We don't respect We don't mention it. We don't. No, we do. We say, oh, that was a long time ago. You should forget about that. And when we do that, we put ourselves at a disadvantage for all other groups that practice culture. Because the Jews, even though it's a well-organized line, they practice that culture and teach their children over and over and over again. We don't. Ask the average Jamaican, what do they know about the Tacky War? Or what they know, or what they even know about 1804. We don't know our resiliency and why we had the shortest slavery in the history of the world, and why we should wear that as a badge as people, and what will unify us. We don't celebrate Juneteenth. We celebrate 4th of July, not 1804. We don't honor none of our stuff. That's why I'm saying we don't have a culture. We do, but we don't respect or honor the culture that will unify us to the point where we come here. We wouldn't even be having this conversation because the ancestors already laid out the groundwork for us to understand who we are. But the majority of us don't even know the history. Most people don't even know how they got to London.
All right. So,
all right, George, one second. Sonny, are you there?
Hey.
Sonny.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Sonny, big up to you. First time you're coming on the platform. Yeah. I can hear you. Big up for coming on here because the first time you come on here. I wanted to hear your opinion and then I want to go back to General and let General finish his point. But I want to hear what you was trying to say as well, Sonny.
Well, I was just clearing up the part as far as Europeans not having a culture, right? And we get into the stigma, almost like how George was saying earlier, where we try to say that we are the creators of this, we are the creators of that, and this and that. And even though we've created a lot of stuff that matches with society, what we can actually build a foundation on, or other people build a foundation on, there are cultures that actually had their own thing before we got there. Now, culture, the reason why, like with me, I actually look at, we don't, in America, we don't have a culture like that we can attach ourselves to. This is why you have people running wild trying to attach themselves to anything. I like the example that George used with the Jews and picking up a culture that wasn't even theirs, because a lot of us pick up a culture that's not ours. The only difference is we still have that slave stigma attached to it. And when we had that slave stigma attached to it, people that know more history than others don't want to attach themselves to certain vibes. Whether you are a Moor, a Hebrew, a 5%, any of these fashions, everybody doesn't attach themselves to different things based on that. So getting back to the culture thing, culture, it denotes language, it denotes how you dress, what you eat, what you how you socialize, different things like that attaches culture. When we say that Europeans don't have a culture, we're actually speaking their language to be able to understand each other. So obviously we took on their culture, whether it was by force or not, but it was some type of culture. And we have to actually understand the truth to things before we get to everything else. So that's just what I was on that part.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that they have a culture, and I wouldn't say that speaking their language is part of any culture. Like it's their culture. You could say that is their culture, speaking language, but they spoke a different language before they spoke this one. They spoke German before they spoke English. So can we say that's their culture? No, we can't. Do you get what I'm saying? So
I mean, over here, I don't know how you guys look at it, but over here, anything that's white is white. We don't look at
I'm saying we've always had the ability to translate and speak different languages. I mean, you could go to Africa and it's standard that a person speaks at least 5 to 8 different languages. Do you get what I'm saying? My grandmother spoke fluent Portuguese, saying that these are the first people we had interaction with before any Europeans came. So when the Europeans came, like British, we spoke Portuguese to them to show them our level of intelligence. Or, linguistics, in a sense. Do you get it? So, what I was gonna say.
The Portuguese and Europeans, by the way.
What I was gonna say. Sorry, would you say?
I'm gonna ask you something in a second, Vic. Don't worry. Hold fast. Finish what you're saying, Joe. Now I'm gonna ask Victor, our African resident, a question in a second.
Yeah, so I was gonna go to more a lot of the. You remember that every American don't have slavery in their history. This is a true fact. Do you get what I'm saying? Not every American has slavery in their history. Like, my great-great-grandparents were slaves. Yeah, some people have that story, but not everybody. And then what happened to Native Americans who are black people? What happened to the Yamasee? What happened to the Seminoles and all of these different tribes that are black people that we know are not Indians and know are not Orientals? Because they came in and mixed with us, cool, yeah. But this is true facts. Why we know? Hold on 1 second. But we know those people had culture. Do you understand? Those what's those ones in Central Park? The ones that were in Central Park, they were building a town and building their own
village, Seneca.
Right. So this is my point. Wherever us Africans go, we always set up systems that is sustainable for us to live under. Now we haven't got back to that. I agree that we are far away from those systems and cultures that are ours. Do you get what I'm saying? Now, as I said, even if you're a slave, even if you have slavery in your ancestry, then your culture is back in Africa in a sense. Do you get it? But trust me, when you go back to Africa, you're gonna realize, there's no difference. People keep creating these differences and then using the word Africa like it unifies everybody. No, what is unique about Africa is the differences. There is no way you can have a unified Africa, so let alone you can have us unified. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's not our culture.
We was taught
we do with tribes.
Different though. In America.
No, but we do with tribes. And different tribes have different cultures. So you're never gonna make two tribes one tribe. Do you get it?
And I say this to you real quick though, I agree with you, but in America, when we was kids growing up, we was taught that Africa was this big utopia, and when you go back to Africa, everything was going to be perfect. And then I learned that when you went to Senegal, from Senegal to Mali, you was a damn foreigner. That broke my heart. But as a kid in America, we wasn't taught that. We was taught that your ancestors came from Africa, and when you get there, it's going to be like that. That's what they see in America.
But you know what it is, cuz? You know what it is?
I can finish.
Hold on. That's a romanticized.
We say mashallah.
But what I wanted to ask, hold on, whose mic is that? Someone mute the mic.
Someone at the bottom. Or someone. So I want to bottom or top.
Yeah. So I've muted it. Victor. Vic, you there? That's what I want to ask Victor, the African youth. What does he think African culture is? Because I see somebody in the chat asking that. And again, we're talking about cultures of different countries. Let's deal with us, the diaspora.
Right.
Is our diasporan cultures too diverse to deal with? Because that's another question that we
that's like you know, a good question. That's like saying the black community. Do you get what I'm saying? Like for me, I don't know what that means.
It depends on where you live.
Well, that's it. Geographically, look, just geographically, us in the diaspora. When I say that, the Western diaspora. So I'm talking about.
That was a great question.
Yeah, I'm talking about us across Europe. And in the Americas.
And I think we do have a different type of this. We do have a different type of. We all have different type of cultures, and we have to respect our cultures are different. If you're coming from somewhere else, from Jamaica, and you're living in Britain, it's a completely different culture. But what we need to do is to stop going against cultures and to just kind of just accept our different cultures, because most of the time when it comes to black people there are a huge amount of similarities, but to be honest, when it comes to culture, if you're going to speak to the average Jamaican person and tell them that they're African, they're like, no, I ain't African, I'm Jamaican. If I'm going to say to them, when I'm around my American friends and when I was in Ghana with them, they was looking at me like, oh, you're a colonizer, literally called me that on video, you're a colonizer, you're this and that. And when you get to Africa, or like when I was in Ghana, for example, they even have their own cultural differences there too. So are we different? We are different in culture. And there's nothing wrong with having different cultures, but the problem is that we won't even accept the similarities. But that's not because of us. That's because of hundreds of years of them brainwashing us to hate one another. So when Africans did come to England when I was younger, most African girls and guys in my school used to pretend they was Jamaican until you went to their house or a school evening when their parents turned up. And not to be rude, but you know, they have the scent of maybe African food on them because you know the mother cook all day, or the straight language. So you're talking yards all week. You're talking more Jamaican than me, and I'm Jamaican. But when your mum turns up, she's not. So there are cultural differences, but it's not about the it's how we.
Hey, can I ask you something real quick? Let me ask real quick. Over here in America, you know how we call ourselves Americans. In Britain, what are they? Because it's in Europe, do they call you guys call yourself Europeans? Like, I don't know what
No. What I was gonna say is this is the reason why I don't understand when people say black culture or the black community, because where I come from is based on my community, as in Nigerians in Britain. Plain and simple. When we come together for family occasions, or they have women's meetings, men's meetings, tribal meetings.
I think I know. Hold
on. You see what the brother's talking about? You're talking about general. I believe is subject to age group, because I know you, me, George, Carla, and a few other people may be of similar age, Victor even as well, where that cultural community inside of Britain, let's just deal with us in Britain. I feel you. But as the generations have gone along now, like I've got a son who's 17, my oldest 17, you know, I know some of you have all got kids and whatever else of those ages. For them, now it's just the black community. They're not so much indented in, this is a Jamaican thing. They might get that if you, the elders, or us, are still maintaining that. But that cultural, this is an African thing.
But we never said that we were never interactive. I mean, when we did things multiculturally, because the parties and the raves were multicultural and us coming together. Churches, one second, churches.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Churches and all dayers and all of these type of things brought us all together. So it was never a case of, oh, we do our thing over here, and you get me, we're Nigerians, and did it. It was never like that. It's just that Nigerians do their thing, and when they're ready to do the things with the other people in their community, their friends, you get what I'm saying, whether they be West Indian, Grenadian, and you get what I'm saying? We all immerse in each other's culture.
Let me speak to that. Go ahead, sis. Go after you. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, let's not pretend that there isn't a separation though, because obviously, like, when I'm around Nigerian people, when they find out I'm not Nigerian or I'm not Ghanaian or something, they're a whole nother vibe, and they'll be like, oh, she's a jamo, hands going everywhere. So we do still have that, but I do think like
I don't know.
You don't know. I'm around a whole lot of African people.
Yeah, but
I'm around a whole lot of African people.
I don't know about that now. I said I don't know about that now. When we were growing up, definitely I was the subject of abuse. But I'm saying now, no, because of the amount of mixed marriages I've been to. Do you get what I'm saying? Of West Indian and Nigerian, like, what are we doing? What are you talking about? Do you get what I'm saying? One second.
Go ahead.
Even my personal preference, obviously, was Jamaican. My baby mother's Jamaican. She's from Jamaica, Savlamar or whatever, and they live in Stony Hill or whatever. Yeah, we know the culture.
Where you from?
One second. When I go to their family house, and grandma's there and everybody's there, it's no different than when I'm at my house. There's no difference. That's what I tried to say. Where people try and say, it's culturally different. We know we're different. No, where? Different where?
I think that goes down to experience then, because I don't have that experience.
Okay, the aunties are going to cook food, but then it depends on your parents, because my parents were very accepting of other people. So they had Ghanaian friends.
All Africans
They,
are like
they had Ghanaian friends. They had West Indian friends. They had Turkish, Greek, blah, blah, blah. Maybe 1 or 2 European, but it was minimal. Do you get it?
Can I speak to? Let me say this from an American aspect.
Yeah.
Me and Richie had this conversation on the phone, and I said this to Victor. With what you said in the beginning about how Nigerians do Nigerian things first, I think what happens is this, right? I'm in my 40s. When I was growing up, I live in one of the blackest cities in America. I live in Philadelphia. I actually live in a city that probably has the richest, damn near richest African-American history in America, here in Philadelphia. I mean, all the slaves ran here, and you had so many free blacks that from James Fortune to on and on and on here in Philadelphia. And what I'm telling you is this. When Marcus Garvey came to America from Jamaica, if we had this division, he would have never became Marcus Garvey. See, in America, when you came here from Trinidad, like Stokely Carmichael, when you came here from Jamaica, when you came here from the the Bahamas, St. Thomas, like Farrakhan, guess what you was when you came here? You was black. You fell in line. There was no separation.
Right. I agree. 100.
What I'm saying is H. Rap Brown couldn't go to Jamaica and become Marcus Garvey because they would have drawn a separation in the line. America was the place that when you came here, there was a Haitian that discovered Chicago. There was you had Seneca Village. So what I'm saying was mixed and matched and traded up and down the Caribbean. So we always looked at each other as the same people. So what happened was when I was a kid in Philadelphia, I had Jamaican friends, Liberian. Jamaicans didn't become outcasts in Philly until the drug came, and you had those Yardies come. But for the most part, Jamaicans was just we was just the same people. My first friend was Jamaican. I never had a conversation about, hey, you being Jamaican. They was just black.
Yeah. Straight.
What I'm saying was in the last 20 to 15 years, the black immigrants that's been coming now, they don't have a Stokely Carmichael mindset. They want to marry white and want to be disassociated from being black. But some of our greatest freedom fighters was from the Caribbean. But they was just black people. And guess what? African Americans accepted them because we knew we was the same people. That's why I said that we got to understand our history.
Yeah, but don't wrong them because they're suffering from colonization.
I agree with you. I'm not just
suffering. Yeah, they're suffering as well. So they no solace.
I think part of it.
You get it?
I think part of it is colonization, but another part of it, getting back to what the host was saying, as far as us uniting from across the pond in America, I think that the differences that we actually have is, like George said, over here we all understand each other. We, compared to over there. I don't know how bad they did y'all over there, but it seems like you guys have more leniency to where you can link up. There are groups, like how you said, a whole Nigerian community.
Yeah, right.
I have to Google something like that in America to find something, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I get you.
So that's not what we have. The mindset. The mindset is based on us being one.
Numbers are there,
but many. I know many.
You got to hold on. The numbers that you got in America, remember, you've got wholesale black cities. You've got like 100 over, 50 million in one north. Then you got 100 million in south. We're less than like 1% of the population here.
Yeah.
So this is where you've got a different kind of vibe going on because they've started major gentrification now. So all of your major black areas that were full black, or mostly at least from the 70s, have now mostly been broken up now. So we've been spread out even more. So that link up vibe is there only because we've got a stronger connection to the culture because I believe we travel more because England's small.
Can I say this real quick?
No need that.
I think it's bigger than the whole of England, innit?
Okay, real quick from a historical aspect. When we talking about the Haitian Revolution, 1790, you had a big influx of Haitians that came into the Americas, into Louisiana, Florida, and up into New York. There was Caribbean black people that created Brooklyn, the city of Brooklyn. The Wheats created the city of Brooklyn. What I'm saying is this: here in the Northeast Corridor, Philadelphia, New York, Boston, all up and down. there was no separation. That's what I'm saying. So me, when I'm so passionate about this because I grew up knowing that I can't speak so much for all Africans, but Liberians was always here. Liberians never separated themselves from us. If you was from Liberia or Ghana, you was Negroes. That's just the way we saw it. They lived on your block. They went to church with your grandmom, everything. So Philadelphia was different. What I'm saying, at my age now, I see a totally different, like it's just it was more community. Like my best friend was Jamaican. His father was Jamaican. He played pool with my dad, and it was never they might talk funny, but it was just, nowadays it's just different. Trinidadians and Jamaicans don't like each other. Cubans and Puerto Ricans. It wasn't like that back in the day. I'm born a product of these mixed people coming together, both of my parents. So what I'm saying is I know here what was happening. And that's what I'm saying. Just look at the Marcus Garvey aspect of it. Garvey don't become Garvey if we see the separations. No, Garvey was just a nick. We talk, Garvey was just another nigga that could speak good. And we said, man, he gonna lead us, even though he was Jamaican. And until we get back to that, just unifying off of being black, we can actually look at that and say, damn, Garvey came from Jamaica to America, and the black people said, hey, he can lead us. We far from that way of thinking now. That's the problem.
Well, let me ask you this. Let me ask this other American brother, Sonny. In your opinion, because me and George have talked about this, I don't know how much experience you've had talking to people from the UK. Just off your basic opinion, and obviously I know you're still getting to know probably people from the UK, and I don't expect you to have come here maybe, but do you think, just off of what you know already, UK people and American people can link based on their shared experiences of racism? Just off the general knowledge.
I mean, you said it right there. That right there is directly the link. Like that actually explains it right there. In my opinion, right, the link comes from all of us being in the diaspora. And over here is more on the page where everybody is confused because we don't actually know where we exactly come from. So we have an idea that, hey, we might come from West Africa, but then you have people that might have came from other parts of Africa that was sold into West Africa and back over here. So it's a lot of different things over here where we have a mixture, and what brings us together is we all understand that we were in this diaspora. And if we talk to more people from across the pond, it'll be on the page of where we can link up based on that and that understanding. A lot of people in the UK, just like over here, are talking about how to get reparations based on what we were going through. A lot of things we could have, like when we have conversations, could be based on that. You know, it never has to be where we're talking about our culture, we're talking about religion or this and that, just to get our point across. It depends on what we're actually trying to unite for in actuality. That's how I think about it.
Hey Richie, I used to think that, I'm gonna lie, until I met you and we start talking, because a lot of brothers that I saw from London that would come here, they was on some cool white women and talking about this. I mean, it was just ridiculous. When I met you and the conversations we would have, I'm gonna be real with you. The conversations we would have, and the go back and forth we would have on the phone. What happened was, see, because remember, we're here, so I'm not there, so I don't know. I'm only know my interactions of what I see when they come here. 90% of them come here, they get a Becky immediately. And I'm like, man, you ain't coming over here with that Becky. You better get the hell out of here. That's our mentality. Here, you gotta get out of here with her. So what happened, and now some people go for it, but for the most part, you're not coming in Philadelphia and inside the urban area with no Becky. That's just not, even in 2020, it's not happening. So what I'm saying was, when I met Richie, and Richie was so pro-black, I was like, damn, his brother's over there like that. And Richie could tell me, brother, you gotta come over here. You don't know. I used to think that everybody over here was married, because I seen, what's the boxer dude? What's the boxer dude? Him and his
Joshua?
Eubank. Nah, Eubank. Nah, Chris Eubank.
I mean, like, goddamn, I was like, is that how all the black men is over there? That was my interpretation. That was some scary shit when I seen him, man. So that's what I thought. Then Richie showed me different. Richie and Terry showed me something different. So I learned something by linking up with my brothers, because that's what. And I'm being honest though. Richie will tell you that's what I thought. I thought all the brothers over there was on some Chris and shit.
Well, it's funny because I've been online with my American brothers for at least 6 or 7 years.
Yes.
And
a hot minute
with my brothers. I started live streaming with brothers from the US.
Right.
So I don't think I've ever had a problem. You know, they're from different parts. You know, even in my chats and on my live stream, I have my brother Born Rich always coming in, and he's from Tennessee. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we link up fine. Like, you know, sometimes the timing's wrong, so we can't jump on each other's shows necessarily.
Right.
It seems easier for them to jump on ours, so we do. We've definitely linked up more because of Hangouts, as Richie's saying in from back in the day. Do you get what I'm saying? And we used to have furious battles. I mean, I've been against all of them. You name them. You know what I'm saying? From Sarnetta to, you get me? From Sarnetta to
all of them. Yeah, that was wrong on our behalf. But from what we saw, we all thought that they was cooling over there. So we would attack y'all. You know what I mean? It was wrong, but I'm glad that I actually got a chance to actually meet more of my family over, because I call y'all my family because we the same people. I know how y'all.
Always.
Family. So
if it wasn't for y'all and Sarah, I wouldn't know nothing about the UK.
Yeah, I mean, a few brothers. We've had some furious arguments, and I've obviously, because I've got family in the US, and I've been to the US obviously a couple of times. Do you get what I'm saying? So when your dad's out there and your brothers and sisters and stuff,
right?
You know, DC's my hometown. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah. The rough spot, exactly.
Rough.
You know, so like I've been there, and yeah, they embrace me with love every time I come there. So yeah, it's just it's not an issue. Do you get me? So yeah, we've never had that issue. I think it's easy for us to come together. To get me, even on ideologies, because you know that we got bare Christians, we got bare Hebrew Israelites, we got bare 5%ers, we got Nubians, we got everything here. Do you get it? So
when you come to America from London and you want some black shit, they gonna tell you, nigga, get in line. Just fall. And when you come over and you don't fall in line, we're gonna look at you like you crazy.
You crazy, yeah. We're very adaptable though. We know how to. I mean, we grew up on American culture,
right?
If I should say so, such a thing. Do you get what I'm saying? Like we grew up in American culture, so it's very easy for us to come over and adapt, put on our cap, boom, and then what up?
Yeah, but this is why these Americans spoil, because they're too used to the whole world watching Hollywood.
I know.
Listening to the hip hop, listening to the music. When you ask them to adjust now in any fucking way, this is where they all start to lose their heads now. Like,
But our generation.
Hey, I think I got to do a documentary and show y'all how Hollywood really look. Because everybody, even over here in the United States, a lot of people on the East Coast and down south haven't really been to California, and they don't know how Hollywood is. I'm in LA. And Hollywood is crap. It looks like Smokers Alley. So
that's the killer.
But see, Hollywood in East LA, that's a lot of people think that it's all different. All of that is all one. But they just claim different. They just make it different cities and stuff like that to break it off for money purposes. But Hollywood is right next to East LA. It looks just the same. You know,
I used to live in California, in San Diego and stuff, and I spent most of my life, my younger years, in America as well. So I know what you mean. When I went to Hollywood, I was expecting something.
It looks like Oceanside. It looks like the bad part of Oceanside.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, there's prostitutes around. It was like, what the heck? What's going on here? You know, like
Hollywood Boulevard is messed up.
Yeah, it wasn't that pretty. It wasn't that
My uncle went there. And he said, when you're on Hollywood Boulevard, you have to wear sunglasses, so you don't attract the eyes of the guys on Venice Beach when they're begging for money. The gay guys. Do you get what I'm saying? Like walking down the street, arm in arm and hand in hand, and that. You know what I'm saying? And he's like 6'5", so you know he gonna stick out like a sore thumb. But he was advised to wear shades, so there was no eye contact. I was like, wow.
I was more worried about the Scientologists, to be fair, because the Scientologists were everywhere when I was doing it.
You know what I think what happened in America where and in the Caribbean where a lot of the division started in the 80s when crack came out. Because what happened was I remember being a kid growing up where, like I said, Jamaican, Trinidadians. So if you talk with that Caribbean accent, we just called everybody Jamaican. They be like, hey, Jamaican, I'm from the Bahamas. He be like, man, you Jamaican.
I thought my brother right here was Jamaican.
Yeah.
General.
Yeah, but what happened was, growing up, in Philly, everybody was brothers. Everybody was sisters. I didn't have to worry about if I tried to talk to a Jamaican girl, she didn't talk to me because I wasn't Jamaican. That wasn't the culture here. I'm gonna tell you, when crack hit and a lot of the yardies and those shower posses start coming to the East Coast with all that crazy stuff, war broke out. And the Caribbean, it was a division. I seen it happen. Around 85, 86, there was a division between the African Americans and the American black culture, because you got to understand something. During the move bombing in '85, the shootouts in '77 with the police, and the Black Power Revolution, that was all black and African Americans and Caribbean. Once crack hit, they found a way to wedge and divide us. So now there was all-out warfare on all Jamaicans, families, drug dealers, everything in Philadelphia, and that kind of never really healed from that. So now what you started to see after about the 80s was Jamaica coming over now. Now you still had Jamaican children playing with us, but for the most part, you start seeing Jamaican families. Now they start having Caribbean-only bars, Caribbean clubs, and it wasn't like that prior to that. It was everything together. But once crack came out and those yardies came from Jamaica, it started really going crazy, and you had all-out warfare. All hell broke loose, and it was a big division now, and we never recovered from that. And that's part of.
Who did that?
Are you back, Vic? I was asking
you a question. Who did that? George's talking, man.
No. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no, because I was trying to ask you earlier. Don't worry, George, because I really wanted to ask this of you. What do you think is African culture? Because we was all talking about what diasporan culture, American culture, English culture. You as an African, what do you consider African culture? What are the tenements of African culture? Because someone was asking that in the chat room. And before you answer that, everybody in the chat room, if you haven't hit the like button, go and hit it, please, now. If you want to come on, the link is in the chat. Big up to Water Sniper. I ain't seen you in a hot minute. Big up yourself. Sunray, come on when you're ready. Chi Boy, sorry, bruv. I know you was on and you was trying to speak. So if you want to come back on and say something, feel free. Yeah. Say what you're saying now, Vic.
Yeah, what I'm saying, the question you ask, the answer is not going to be relevant to this conversation we're having, because you started off by asking if culturally we all like culturally different to unite as a people. Yeah, and listening to previous people talking, all I can see is white madness, black slavery. That's all I saw. White madness, black slavery. Do you know what I'm saying to you? We're not recognizing why. Because George said something about everyone was living large, recognizing themselves as black. It don't matter where you're from or not. As long as you got the same skin color as one, you're part of them. But then something happened. What? Crack came. I mean, crack just didn't come, did it? Crack just come. Somebody brought it in there.
You're right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's white madness, yes, black slavery.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right,
yes,
right.
We are in a system. That's what I'm trying to say. We're not recognizing the system that's keeping us divided.
Definitely.
Yeah. We have to understand the system, and that to do that, you have to change your mindset. Because see, if you say you're African, you have to identify yourself as a spirit first.
Yeah, innit?
You know what I'm saying to you? We're missing that aspect of us.
I actually can agree with it.
You know what I'm saying to you? We're missing that aspect of. That's why we just talking like anyhow.
I know, but Africans don't even say they're Africans. That's crazy.
Well, That's what I just said. White madness.
We don't even say we're Africans. We don't even say we're Africans. We're like, what?
If we introduce, can I say this? If we introduce the, like, I agree with what Vic is saying, but if we introduce the construct of white people intervening on us uniting, then we have to start looking at everything else. We have to start looking at the religious aspect, where most of us might be attached to certain religions, and then that will keep us from not uniting with each other. But that'll still be a white person's construct that gave to us.
Yeah, we're gonna let it go.
It'll get into a whole lot of other things.
White madness, black slavery. You have to
we gotta let it go.
recognize
We gotta let it go. We gotta let it go. We gotta abandon it.
We are in a system. Yes. We are in a paradigm. Yeah, we are in a paradigm that was created. Yes, by a people that we call, some people call them the devil, some people call them the enemy. Yeah, it's their paradigm, and we're trying to find ourselves within this paradigm.
It's home and the diaspora as well. So at home,
yes, you have to separate from the mind.
We've got the religion problem at home as Africans.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
that is crazy. It is their paradigm. They created all that.
Yeah,
as a form of division to divide us, the original people. Yeah, and give us new identities that we can subscribe to.
That's what happens.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
yes, so we have to recognize that it was done by them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying to you? It's a cunning idea not to let us unite as a people. Yeah, so the damage is done. Trauma. We are in trauma, and you're trying to what? Make it better. When you're in trauma, and you're not recognizing that you're in trauma. We have to self-reflect now. You know what I'm saying to you? Because listen, the unity will come, but the hope, listen, we have to do the work on ourselves first and foremost. Yeah, we have to come to terms, don't you, with our own personal, experiences. We have to come to terms with that, and we have to understand why we're in this predicament that we're in.
Black guys,
because I think you learn that. I think you learn that. Sorry, I think you learn that when you
called my name.
When you go home and abroad.
I did. Well, I wait after this brother.
Sorry.
When you go home and abroad,
I've been to America and I've also been home to Nigeria. Do you get it?
Yeah.
Then you get a better perspective of what you're saying. Do you get what I'm saying? Like,
what do you see though when you go back to Nigeria? What do you see?
I mean, I see people struggling or living, but still have a culture. The infection that is the Nigerian government, which is run by Europeans, is the problem. You get it?
Right.
But because they don't own, because they don't own all the land and all of you get what I'm saying, and we still have a monarchy system all over the continent, and especially all over the country, for example. Yeah, the problem is the country, the government is the infection. So what they do, they go in each area and they plant themselves. Boom, a governor. Boom, 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 boom. This is the governor of the ends. Boom, boom, boom. But he's not the king. He's not the Oba. He's not the nothing. Do you get it? Right. He's just there for any loose land, any loose thing they can get their hands on. Do you get it?
Yeah. They operate in the same system. Yeah, it's a capitalist system.
The government is trying to usurp land and raw materials. You get
no. It's not the government that's doing it because the people are doing it. Yeah.
No. But it's the government. It's the Nigerian government, which is a European government, which is a European construct. Sorry, which is a European construct.
That's what I'm saying. So going back to the original question that Richard asked, culture, African culture today is corrupted. It's corrupted. There's no such thing as an African culture. We know the essence of it.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
No, hold on. Okay. See, we all subscribe to everything. Tell me what culture is practically progressive today that you can look at and say, that's the model that I want.
This is why I say we can't deal with this African thing because it's too broad of a term.
Yeah.
No. But I can name be able to pinpoint a culture that you know is progressive that you can look at and say, yes, I like that model.
Obviously, every culture within Africa that is multiplying and everybody's still alive and obviously has is working in some form of way. Do you get what I'm saying? And not all of the culture is infected with this European construct. They've taken the good parts of it, and maybe the way they live is European. They stop for tea at certain times and and blah 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 and live their lives.
I was going to actually ask, what part of the Dogon people are European?
I'm not even talking about colonial times.
That's why I say it's a lot of African cultures that
right,
still hold on to their thing.
Like how you want to live, it depends on you. If the European construct is still there, that's what we're calling colonialism, and that's going to be reinforced by your government. But you might live in a kingdom run by a king who's not infected by this government stuff. Do you get it? So you have an opportunity and a chance to live a natural life in your culture. Do you understand? Knowing your cultural heritage, that's all still there. But what's also there?
There's no good examples of it.
Sorry, what's also there is the European system, as in education, as in, do you get what I'm saying? All of these type of things. So if you're into that, and even if you're royal or whatever, you're still going to be educated either in Europe or the highest African education you could ever get. Do you get it?
Yeah, it's still not progressive though, is it?
Of course it's progressive, because obviously we understand.
How is it progressive?
I mean, we understand the systems. So we can write.
Understand what system? What system are you understanding?
We understand the system of capitalism. Do you get what I'm saying? Of fascism. Hold on 1 second. And this idea of white supremacy is not only perpetuated by white people. Let's get that right.
It's perpetuated by our own.
Right. So every leader,
madness. That's the white madness I was talking about.
Wait. Every leader of every country, where we've got African Union, that's a joke. Do you get what I'm saying? Or we got the European one, or the European Union, or whatever. Do you get it? These are all of their constructs. We need to get away from that. Do you get what I'm saying? But we can't at the moment, because
that's a very good thing you just said. We need to get away from it. But how do you get away from it whilst you're there? How do you do that?
I was going to ask you, actually.
I mean, it's not as infectious there as it is when you're living in it. So when you're living in the diaspora, you're in the mouth of the lion, so to speak. Do you get what I'm saying?
So how do you get away from it?
African sovereignty.
That's what you have. That's what you have. African sovereignty naturally. I mean, when you go there and you buy your own land and you buy,
how do you separate from that system?
Sorry,
African sovereignty.
What's that?
You know it.
You can purchase stuff. It's the difference is
what is African sovereignty? What's that?
Okay.
To give permission from the Europeans to be yourself.
No.
to get permission.
No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can put them on notice. Do you get what I'm saying? You don't have to tell. You don't have to. You have to inform them. Yeah, but you're not abiding by any rules. You're not being submissive in any way by doing that.
We're missing the point. We're missing the point.
I think we need to start understanding who we are as Black people here. It's not about asking permission or trying to get sovereignty or anything like that. However, I could be wrong. But what I do think is that spiritually, the reason why it is progressive is because there are a lot of people right now, especially since the coronavirus times and stuff, people are learning a lot more about spirituality, looking at specific things like ancient Kemet, the Orishas, all this kind of thing, the Dogons, all these kind of different belief systems. People have been traveling, and the more that they learn, the more they learn about themselves and who they really are, they start to shed and let go of the Abrahamic belief sets and everything else. And you start to understand who you are as a person. When you start to understand who you are as a person, then you start to get the passion and who you are. You get the knowledge, you start learning your history, and you become that person who's like, you know what, this is what I want to change. But we can't be waiting. Yeah, but we can't be waiting on a sovereignty. This is literally a time of ascension, and this is a spiritual uprising that we're in 2020.
Hold on 1 second.
Yo,
when I explain to you lot African sovereignty, it is included with African culture. Yeah, when you're in the circle, you have to look at the first protocol. Who are the owners or the caretakers of the land.
That's right.
And it comes in the fact of family. The sovereignty is the family.
Right.
That is the head of that family is the king.
That's right.
Yeah? So when you talk about families and the culture, the culture is intact within that family.
That's right.
When you join that family, you are not going to be taught because you're a distance away from the family.
Well, I know one thing. We talk about all these different things. What's the brother name down in the corner, right? Under the system, the brother, Nigerian brother.
Sniper.
He look like a damn African American. He's like one of us. It's funny when you look at we was talking about that in the gym. I said certain Haitians and Jamaicans, like when you see them, they look just like West Africa, like a lot of people from Senegal. Like you can tell, some of the some Haitians look just like us, but some Haitians you be like, damn, I don't know if he's from freaking Senegal or Benin. When I look at you, you like your name Craig from up the block.
But yeah, I'm from Benin.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's how I know we're the same people. No matter where you go, because I could be in Philly, and if you wasn't talking, if you was at a water stand, an ice cream stand, standing there, I would just think that your name was Craig from up the street.
Yeah. No, it bees like that sometimes. Yeah. And I'll be like that. I'll be going in different modes depending on who I'm talking to. Sometimes it gets heated, as I said, with my American brothers. So you gotta slip into zone. Do you get me? I'll be using the word motherfucker too. Yes. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm from the school of Bernie Mac, so
yeah. But most of us, I hear you, Vic. Most of us, I'm gonna tell you what people all the time. The only reason why one of us get into arguments, as far as like from London and America, the Caribbean, because we don't know our history. So I always tell people, I say, "Oh, please go study the War 1812, and please go study the Spanish-American War and learn how Black people got moved around, and you'll find out that people from South Carolina went to Bermuda and also into Trinidad, man, that came straight from South Carolina. You find out that people went straight to London from North Carolina and Georgia. And once we know our history and understand how our ancestors fought in all these wars, in order for us to get free, we took different sides and all these things. It's pointless to argue because we the same goddamn people. We just been across the street from each other. But
all right. But they
said, looking for revenge.
They said knowledge ain't power though. I mean, knowledge is power.
Yes,
so I'm saying like if you understand that information already, I mean, how has it benefited us or you if you know that knowledge? You get what I'm saying? And even passing it on.
I understand. Well,
you know what I'm saying? Like, is it the fundamental things should be the American Constitution, should be your first American president being Black. It should be, you get what I'm saying? It should be people like Benjamin Banneker who built Washington or Washington or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Who built Washington, D.C. You get what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things that have been done by Black Americans. Do you get what I'm saying? That are definitely connected to Britain. Do you get me?
George, let me ask you a question.
To Britain and all of that. I've got brothers from Staten Island who's originally their family came from or were taken to or been in England.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? To agree with what another brother said about what you said, about them coming over from North Carolina to England.
Yeah.
Because you would still have people, he's from that region as well, North Carolina, Georgia. That's in it. North Carolina, Georgia, in it.
Hey, Victor,
Atlanta, Georgia kind of region, yeah?
Look, Vic, real quick, to throw this in there. After the Revolutionary War, over 10,000 Blacks in America went to Canada, and from Canada they went to London and then to Sierra Leone. So what I'm saying is, when you have people that's been there for almost 200 years, how many people are there now? The way we multiply, that's what I'm saying. Like we've been moved around, but because we don't know this history, we're looking at each other. A lot of us, you do digging. You find out, damn, you know what, man, I'm African American. You find out your great grandfather or great grandmother's from Trinidad. Like, how is that possible? Well, that's why they make sure we don't know our history.
Yeah, I but, you know, that's why I think
Throw this in there. Just know this, Victor. 30 seconds.
Yeah, George. Yeah. How many African friends do you have in America?
Well, see, I'm in Philadelphia. That's what I'm saying. It's different here. I have a lot because a lot of them. See,
I'm talking about look, you might call them immigrants. Yeah. How many immigrant friends do you have from Africa? You purposely know that you know their family and everything.
Listen to what I'm saying. Understand what I'm saying to you. I live in Philadelphia. I grew up in Southwest Philly. Where I grew up is an African hub where thousands of Africans live. This is where they live at. This is here.
Right. Do you have a personal friend that you can say is an African immigrant?
I grew up around African and Caribbean culture. This is where I'm living in one of the blackest cities in America, the East Coast Corridor, where they all come through.
Yeah.
So for argument's sake, have you got a Ghanaian or Nigerian friend?
See, I don't know if you was listening.
He did say that. He said that.
Growing up, I'm in my 40s.
He said what?
He said he got a Ghanaian friend, Sierra Leone. Liberian. That's it.
Like you go around their houses and know things about what food they cook and everything.
Yeah. That's it.
In Philadelphia, Liberians and people from Ghana, they're so insulated within African American culture. A lot of times you won't even know. That's how strong it is.
Okay. No, the point I was trying to drive at is if we're saying we're Africans and we're one people, right? You've got the Africans in the diasporans as well. Yeah, the ones from the continent. Yeah. Right. So you have to befriend them to understand who they are. Yeah, from a cultural point. Although they're under colonialism, they still have a culture because they speak a language. Yeah. So all I'm saying is, if you get to know them as friends, like you can have a tight friend who's an African from the continent, and you know their auntie, you know their mum, their dad, their sisters, and you go there around all the time. Can we say we have a friend like that from the continent that we can kick it with? One or two.
But let me ask you a question. Have you ever been to the States, Victor?
I don't even know that. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro.
Victor, have you ever been to the States?
No, it's a question. Do you have a friend like that?
No, I did not
speak a different language, which is African plus English.
Bro, there's so many Africans in America.
Can I ask a question?
When I was in America, there's so many different types. You know, like there's Africans that don't come to England that go to America. Do you get it? Like, Tunisia.
I actually got a friend from Kenya.
The point is, we don't even unite among ourselves in the diaspora.
No, Victor, that's what I'm trying to explain to you, Victor. You got to listen, though. Listen to what I'm saying, Victor. Because I broke this down and explained this to you. Listen, back during our grandparents' times, a lot of African leaders came to America and studied in places like Cheney University. They went to the universities, and when they came here, they fell in line with us because we all looked at each other as the same. What I'm saying to you is this. Marcus Garvey came here and led one of the greatest movements ever. Nobody looked at him as Jamaican. They looked at him as just a black person.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 20 years, the influx of African immigrants that's come here now are not like Kwame Nkrumah when he came here. They're not like Jomo Kenyatta's when they came here.
George, let me ask you one question, George.
Okay. Yes.
What was Central Park called originally?
Seneca Village. Seneca Village. Yeah, Seneca Village.
Yeah, that's what I went to ask.
Yeah, so look.
I think I mentioned it earlier still.
Yeah, what I'm trying to explain to you, Victor, is what happened was what you're saying, the premise of what you're saying is correct. And that premise was being exercised. But what happened was, me and had this conversation all the time. Who started getting their green cards coming here now? Because what the white man learned was, remember, we're in the system. He learned from the '60s. He said we can't let the Stokely Carmichaels and all those groups come over here no more, because when they come over for the African Americans and they tear this country up. So they start letting the coons over now. So people like you, Victor, they ain't letting your ass get in here like that. Not too many of them. People like Richie, we don't get to see them. We see now is Muhammad and the Butu come in and get a baby. So then once we see that, we throw them away. You gotta get the fuck away from us. Because when we was growing up, we didn't see that. They was moving with us. When I was a kid when I was a teenager back in 1990, when we were saying free men and green medallions, we was marching and riding in the streets against apartheid. Africans, African Americans, Jamaicans, everybody. Now when they come in and get paid and go and move out there with white people, they look at us with
and you saw the change. George, you saw the change. You know, you must understand why it changed.
But I just explained to you why.
Do you recognize why it changed?
I just explained it to you.
Right. So you knowing the history, yeah, you know the history, yeah, why it changed. You can't blame them, then can you?
No, that's not true. No, wait a minute. Let's stop there for a minute. Let's stop. Listen to what I'm saying.
No. You know why it changed, and you know who did it. You know who did it. Yeah.
No,
you know who did it, because before that it was really good.
But wait a minute, Victor. We gotta stop that, because I'm gonna tell you why. Because the African American don't get that same benefit of the doubt, and I'm gonna explain to you why. What happens is we know about colonization. If you go to an African in Africa, they know about colonization. They know about apartheid. They know what happened to the Mau Mau's in Kenya. They know what happened in South Africa. They know what happened in Cameroon. They know that the Belgium was putting their people in zoos. So what I'm saying, a lot of them are making a cool, conscious decision because they put white people over their own people, and we got to stop giving the Africans, a lot of Africans, these excuses. If we gonna fix it.
No. George, you don't understand. Look, you are one of the strongest people ever. Yeah. By what you went through, yeah. After everything that you've been through, yeah, you managed to create a community that was thriving. Any black person can come from anywhere in the world and fit in, yeah. After everything that you've been through, you've managed to create a community that every black person can feel, yeah. So that was your creation. That was the Americans' creation. The African Americans, that was their creation. Through everything that they've been through, they still had the spirit and the strength to do that, to allow any other African, like you said, the Nkrumah type, yeah. But then something suddenly changed. You witnessed that changed, yeah.
Yes.
Because we wasn't having the same affinity towards all the Africans that were coming from the Caribbean and Africa. No, you weren't. You was welcomed them in. With open arms. But suddenly something changed. What changed? You know the change, and it wasn't done by the Africans.
But watch this, Victor. You can't have it.
Yeah, but hold on. What, if any change, if any, yeah, is it universal though, or is it just to a man's experience, like where he lives?
No, it's a system. It's a system.
No, it's not true, because
it's a covert system. A covert system.
There's still Africans, females and males, who are coming over and just blending in normal. Like there's no problem. Yes. My brother's over there.
Yeah, but what are they adding? What are they adding to that? What are they adding to that community that you're espousing?
My brother's qualified. He's a qualified dentist, and he never became a qualified dentist in America. He just took his skills.
Argument, man.
He just wait. He just took his skills to America. Like everybody, look, it's the land of opportunity for real. Do you get me? And a lot of Africans have decided from way back when and up till now and continuously, and they get certain restrictions against them. Like to marry,
because they went to America. They couldn't get the same respect in Africa.
Wait. They're given videotapes and shown, yeah, as they come in, some of them, not to deal with Black Americans. They get these type of programs.
I believe it. I was going to say
that. A program that they watch, yeah. A sister told me that they showed their program and said, listen, don't mess with Black Americans. They carry guns. They do this. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like, it's so bad.
Who was telling them that though? Who was telling them that?
But the US government, the US airport, the US whatever you want to say.
Let me get Victor real quick though.
At the embassy. It's at the embassy.
It's at the embassy. So as soon as you come in.
Victor, I got to get you, Victor, because you see, this is the thing, Vic. You explain culture and you explain language. But then you turned around just now and said that African Americans are strong people. All that we built this and we built that. So now if you want to use that argument and Africans the benefit of the doubt, despite them having culture, having language, having the land, that it's okay for them to cool, but we so strong, we don't have the language, we don't have the land, we don't have the culture. That's backwards. The Africans should be the one woke. We should be the ones running around with no head in it, because we don't have no land, no culture, no nothing. So no, I don't give the Africans the benefit of the doubt, because they have the Orisha still, but they still, a lot of them still choose white people on their own. So what I'm saying is this. We gotta come together just by being black. unifying under that aspect.
We don't understand the system. I don't think we understand the system of white supremacy. We don't understand it.
That you brought to me. But what I'm saying is this: I understand the system. Based off the argument that you brought to George. Damn, hold on, what just happened? Based off the argument that you brought to George.
Okay, let's look at this in a fact, right? Let's Victor explain what the system of what he's talking about.
Yes.
That would help.
That would help. I know.
Yeah, the system of white supremacy. Yeah, I'm sure you lot know something about the system, the global system of white supremacy. Yeah, right. You must know the basic tenets of the global system of white supremacy.
Everybody in it.
Right. So, and we are just to see what we have to think logically about things. Yeah. We don't control nothing. We don't have power over nothing. Yeah. Without power, you are nothing. Who has the power now? It's those, that created everything that we're espousing to, labels. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Jamaican this, African American this, Trinidadian this, Bahamian this. That's all labels. They named those countries. They gave labels to those. Listen, do you know what I'm saying to you? So it's a system. We are inside of a system that is there to divide us. We have to recognize that. Yeah, and we have to recognize those that are doing it.
But then,
and to do that, you have to change your mindset in the sense that you have to know yourself.
You know what helps you?
To know yourself within this paradigm, you're just going to be a lost and confused soul.
Right.
So, Victor, hold on. Victor, you still haven't explained to me what the system you're talking about. Yes. Because I need to understand the exact system to understand where you're coming from.
Right. White supremacy.
We've got to keep it precise. We've got to keep it precise so we know what we're talking about here.
Right. 9 areas of human activity that we all comply with. Yeah? 9 areas of human activity. Right? Sex, education, entertainment, religion, war, labor. Do you know what I'm saying to you? All that aspect are controlled by this white global supremacy.
Right. And
everything that you do when you wake up is a construct by this global system that you comply within. Right now, what are you doing? You're wearing a mask everywhere. You never used to do that, do you? You see? Do you know what I'm saying to you? You're in control. Your civil rights have been eroded every day. Yeah? You're becoming less of a human being. They are taking all your rights away as we talk. Yes? There's a new world coming. You have to recognize that. So all this trying to unite. No, we are all in lockdown. Our civil and human rights have been eroded by the day. We have to recognize the system that is doing that to us. Because they've got an agenda.
This, Vic, real quick.
No, that's reality.
If we do recognize let me ask you something. If we do recognize the system, like as a whole, as you're saying, right? How can we actually overthrow what's already going on within that system if we're not trying to work with the system?
Yes, you have to recognize then who you are in your original essence. What is your original essence?
Are you asking me that, or is that?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Yeah, what is your original essence of you?
Energy. I mean, what level are you talking about? I don't know what level you're talking about.
Just you as a being. You as a being. Yeah, just you. Strip all that labels away. What are you as a being?
Energy. Energy is a good answer.
That's what I was gonna say. Energy.
Energy is a good answer.
But energy is what we're using right now. That's why we're online, why we're talking from different places, like we're connecting.
Right.
Because as you said, we're in lockdown.
We've got this energy, right?
So
you're saying that we're in lockdown.
Oh. Hey, hold up. Let the
yeah. So
female on
if
the
we get
panel
back
speak.
to what Vic was saying, so in order for us to
Hold up,
this
brother.
construct,
Hold up, brother. Yo. Carla, finish with saying what you're saying. Because we're all men and we're just booming our voices. Let her say what she's saying. We'll continue. Go on. What you saying? Carla.
I was just saying like our whole energy, because Victor was saying that we're in lockdown and how we're going to do this in white supremacy. To be honest, white supremacy has always been the evading factor that has occupied us and is the oppressor to us anyway in anything that we do. So therefore, stop looking at white supremacy as a stronghold that's going to limit of us as people, because we are energy, we are of the sun, and we are spiritual beings, meaning we are powerful in who we are and what we think. Therefore, they can't take anything from us. So we're on social media now, we're talking, we're discussing. There's a whole bunch of people out there that's learning new things in this lockdown time, right? So at the end of the day, as far as us coming together as people, that is what we're trying to do, and it's what we're trying to move through. I think sometimes we look too much at the enemy and the oppressor, and we worry about their point of view, and that's why we can't move forward. I would just say, going back to the conversation, we're supposed to be talking about what the differences are between our communities and our cultures, and what is culture and how to come together. So far, what we're starting to do is to go off point and to talk about a whole bunch of other things rather than uniting as Black people. When it comes to culture, I would just say, because Richie asked this ages ago, what is culture? Culture is, for me, a societal way of being, your social responses and your interactions. And it has a whole bunch of not just language, but even in the smallest ways of how you are as a person. So I'm just saying, I don't really think that white supremacy is the biggest limit that we have, because we have to become unbonded. We're not in bondage anymore. We are in some ways, but not in many ways. So we need to start progressing and having discussions that are moving forward rather than worrying about the oppressor, because they're always there.
Okay. I do disagree that we're not in bondage though. I think we're definitely in bondage.
No. I said we are in bondage, but I said we are in bondage, but no, I said that we're not in bondage in the same way as before. We're in a different type of bondage, but we have to remember that we are limitless. We are limitless beings. So our energy has to go further than that, or else we're going to just stay in bondage mentally and physically and spiritually.
Right.
Black guys.
Yeah.
So so
yeah,
basically.
Hey, can I ask you something?
Go on, bro.
Hey, in your opinion, from over across the pond, what does it look like to you if we could get each other to unite? What would that actually look like? Like, what would be the outcome of it in your vision?
I mean, here's the question.
Well, ultimately, it's a pipeline, isn't it? Of resources, travel, and movement of stuff between the diasporan spots, if man don't want to leave, going right back to Africa. That's really what we're looking to set up. Ultimately, it's just that, again, we got to be realistic with that one, because right now we're sitting behind enemy lines, innit? So this talk of a nation and our own pipeline, this is where we just gotta have a realistic viewpoint of what's needed to make that happen. You get me? But again, I do agree with some of what Carla was saying about understanding your own power and your own sovereignty, which is what we was kind of talking about earlier. But at the same time, again, going back to what Vic was saying, we got to understand who's who and who defines who as who. So that's why, again, I wanted to let Carla say what she had to say. I do want Vic to finish explaining what he was saying. And I know Terry was going to answer him.
Yeah. But Rich,
go true, bro. Yeah, go true, bro.
It's like the Wizard of Oz, isn't it? And who is the wizard behind the curtain? Yeah, we can talk about this white supremacy, but who is the white supremacy? That Victor is explaining. And this is why I was asking Victor, please break down the white supremacy.
Yeah, Victor's got it.
Because this is where we need to understand that the only white supremacy is the illusion that we believe.
Because it's not white. It's not white. The white supremacy is not white. It's a mixture of everybody. When you get to the higher echelons, they're limited people and they're not all white. Do you get it? So
they can't create reality without us. So when you go into that top room, wherever it is, don't be surprised if you see black faces all aligned there. So can't run with us.
But old skin folk ain't kinfolk.
Oprah gonna be in there.
Yeah, Oprah. Exactly. So old skin folk ain't kinfolk. So we know there's black devils out there, like people who.
Yeah, not them African presidents gonna be in there.
Exactly. That's my whole point. So
the funniest thing is, the funniest thing is, half of the African kings, right? Where do you think their second home is?
Exactly. Switzerland.
No, right in the United States of America itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Shit, none of them living in
white madness, slavery. White madness, black slavery.
But your presidents will be building constructions in Nigeria and stuff, building small coastal towns and that. Like all your presidents together, like what? Obama, Bush, and Clinton on a project.
Let me ask you guys something. You guys, let me ask you something. Hold on, let me ask you guys something that me and Victor was talking about, yeah? Lack of knowledge of history. Victor believes that all Africans don't know their history past 800 years, 1,000 years. Do we think that's the truth? And is that a problem?
No, it's not true. It's not true. Obviously, we have scholars and universities and thing. For what reason? We invented writing, we invented paper. It's obviously like we would have put pen to paper. We have locations where books were traded, like Timbuktu and all of these places in Mali and all of that. So like no one's gonna tell us about keeping records and having history. Do you get me? Definitely over 1,000 years, easy, light work.
But remember, this is the African guy. Victor, please chime in. Remember.
Sorry. Yeah, he just skipped. It skipped that whole.
So hold on.
Just skipped so much.
Depending on what you want to know. I mean, what field you're in.
American, what I've learned was.
Sorry. There's a system here because obviously, if you're a farmer, do you get what I'm saying? You're interested in farm stuff. You're interested in, you're not going to be necessarily interested in history more than what you culturally know or what you studied. Do you get it? So those who went into those who wanted to be griots and historians and all of those in those countries, in those places, would definitely be well versed in their culture and in their history.
Simple stuff. And Victor,
what is history? What's
can you continue?
Sorry?
Yeah, but what is history? You're talking about it. What is history?
It's a mystery according to the European. You get me? It's according to the European.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not a mystery.
His story is his story, isn't it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like history.
No, yeah, but history is not a mystery.
Yeah, no, ours is. So when they're talking about mystery and mystery systems, one second. When they talk about mysteries and mystery systems, because we deal with mystery systems. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's
I don't get what you are saying.
No. The mystery is the truth that they're hiding from you. They call it a mystery. Is the truth they're hiding from you?
No. I mean, when you give examples of your own culture, like when Asians do it, they'll say, "Oh, that's myth, that's mythology, that's all of that." Do you get it? It's not.
Yeah, that's what brainwash.
No, I don't get it. No, I don't.
One second. So, according to that culture, for example, I used Asians as a perfect example. Yeah, they would say like the ancient texts. Sorry,
some trouble.
The ancient texts.
One at a time.
Let me start some trouble, man.
Sorry, the ancient texts, yeah, are historical to them. Do you get it? So according to the Asians, their history, their texts are historical. These are things that actually happen. According to the European, they're mythologies. Do you get it? Oh, they're mystery.
No, I don't get it.
Demons and all of these type of things. But,
no, that makes no sense.
Hey, let me say this. But from my experience, I'm talking to a lot of Africans here. What I've learned was a lot of so-called woke African Americans that's in the knowledge damn near know more about West Africa than damn near the West Africans. It's kind of crazy, like having conversations with brothers from Mali or Senegal, and you talking about certain empires, and you talking about from the Songhai Empire all the way to the Kanem Bornu Empire. You're going back. They like, man, damn, I never knew that.
They don't know. They don't know. Exactly. They don't know.
We know more. Listen, black people in America that's actually into this study, we know more about the West African. But I think, for me,
that's right. And you know why that is?
I don't think it's true.
Richard, are you listening, Richard?
For a second, let me
One sec, George. This is what we need to clarify, yeah? Because I don't want to throw anyone under the bus unnecessarily. So, and I don't want to hear Victor laughing like somehow he's won some victory. Let's get clear on what was said. Let's get clear on what was said. Yeah. So we're all nice and
but Richie, let's look at it like this. He said 800 years. So let's look from 1,000 years from now to 1,000 years ago. What date is that?
I remember, hold up. And remember, the assertion is no African. No African.
It's impossible.
There's spiritual stories.
Let me finish, Richard. Let me finish what I was saying. What I was saying was, because I'm not saying that no Africans, I know some Africans that sharp. But from the most part, what I will say, a lot of African Americans that finally wake up and begin to understand the history, we spend years and years searching this history. We're trying to find out who we are. So a lot of us are constantly reading books. We're constantly studying the dates. We're constantly, because if you look at the average African American male or female, they don't even know where their grandfathers are. So once we begin to wake up and get into this Pan-Africanist knowledge, we're studying. A lot of people that may be Liberian or for certain things, they may just know their cultural background. They may not know the whole history of West Africa. Whereas for African Americans, because we don't know where we come from, we forced to study it all. So when I got into this knowledge, man, we were studying every damn thing.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying to you, George. But the foundation, if you go back even 1,000 years, let's not even go back 1,000. Let's go back to the foundation of the conscious community. Yes. The foundation comes from Antioch.
Right, African scholars. I was going to say
African scholars who transferred this information to the Americas for them to do research.
For us to do the research, I agree.
He was an African scholar, but where was he out of? That's the thing. He was actually out of Paris.
No, listen. His origins and his cultural references came directly from African heritage. Let's not do that. Like we know about the colonization.
Africans speak French. Yeah, there are certain countries in Africa that speak French. So there's no doubt about that. And obviously, that usually is a destination for Africans again. Do you get it? You speak the language already. You probably have a French passport, because this is what they did in their idea of colonization. You can be in Africa, you can be in Congo, but you've got a French passport. So that allows you to go to France.
Hold on. Carla, say what you're saying, and then I want to hear why Vic is laughing. Because right now, I want to hear Vic's thesis to why he thinks.
Okay, so I was going to say, right, so we're going back to Victor saying, sorry, I think my Wi-Fi. Okay, so Victor's saying that there are no Africans, right? Is that what was said? No Africans.
No
okay,
Africans.
So when George and everyone else in America or Carla and General Sniper learn stuff in England about Africa, and we learn about ancient Kemet, the Dogons, the Malis, the Timbuktu. We don't then go to Africa and there's no one there that can show us anything. They have their festivals, their cultures, their rituals. When I went to Ethiopia, Ghana, Gambia, Egypt, and the list goes on, Senegal, bare places.
That's all. She
froze. I always learn ahead that Africans in Africa.
Yeah, go on.
You froze.
What did you say?
You froze.
I'm gonna say so. For someone to say that the Africans in Africa don't have this knowledge and they have no idea, that is absolutely ridiculous. We have so many historians, even to the fact that back in the day, I was saying to Richard the other day about some documentary that I was watching that I used to like when I was younger, and it was with Leonard Nimoy, is that his name, right? And he went to Africa. So the Syrians, the sciences, the mathematics, everything, they've gone back and they actually say it was from us or from Africa. So to say that Africans don't know their knowledge of history is important. When I touched down in Ghana last year, August, right? As soon as I got there, I had the priests, I had all the royalty that was there, everybody that was there legitimately, and they taught me a lot of stuff. So for someone to say that Africans don't know, I don't know where that comes from.
Yeah, that's kind of as I said in the beginning. Yeah, I was saying like the royals of every diaspora that I know get the best education. Now we have multiple universities and institutions that have been there for a long time. Do you get what I'm saying? I know the University of Accra, which is Ghana, where my great grandfather graduated in the 1800s. Do you get what I'm saying? They all had the suits with the pocket watches and all of that. All the sons of the king graduated in the University of Ghana. Do you get what I'm saying?
So what?
Yeah, it's what it is.
But what I'm saying is that what they're teaching us, from everyone that I've learned from, hang on.
How we got university in the 1800s?
Wait. Let me I just want to say, from everyone that I learned from in Africa, they didn't teach me about the last 20 years, 50 years. They taught me about history that was prehistory, things that we didn't know, things that we do know. They have secrets, they have whatever. And everything that the British Museum stole and all the museums around the world, Germany, France, and whatever, they've stolen history. It's not something that's not known. It's actually something that they know.
To get that. You got that on the continent, right, Carla? When you went to the continent, you got that knowledge, right?
Yeah, she said, yeah.
I was speaking from when you went to the continent, you got that knowledge, right? So I agree with you. I was speaking on ones that went to America.
Yeah, but the ones in America.
No, I'm saying like, I learned my own knowledge here as well. Don't get me wrong. I grew up learning knowledge. I had to source my own things, talk to people, learn stuff. But I'm saying as an adult, when I chose to go, it wasn't a fact that I went there and I didn't learn anything. In fact, I learned more. Even with Christianity in Ethiopia, there's a whole bunch of 18 books I never heard about. Do you know what I mean? So, and that is 2,000 years ago in Africa. So it's not about saying
you had the privilege to go to the continent and talk to the people on the ground that we don't see.
Yeah.
Big difference.
It's a lot different. It's a lot different. I said things change when you get to the airport.
So hold up, Victor. Hold up. I want to hear from Victor now because we've all given our little accounts and that's all tidy. I think we've covered it. Victor, now let's hear you now, brother. Come across. Tell us about what's good.
Well, George put it rightly. Hold on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Yeah. I said George put it rightly when he said Africans and the yeah. Well, I'm trying to make a point based on that. Yeah, so understand what I'm trying to say to you. Yeah, what he said. Yeah, he said the absolute truth. Yeah, many Africans do not know what George knows. Yeah, they don't know. Yeah, you are in England, right? Just walk up to any African that from the continent and ask them to tell you their history. Yeah, they will look at you like you're mad. Just do it as an example. I'm telling you this today. No. You're making reference to historians. Yeah, let's live in reality. Yeah, people that we see every day when we wake up. You know, we talk to. You know what I'm saying to you? We mingle with. That's reality. So just ask any African that you know. No, I'm asking you. Yeah, it's a point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make a point.
Hold up, Vic.
What?
Your original assertion was that Africans do not know their cultural, spiritual story past 1,000 years. So we're not even. And again, we can do the current or the kingships or the kingdoms at certain times, but just on the cultural, spiritual creation story, you said that no African, remember this, Vic, this is why I'm bringing it, because you made a big assertion. You didn't say a small group or some or most, so that's why you can jump on George's words, kind of, but you said that none of them didn't know their cultural, spiritual story. So please speak to why you don't think they know that.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Why there's no evidence.
Okay, hold on. Do you know, or does anyone know of any cultural, spiritual story?
Yes.
Let's hear it.
Obviously, we do, like, we're Africans, bro.
Let's hear it.
What are you talking about, bro?
Tell me.
Please,
let's hear it.
What Richard just asked. What he just asked. Yeah.
No.
What he just asked. Do you know anything of it?
You don't answer a question. It makes no sense. But we do,
I know an African story, and I never even been out of California.
Thank you. Why would you say such a thing?
Well, George, can you tell us then? Tell us then. What is it?
What George knows.
Oh no! But who said I know a story? But I'm from California.
I said that. No, Sonny. I said I know a story.
That was Sonny that said that.
I said I know a story, even though I've never been out of California, and it's not based on me hearing it from other Africans. It's based on me learning and studying and understanding it. I get what you're saying as far as like the African spirituality is tarnished on certain levels, but I don't think that it's been a break on certain levels, because if it was a break, then this would mean that they would have no spirituality, period, according to their tribe or their area. You know what I'm saying? And the way that we can be able to study, the reason why we are able to study all of these different people is because it was no break.
Thank you.
So there's no break.
And just to add as well, Victor, you know, when you ask the question, can you find the average person when you're in Africa? Every single time in Africa, I go on holiday, as Richie knows and Terry knows, I travel by myself most times. I meet people who I have never met before. They tell me their stories and I meet them. So for example, when I was in Ethiopia, I went towards the Omo region, Omo Valley. Of course, they told me their story. You can Google some of it, but they know it. There isn't anywhere in Africa that I've ever been, where there is no one that's just standardly walking on the street and doesn't know. That's why they can tell me where to go, what to look for, and they can say, okay, this is what you're interested in. Maybe you go there. So therefore, they do have maybe not entire knowledge, but they have more knowledge than I have.
A basic knowledge of their culture. Of course they do.
Yeah.
That's what drives them. You know,
Christianity.
And it's definitely way past 1,000 years, easy.
Yes,
no.
Let's not go there. We're going into
you're not understanding something. You're not understanding. Yes, they do have the traditions. Yeah, they have their traditions and their customs. Yeah, they have that, right? Yeah. But one thing, their cultural history. as a culture, as a group of people, not individual people. Yeah, as a group collectively. Yeah, they have a cultural history. History means events. Events.
No, events of no history before that. Yeah? Is what you're saying?
That's cool. That's cool.
No. But what I'm saying to you is the average African today, if you was to ask them their cultural history, how far it goes back, they wouldn't know it past the 12th century.
No, that's
yes,
not
they
true.
would. I've only got friends that are here in London. My friend told me
just
about
the Africans.
That's a red herring.
Listen, you're trying to brush like a scholar. You're trying to say a scholar. You're using the same brush to brush every African.
No, we're not.
That's what I'm saying. Speak to the Africans on the ground. You know, on the ground. Speak to them. They don't know.
We've been there.
We've done it.
That's not the issue.
They don't know. They just skip straight to Kemet. Yeah, they skip straight to Kemet.
Can I say something else real quick? Because I kind of think what he's saying is almost like in America. This is what I go through, right? I'm not religious, and usually I bang on that on our channel, and so it's a lot of people. If you ask them anything about the Black Panthers, if you ask them about Malcolm X, if you ask them about Dr. Ben, if you ask them about anybody that really paved the way or beneficial for us in America, they don't know. I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get what he's trying to say, but that doesn't mean that that there aren't people out there that actually are pushing the culture. Or
that's the history. That's the history in the sense of, as he said, certain events and but we have that. I mean, we have monarchs, we have statues of individuals from thousands of years ago that represent us today. But this is all tribal. So every tribe has that history and culture. And then it's all molded with another overall culture, which we're calling the country now.
What if I was to tell you, Africans did not know about what you know about Kemet till you lot told them?
No.
Well, that's not
okay. I got something for that.
As I said, if we got,
I got something for that.
One second.
I'm only going to interject because you guys talked.
It was actually an African scholar that actually helped decipher the Meta-Nether, but go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, I was going to say, when we talk about ancient Kemet, of course there are people that knew about ancient Kemet because we learn it from them, but people always, wherever ancient Kemet isn't just about the small part of Egypt, it's about Sudan, Nubia, blah, blah, blah. So, again, we're just compartmentalizing things, and that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
No, but you have to look at the reality on the ground.
Kemet is based on nature, right? It's based on principles, deities, and nature. Right? So if that is the case, you know that we moved around. So therefore, don't say Kemet is Africa.
No. We need to stop romanticizing things. Yeah, we need to stop romanticizing things.
What romanticizing?
Wait.
Hold on. 1 minute. So, Victor, so then how do we explain the IFA system and how it's gone worldwide?
Yeah. How?
What do you mean? How? Is it a progressive thing?
What are you talking with different people
every day?
In what way? How is it progressive for us collectively? How is it?
What?
No, we're not.
How is it a progressive thing?
No. Wait.
Us here in the panel today, just us. Are we, any of us, in an IFA practice? Do we do IFA on this panel? Do anyone does IFA on this panel?
Do you know what it is?
Listen, I'm a realist, you know. I use logic. I'm a logical person.
I've actually started to learn about it.
We are all Africans right here on the panels, and we are all Africans right now. Can we agree to that?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes, we can agree to that, right? So, which one of us is doing IFA right now?
Listen carefully.
One second. You can practice it, but you also, just by knowing the history of it or knowing the mythos of it, this is what I explained to you before. Do you get what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong in that because it's part of our culture. Yeah. So this is something we're going to know. We're going to know about these things. It doesn't mean we're going to practice. You know what I mean? You like you're putting.
No. Don't say that. Don't say that. Culture is about practice.
One second. You're putting a lot on us to say that.
No, I'm not. I'm not asking anyone to go and learn this culture.
Hold on, 1 second. Right? The reason why I brought IFA system is that majority of all the African systems are based on a core value. That core value is what everyone is practicing.
Right.
Are you talking about connection?
And I was going to say the same thing, Victor.
My art. They're practicing my art.
Yeah.
And righteousness.
I don't think there's that connection.
Come on.
I think Victor doesn't realize that. Victor, every
it sounds good though. It sounds good when you say it. What are we experiencing?
But Victor, every belief set that we have in Africa is connected. It's all connected. It's a structure or a system that's from nature. So it's all connected. When you go to the Dogons, you can suddenly they're like, oh, are they ancient Kemi? You go to Sudan. Oh, are they ancient Kemi? It's all connected. The only difference is that we're putting them into different dynasties and different periods, but they're actually all connected because as African people, we always moved around the world. So therefore, it's the same thing. It's just different names because linguistically, we use a different way. So I could be talking about Isis and I could be talking about Oshan. I could be talking about water, the air, the elements, but actually, they're all synonymous, Victor.
Right.
That's all good. That's all good.
Big up, sis. That's all
good. We are romanticizing. Yeah.
In the basics.
We're very superficial. Very superficial.
One at a time. And it's basics. If you take away language and landmass, what are you left with?
If you take away language and what?
Landmass. What are you left with?
If you take away language and you're drowned.
You're left with water and energy.
You're drowned. You're gonna drown.
He means are you left with the people? I think that's what.
But there's no land. There must be water there, isn't it? So you drown.
The reason is when you understand.
And because you ain't got no language, you won't be able to speak to go help me. No, you're drowned. You ain't got no language.
No, when you take away language and the landmass, every ideology of what that person is speaking is the same thing. So when I'm talking about Egyptian deities, I can compare it to the forms of the Orisha or Ifa system, which is the same thing.
That's right.
I can go to Ghana and do the same thing.
That's right.
Facts.
Yes, it is. In theory, yes. In theory, it is. Yes, it sounds good. Who's practicing? Who's practicing?
Everyone calm down. In theory, Vic, because there's theory and then there's fact, and he's just asserted it as a fact.
That's right.
Yeah, a fact only becomes when you show evidence of it. Evidence of the fact.
You know what I'm realizing? You know what I'm
realizing? If there wasn't evidence, Vic.
Hold on.
The statement wouldn't stand up if there wasn't already evidence of what he's just said and what
right. That's correct. That's correct.
But Victor, what are you when you're asking them what's the evidence?
Brother Terry is never wrong, bro.
Victor,
he's never wrong.
Victor, let me ask you a thing, Victor. Yeah, right. Do you understand the IFA system?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Please break down.
No. I don't have to break it down because you named it, so you must know something about it.
No. You said you understood it. You said it with your own mouth. You understood it.
Yes.
So I want you to break down one character for me in the way the IFA system works.
No, I don't have to. Yeah, because you brought that up.
Say you don't know.
No. The thing is, the topic is, are we culturally different?
And the culture.
So hold on. The question: are we culturally different? Yeah, that's not unite us, and that's what the topic is, right? But in this segment, you brought up a lot of cultures. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. I was to presume that you knew about because you spoke about it very well.
Listen carefully. But listen carefully.
So all I'm saying is,
Victor, listen carefully. I said if you take away languages and landmass, yeah, and you look at every single culture, would you tell me they're all the same or not?
If you take away language and landmass, the culture is the language. So what are you talking about?
No, language isn't culture.
Exactly.
Language isn't culture.
No, it's not. It's just a means of communication.
If language is culture,
language carries a culture.
Hold on.
Language carries a culture. Oh my God! What?
Language is
you never knew that? You never knew that? That language carries a culture.
Food.
Language can be an aspect of a culture, but language isn't culture. If language is culture,
how do you understand? How do you understand the culture then?
Let me explain. If language is culture, then me being born in London and having Jamaican parents, right, and family from different parts would mean that culturally we couldn't exist fully because it's a different culture. But culturally, when my brothers speak like they're from London, you can say that that's a London accent, but culture is something that comparts you socially and the way that you are in your customs and your way of being. Your language doesn't denote your culture.
Your language, okay, let me ask you this real quick. I think I'm going to play devil's advocate real quick because I'm really on the culture part and the language. So if language doesn't denote culture, right? When a person is speaking, I think you was even talking about it, when you're around women that are speaking Nigerian and they think that you're they find out that you're something else, they start being on a whole nother tip. Language denotes culture. When you hear a certain tone, when you hear certain words, when you hear certain things, it denotes what culture you actually come from.
No.
Before we even got enslaved and taken from these different places, the reason why we had language that was part of the culture was to be able to understand each other and communicate. So that's what that basically is. We just took it and ran with it because we were forced to speak certain languages and we were forced to be in certain diasporas to where we have to fend for ourselves and make things a part of our own standards and our own culture. It's just like out here, gangbanging is part of the culture. People actually say gangbanging is the culture.
No,
really
remember.
Wait. Just to respond to what you just said, So like you said before, I said that language is an aspect of culture. It isn't culture. Because so if I have someone who is Nigerian, right, who was born in London, are we going to then say that they're not Nigerian because they live in Ghana in Nigeria, but they don't speak Nigerian? Your language is an aspect of it. Or even if they live here with their parents and their parents speak Nigerian, or I don't know what the language is, sorry, but in Nigeria they speak the language.
You're right.
Like I said earlier, it's an aspect, but it doesn't denote a culture. Because if that's the case, then I am not Jamaican and I'm not of Jamaican culture because I don't speak Jamaican or what I would say.
Check this out. The reason why other people, because you said it yourself, the reason why other people would not look at you like that and they'll think something different is because the language that you would be speaking.
I never said that. I didn't say it was because of language. I said
if you are in Britain.
I said when they recognized, when I told them I was Jamaican or from England, then they said, "Oh, you're a Jamo." So it was nothing to do with language. And even still, I was at a wedding, and the wedding was that most of the people didn't speak Nigerian. It's a Jamaican and Nigerian wedding. They didn't speak Nigerian, but they were Nigerially cultural because they're from the same country and their parents are from the same culture.
But let's go back. The reason why I say take away language is that do I need a language to communicate?
No.
So when you're talking about hieroglyphs or you're talking about symbols, because Africa is based on a lot of symbols,
those are languages though.
No, hold on. Well, yeah, but what I'm trying to say to you is majority of the time when they trade, they never needed to speak. They knew in forms of trading. So there were symbols and things that they were able to identify without understanding the language.
Right, because everyone don't speak the same
language.
They're deaf.
No. That part I think we actually
because everybody
because it's like say for instance if you went to China and then you tried to become the biggest dope dealer or some old other stuff and you didn't speak nothing, that it's impossible, bro. Like you have to actually have some kind of communication where you know something.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. Once you learn that does that mean you're part of that culture or that's your culture? No.
No, but you're learning that person. Look, the reason why you're able to speak and communicate with them if they're talking in your language or that you're talking in their language is because it's part of that culture. It's easy.
No,
if you can't
language is just an aspect. It's not the biggest part.
Right.
I didn't say nothing about the biggest part, and Vic didn't say nothing about the biggest part.
I'm just going back.
Discussion.
Right. We're not saying it's separate, but we're saying it's not a major part because there's
no, but see, nobody said that. The way that you guys were saying it in the beginning was that it was separate. When you were saying that, that's why I said I was going to chime in the first place because I'm into the whole language and culture thing. So I don't understand. I don't understand how you can separate either one.
I've never separated.
Because remember that Americans said, they took our what? They took our culture, our religion,
and our language.
God, right?
And I say our language.
So that's a three clear distinctions. Do you get what I'm saying? Our culture, our language, and our God. Do you get me? A man said,
all linked by what? Wait. A man said, take the language away.
The differences in language, meaning if you're in the Americas and then the Americas was pushed back onto Africa, let's say it was Pangea or Tamaray. Do you get what I'm saying? Depending on what level of knowledge you're at. Do you get me? Because when people say Kemet, I know where your mindset's at. Do you get it? You ain't reached Tamaray, where that was known as the whole thing. Do you get it? It was known as the whole thing. So when you're trying to talk about Kemet, it's not one place.
Well, Tamaray is the actual landmass. Kemet is something different.
Right, it's later in time. So
it's later in time, but the origination from how they got it, it's not. It wasn't denoting the land.
No. Either way, right? Yeah, it wasn't denoting the land. It was denoting a situation or a place where things went on. So the things that were going on was study and education. So our first university on the planet was Kemet. We know this as a fact. So at the end of the day, when man's talking about, I know some smart Africans. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, you knew some smart Africans from way back, thousands of years ago. Your own people. Like I said, we invented writing. So how the hell we not gonna know our history or know our lineage or know our rootage of where we came from, how we got to the situation we're in, called Nigeria as a tribe, how we wandered there. One second. As we wandered there from another region. Like these are all in the history of Europe.
As I would say, when I spoke to one of the Ga kings, they show me a privilege in terms of their family of some of their history that goes far back.
Right.
I was even lucky to have that privilege to seeing that evidence.
Yep. I've seen my own. I already know.
And also when we talk about Kemet, I think we need to remember though that without like empires and dynasties like Kush and all the ones before that as well. Kemet isn't just a time, a space in time. It's a continuum of travel of people who gained certain knowledge and like just kind of went around the whole continent and around the world as well. So just to go back to what Victor was saying, as Black people.
So there's thousands and thousands of different cultures in Africa, right? Yeah, we have to know this. We have to recognize it, right? There's thousands.
And there's thousands of African cultures in the Americas.
So,
Thousands of African cultures in
America.
Like there's more pyramids. One second, there's more pyramids in the Americas than there is in Africa.
Wait. That's not.
Those are called mounds, and that's
whoa. Whether they're mounds, who's the mound builders? Like,
the place with the most pyramids we have in the world is actually Sudan.
Sudan has more than Egypt. That's
No, I mean
Peru as
Peru
well.
has the most. Peru has the most. It has the most. What he's calling
most
pyramids
pyramids
in the
are in
world, but it's actually called mounds, and there's a reason why they call it mounds. They're not real pyramids.
No,
So are we using pyramids as a way to say that it's Africans?
No.
No.
One second.
Before we go off topic.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I mean, these are small facts you can look up. So I'm not.
Hey, listen, you lot. Listen, we've been responding to a whole load of comments from Victor, so I do want to hear what Victor has to say in response to whatever everyone's been saying. Yeah, and I know, and obviously you was gonna break down the spiritual system, but again, look, you can break down the ether system, Vic, but the truth of it is, again, your own culture, through your own tribe, through your own mouth, had connections with Kemet. You know this, that goes back thousands of years already. So the fact that you know this, or when did you learn this?
Well, the Kemet aspect of it, I learned it in the West.
Okay.
I didn't learn it through my culture. No, I learned it in the West. Yeah, the history of Kemet, I learned it in the West. I didn't learn it through my culture.
Could it be in your culture?
I have a culture. Yeah, I have a tradition.
And this is what I was saying to you in the beginning, just about 10 minutes ago. The God King showed me of things from Kemet, and he identified it 100%.
Right. So what I'm saying is, everybody has a history. Yeah. So I'm saying to you, a chronological history. Yeah. Meaning events that happen to a people up to this point. Yeah. That's the history I'm talking about, in history that involves other people. Yeah. Interactions. Yeah. On the ground. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we call history, because it's an event that was dated, documented. It has a date, it has names, it has people, it has places. Right. So that's what I'm saying. So all that going back, right? Because most of the ethnic groups in West Africa, that we call like the Akans, the Gandangbes, the Yorubas, they weren't there originally. They migrated there, right? Of course. So where did they come from? Hold on. They must have come from somewhere.
One second.
Listen.
Listen.
You
know that.
Listen.
You know how we know that? Because it's written down. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, most of them is carried in their oral history. Yeah.
Yeah, but even though it's carried in their
songs, in their cultural songs, it's recorded in their cultural songs where they came from. Most of them.
Songs, masquerades, ceremonies, all of these things are part of it, right?
So that tells you that they came from somewhere. They're still in.
Hold on.
No,
but you're negating.
Michael,
I'm trying to explain something to you.
Hold on.
You're negating actual documents.
Hold on. But for a matter of fact, like the Benin plates, right? This is the reason why I mentioned sovereignty, because in most palaces they have recorded history.
Facts.
And it's not just oral.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right. Okay.
I agree.
So
I agree with all the other things. But
if it's there, if the history is there, right? So the history should tell them, do you know what I'm saying to you? Their chronological past, in the sense that they need to know who they're dealing with, right? So if you have recorded history, you should record as well what the Arabs and the Europeans did to you, right? So you have that recorded. But yet today, you're still subservient to them. Those people that you've recorded, them badding you up. And today, you're still subservient. So what history do you have recorded? Because if you're telling messed me up, enslaved me, hold on a minute. You're reading about that history, and you're still being subservient to them. Are you mad?
No, but you're hold on 1 second.
No, you're not thinking about it properly. You have to understand what I'm talking about. No, I'm not assuming. That is the fact. They enslaved Africans. How do you think you end up in the Caribbean?
You're assuming, bro.
Did your family just get on a boat and go to the Caribbean? Yeah.
1 second.
Your 10th generation. Did they just get on the boat and just go to the Caribbean?
Victor,
Some did.
Victor, do you know most of the sailors? Hold on. Do you know that most of the sailors in a long period of time were black, and there were free slaves?
Well, are you talking in the paradigm of slavery, like from the 1500s? Is that what you're talking about? From that point?
Let's talk about
which one are you use the word slavery?
You said 800 years, yeah? And if you take 800 years back, what year does it lead us to? What year period?
From which point?
From now to back 800 years. Where does it take us?
The 1200s. The 1200s will mean that...
1200. Yeah.
I mean, the 12th century, that will mean the 1100s, 1100s.
But they've got in Timbuktu, they've got paperwork to backdating to even prior before the Tudors.
Right.
Right. Okay. I get that. I understand that. But what did they write about? Because the Europeans were still there.
Because
the Europeans were still there. So what did they write about?
Hold on.
They wrote about war.
You keep jumping.
No. So they wrote about war.
No. Not all the thing was about war. Because they were traders. They were traders.
Okay. With who?
Understanding that the information, because some of these kings were warned that the Europeans and the Arabs were coming.
Right.
Okay.
And they stayed in obscurity for long periods of time. So for some of us, for some of us, the late 1800s is our first interaction with what we're calling Europeans. Do you get what I'm saying? As in British. Do you get what I'm saying? So before we meet any British, we're living our lives and we're interacting with other Europeans, but not the British. As soon as the British come, we're gonna have a problem. Do you get what I'm saying? It becomes
I don't understand that. Where was you before?
What? No, we was fine. We was not. We were.
Where was you? Where was you? I don't understand. What do you mean?
Sorry,
before the British?
Sorry. In the southern part of Nigeria, in the Delta, we went in obscurity because they had built up their reservation or whatever called Lagos or Lagos or whatever, and that was nowhere near. That was nowhere near where we were basically at a particular time. So we were in the south trading because we had the ports like Port Harcourt and all of these places, right? So we were merchant traders. My great grandfather or great grandfather was a merchant trader. Actually,
it wouldn't have been called Harcourt Port. It wouldn't have. That's an English name. Anyway.
I'm just giving an example of the location because it's Benin. You know what I'm saying? So you know, because Benin, it's Warri, it's Sapele, but I don't want to go into that. Like the complex.
I know of all that history. Yeah, I know because I know when slavery was being set up.
It's not just the history of a location; it's personal because my great grandfather was the Olu or was the king of the
region. I get that. There were great kingdoms. Yes, there were before slavery. There was great kingdoms. Yes, I get that. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is there are different histories and there are different memoirs and different books and things you can find. You can Google it. You can do. These are not things just passed from word of mouth and just ceremonies and all of that. Some of the reasons why we even have certain ceremonies are more based in recent times. So they've been.
I get all that. So, but what I'm trying to make you understand is, if you go further back, we've been interacting with the European for 3,000 years. We Africans have been interacting, with the Europeans for 3,000 years. That was the inception.
I don't think. No. Hold up. 3,000 years ago, do you know how many empires? Like,
there weren't no Europeans.
China, we're setting up India.
There weren't no Europeans yet. There were no Europeans.
No. There were.
There were.
Like,
there were.
This is the mistake. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen.
You see, you gotta be very clear on your time frames that you're talking about.
Yes, the time frame.
I tell you I'll tell you a culture that the Europeans never knew about and will never know about, and that is the Nok. N-O-K. They will never know about it because they never interacted with them.
Yeah.
Never
existed.
And it was a private city.
Yeah. Who are they now today?
They're not. They're now what we call it in Calabar or Kaduna.
Yeah.
What are they in Nigeria?
Yes. Go and check out N-O-K.
Okay. Yeah, the Nok people. Yeah, I've heard about them. The Nok people, the ancient Nok people. Right. Okay. Of Benin. Are they from Benin? Benin, Nigeria? No, but
no. It's up near. It's more on the northern Yoruba and Hausa lands.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay. Fair enough. So, but what I'm saying is, timeline 332 BCE, 332. So from 2002, 2020, going back, how many years is that? My math's just not.
2050 something. I mean 2,250, 350. My bad. Go ahead.
2,350. Okay, 2,350 years that we've been with Europeans. Right.
What Europeans was this?
Look, listen.
But what Europeans was this, though? Please explain.
The Greeks. The Greeks were the first Europeans in Africa, contrary to popular belief. See, history, is told in such a way to misguide you, but there is real human history that is not taught. Real human interaction history. That is not taught in the mainstream history.
Hold on 1 second.
Listen, if I was to tell you, it's just the Greeks are the first Europeans, somebody will come and tell you, no, it was the Persians, it was the Canaanites, it was the Babylonians.
No, they weren't even. Wait.
Right.
No one.
Okay. So
wait.
So who was the first European?
I'm just saying their existence is only supposedly about 2,000 years. So you know,
Babylonians.
No. They didn't just pop up.
Victor.
They had a culture.
Am I wrong?
2,000 years for humans to just pop up from where?
Yeah, you're wrong, bro.
Victor.
How old are the Greeks then?
Pardon?
How old are the Greeks supposedly? Because he's saying
how old are they?
Yeah, how old is?
I don't know how old. All I know is history tells me. Yeah, true history says they came into Africa in the year 332 BCE.
Wait. You
That's
just
when
said
the first
history, Vic. You just said true history. Why you say what's true history? What's making it true? And who
the African interaction, the African interaction with another race of people. That's where it began.
Hey, let me ask you something.
Why is it
Gino might know this part right here.
No. You know what? One second. There is some truth to what he's saying, because at the end of the day, there was the Alexandria, and I do claim that Alexandria is 3,000 years old in Africa. So one second. Which was occupied by Greco-Romans, it seems. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you know, he's kind of on point on that part.
Well, if that's the case, then we can get into the Hyksos era. The Hyksos era was before that.
But what I'm saying is,
or Hyksos.
Sorry, would you say Plato?
You see that?
Did you see that?
What did you say?
Did you see that?
It's Hyksos.
Oh, the Hyksos, but the Hyksos is different.
You see that?
But I just want to know. I just want to find out why it's relevant. I just want to find out. Hi guys, I just want to find out why, one, it's relevant, because we keep going back to either white supremacy, white people, blah blah, and two, do you not realize that throughout the whole of history they are influenced by us? So they appropriate everything we do. So even if we say the Greeks came in to Africa, they didn't come in. They were invited and allowed to come in, by the way, of most of the royalty and the dynasties that were happening. They didn't just roll up. They asked and they were allowed.
They did roll up.
And wait. But when they came in, when they did come in, they were learning from African people, from Black people about themselves. So even still, it's still not important. No. They never brought nothing in. All the Aristotle, the Socrates, the Plato, they never brought nothing in. They took it out of Africa. They took all of the gods, the goddesses, the deities.
No. History's wrong. You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong.
bring to the table, Victor? That's all that you said. No, you was down.
What do you mean? So look. Listen.
What she just said, Vic. She just said, "Why is this green thing so important?" So when you say strong, no,
let me explain
saying that they didn't bring anything to the table. Now, please explain what white people bring to the table when they first interacted with Africans and black people.
Right.
In your
Listen very carefully. They came in as conquerors. Yeah, barbarians. Yeah, you barbarians bargain with anyone? They don't bargain with nobody.
Hold on.
Listen. No, my sister. No, my sister. Anything you're gonna say from this point is pseudo history.
1 second.
They were invited in, and then after a while of them being,
we did not invite anyone in. We did not invite anyone in.
Hold on.
Let Vic talk.
In Alexandria, then they decided to take over.
Hold on 1 second, right? Victor, I want you to give me a reference from where you got your, as you said, true history. I want you to give me a reference from where you got that true history from.
And what the location is, because
no.
Like a book?
Wherever you studied it from.
Yeah.
You're making
H.G. Wells. Yeah, there's a book called H.G. Wells History. Yeah, and there's Walter Williams. Yeah, he's a historian. He's a historian.
He's an author. H.G. Wells.
He's a historian. So where do you know?
Every story that H.G. Wells did, he stole from Africa. Every story, and he admits that he stole the stories. And he actually has books that H.G. Wells says that he stole. He took the story. He doesn't say he stole it. He says, I borrowed stories of old from Africa. That's H.G. Wells.
History right.
No, you don't understand what everybody on the panel. So
get in here, Rich.
Where did you get that narrative from? Where did you get it from?
The meaning of the word Hyksos, right? What is that? The meaning of that.
Where'd you get it?
The Hikakasut.
What does it mean?
Yes, I do. It means shepherd kings. Shepherd kings.
Right.
It means
shepherd kings.
So
yes.
Does it mean shepherd kings or does it mean foreign rulers?
No, you don't understand history. None of you do.
Cool.
That's why you are filled with pseudo history.
I know.
Pseudo history. Listen. You know we're deviating from the main topic.
Everybody, hold up.
I know we're deviating from the main topic. Listen, we're gonna have another chat. Yeah, I have to teach you a lot of history.
Hold on.
Teach me my history.
Victor, you cannot accuse people of being pseudo. Because you've just said something pseudo of where you've referenced to.
Right.
That is pseudo.
H.G.
What did I say? Can I say something real quick? Can I ask the question? I really, the reason why I asked the question, right, because it really answers what he was asking in the first place when he brought up about Greeks being the first ones coming over there, right? If we know that the Hyksos era was before that, then we know that these foreign rulers came into Africa before the
Hyksos
or Greeks.
I mean, but yeah, before the Ptolemies and that, right? So yeah, he's correct in that. But I'm saying, is his information about the whole of Africa, because that's a story well known. Do you get it? And it only affects that little. You can bring out. I got maps all over the place. Yeah, Alexandria is tiny. Yeah, it's a holiday resort. Yeah, compared to what we're talking about. We ain't talking about Memphis. We ain't talking about. Do you get it? We ain't talking about Heliopolis. We ain't talking about none of the major places, right? We talking about Alexandria. Yeah, they've been there. Yeah, and we never had no interaction with them. Everything they did there was guesswork. Yeah, through power of observation, because we'd left the place. It was empty. It was covered in sand. How who's teaching you? When were we teaching you? We weren't teaching you. We didn't indoctrinate you into no schools or nothing. You just made up stuff. You had Hellenistic views already and then you mixed it up with what you thought was African or what you thought was Kemet, and then we get the soup, and then out of it comes things like Catholicism.
So what's the solution?
Well, you see,
what is the
we're
solution?
getting sticky now.
Hey, can I say something?
Listen, what you gotta say, George? Come true. Say what you gotta say. You've been on a little break.
I was just listening, and I know Dr. Chancellor Williams speaks about the white man invading Kemet. Thousands of years ago. I heard the brother mention H.G. Wells in his argument, and when you say he didn't mention the term pseudo, but you got to be careful when you're talking H.G. Wells because you got to understand who he was and what he represented, who he was connected to. So H.G. Wells and the Rockefeller family had to use Margaret Sanger to push forward their Planned Parenthood because they had the Sterilization Act first. It was too brutal, so they got a woman to actually push forward. So then you got to look at the Negro Project and where H.G. Wells was all behind in the Kellogg family, the cereal you like to eat. So when you get information from him, you're taking information from a white supremacist. Him, H.S. Sherman, all of them. Johann Blumenbach, all of these people was staunch white supremacists. So you got to be careful. Information of who you're reading. H.G. Wells was he was monkeys, lab rats to him. So this is why I'm saying that we gotta. Somebody can print something in the book.
That's right.
You also have to look at the background of these people to find out what their mission is.
That's right.
Once you look at H.G. Wells and then you look at him with the like I said, with the Rockefellers and the Eugenics Society. Then you have to look up Madison Grant.
George,
that's right.
You are missing the point, George. You're missing the point. Yeah, you are missing the point very greatly. Today, you complain about the two major things that you complain that Africans are immense with. Yeah, you complain about something that the Africans are immense with. That is like it's messed up their mental capabilities. You have always mentioned that things. What are those things?
But what's your point?
What are those? I'm asking you a question.
No.
You always make comment about this thing, this entity.
Well, what does that got to do?
Understand what you're saying. Yeah. Yes, because you're trying to say because H.G. Wells is a Margaret Sanger. So what he's saying, is bullshit, and I've got an agenda. But I'm asking you. I'm asking you. There's an entity. There's an entity. That's an entity that is keeping us in oppression. What is that entity?
H.G. Wells, that's what the entity is.
No, what are you talking about, man? It's religion. It's religion. You guys are not thinking. You're not thinking. You're not thinking. Religion. Religion. You're not getting it. Religion. You're not getting it. You said it yourself, George. You said it yourself.
Religion. Top Christian. He was in
Abrahamic religion. Come on, mate. Come on, mate.
Jump off it. I get the religious part. But what I'm saying is, about time H.G. Wells came into play.
Listen, everything has an origin. Everything has an origin. If you don't know the origin of something, you are lost.
Vic, that's why we're talking about the origin of the very source that you just drew. Right. And we're trying to tell you that the person who you just drew as somebody who gave you an inspirational look into your own culture.
No. Remember, I said supreme history.
Was it right?
I want to get back to that Walter Williams book he talking about. I think that's what got him thinking like this. He didn't say Chancellor Williams. He said Walter Williams.
No.
I said Chancellor. I said Chancellor Williams.
I'm saying Vic said Walter Williams. I know what he's talking about with Walter Williams. He thinks that the Metanetta hadn't been deciphered, but he could teach you about the Metanetta. Don't even make no sense. I understand why he think like he think now.
Sonny, what's going on? Sonny, you've always got plates on this channel now. Because you see, the joke of it is, and remember, look, let me say this to the panel. Let me say this to the panel, and let me say this to everyone watching. Yeah, because we were talking about black unity, and this is a part of it, cultural unity. Because again, if we don't think that we understand our own spiritual stories, our own cultural stories, and we don't think there's a connection, that's a big problem. So understand, this ain't just an argument for argument's sake. This is us again showing you, I would hope, the people watching, that clearly when you think somebody understands, or because geographically they're from somewhere, that they're naturally in tune with certain things, it's not always the case. And one thing I will say about this, is that I know Victor is, what's important to what he's saying, and what I know about Victor is a lot of his inspirations are these dubious sources. So again, if we're educated by the white man, if we're looking at too many of their sources, this is the kind of situation we get, where we think are pure and separate.
And then.
Where's the bomb at? Put the bomb
let it
on
go, let it go, let it go.
Can I say something? Can I say something too? And we are.
Let that go and pick up what? Let it go and pick up what? And do what?
We will pick up one ICG. You've been on a quiet one-liners. Come speak. What?
I see you're going to talk about banks.
Wakanda Bank.
If you want to,
you done killed my email.
Relevant to what you've been hearing.
Hey, let me say this real quick. When we talk about African, I like to call it so-called African history, because I like to, Kemet, Egypt and Kemet, two different places. The influx of invaders coming in and pushing the people out all into Central and West Africa. It became a whole new place. Egypt is not Kemet. The Egypt you see today, that's not Kemet. A lot of Africa that we see today is not. It's not us. So I just think that we've been conditioned and taught to echo a white supremacist thought process that Dr. Nelly Fuller teaches us that white supremacy is the most powerful religion on the planet. And it's correct. It's a religion, it's a culture, and we live it in the institutions. It's systematic. So a lot of us are not even really teaching our true history. It's people like I said, like a H.S. Chamberlain. It's people like a Madison Grant. It's people like them that Johann Blumenbach and the German models they teach in the schools that we've lost our way. Like the sister said about an hour ago, she went to Africa and went on the ground and learned from the people on the ground that we would never see unless you go there. So what I'm saying is, we're not learning Africa. We're learning the European narrative of what Africa would be for them to stay in power, because they're the ones educating us. So what I'm saying was, I'm not dissing Vic because he mentioned H.G. Wells. I just know who H.G. Wells is connected to, who controls the flow of our information. So, I mean, it's just like I said, we learning about Kemet, but are we really learning about Kemet, or are we learning about Egypt?
Okay.
Right.
All right.
That's a good point.
I would say when we're learning about Kemet, we have so many different. When we're learning about Kemet, we have so many different sources that we can go to. So I don't learn Kemet from European sources. I do sometimes look at them, and after a while, because I've learned enough, I know it's a bit of foolishness, but sometimes you can take the sense from nonsense. Trust me on that one. However, most of the knowledge that I'm learning isn't actually European standards, because I will not adhere to that. So for me, I would say I agree with what you're saying, but I wouldn't say that predominantly Black people that I know are learning from European standards, or even just from the African on the ground.
But the masses of our people are. That's the problem. That's why we can't do it, because we can't see. The thing is, the masses of our people. So some of us devise a plan and say, let's do this. It's hard for us to get on board because our enemy is educating us. So we don't take each other seriously. And I ain't listening to you, the white Mr. Charlie's word is colder, because he's your teacher. So if we do come and talk about let's build something, let's get a bank, No, we don't. We're not operating from an African way of thinking. We're operating from a European way of thinking. We think we have African features. So I understand what you're saying, but the masses of our people are not educated in that manner, Father. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Right. So,
that is a problem.
So what is the solution? Hello.
Well, I think the solution is the more that Black people, or melanated people, as I like to call us, the more of us melanated people learn about our own history and our knowledge about self and everything else that we've been talking about tonight, then eventually, because what we're looking at is that it's not about this time that we're living in. We have to be a foundation for a legacy in our future for generations to come. It's not just about us now. So the more that we learn now, the more that we discuss now, and the more that we take and we don't appropriate from white people, but we take from our own Black people who we are, then obviously we can move forward. That is a solution. Instead of a small 2-year, 10-year, 15-year solution, we need a generational solution. That's what we need.
We have to understand. We have to understand the struggle. We have to understand the struggle. Yeah.
You can study Kemet for another 1,000 years.
Yeah.
It's not about studying Kemet. It's about evolving and expanding from what you already know.
Okay, so you can evolve and do some more archaeology and dig up some more.
No.
I'm going to say yes.
Neutralize the power of white supremacy.
I'm going to say yes.
No,
really?
I will say no.
Interesting.
With people that say no, you think that not learning yourself, which is actually understanding your history, culture, everything about you, which tells you.
See, what you have to understand is,
let me finish because I'm answering it. But what tells you, because I like the sister's thing, because that's what I'm actually trying to do over here, and I actually see results.
With what she said. No, there was nothing wrong with what she said. But all I'm saying is, you have to recognize the struggle of your parents and your grandparents. Yeah, they all came through a time frame. They struggled for you to get here. Yeah, recognize their pain, their sacrifice.
Victor, not everybody's parents struggle, because I'm going to tell you now.
Everybody had that story.
Victor, that's not true. My mum didn't struggle on her Jamaican side. My dad did on his. So therefore, not everybody struggles to get here or to get where. My mum,
your grandparents did it. Is that how far your ancestors go back? Is that how far your ancestors go back?
My grandma didn't struggle because my grandma is half white. Her mum is
white. Does it stop there?
And her dad is Black, and they was together in Jamaica and lived a good life. On my granddad's side, they were Maroons, and they didn't struggle because they refused to be slaves, and they were living in the freaking mountains. Everyone has a different history and a different story. And you know what we can do is we can relate to those stories, remember those stories, and to live it through, like the Jewish people do with the Holocaust. But we don't live through and be like, oh my God,
how are you remembering it? How are you remembering
struggles? I'm 41 years old. I have my own struggles throughout my whole entire life. I don't have the time to put, every Black person doesn't have to put the burdens of every ancestor that we had on our shoulders. It's time that we recognize it and acknowledge it and move forward.
Move forward to where?
Exactly.
Move forward in our frame of mind, in our frame of reference, the way that we are as a being, and move forward in knowing our history, in actually reclaiming who we once were, not Egypt times, but the person that we could be in every location.
What we once were.
You told me.
Hey, Richie, reclaim what we once were.
Educational. I'm reclaiming who I am right now, right? So I'm not going back to the past. I'm doing a Sankofa within who I am. So I'm listening to my intuition. I'm starting to believe who I was because I have learned things about me and about
That's
history.
Good for you.
I'm not trying to go back to history and be in the struggle. But it's not just me. It's a lot of people that can do that as well. And there's more that we can do because we're limitless.
I would say,
we have to subscribe.
Get off real fast.
Hold up, everyone. Hold up. IT3 say something, then George wants to say something because I think he's gonna go on. IT3.
Yes, I heard for many years that people said, "Oh, we need to know our history. You got to teach history. It's good, yes, because I studied the history as well. But the history in itself and studying of history is not enough to neutralize the power of white supremacy. It's just no. It's a system, and it's an order. So it's an order that, and once you have an order, you can then build institutions. You can build schools. You can organize people effectively to build something that will last as long as you maintain the order. So information and history is good, but what I believe is the solution is an order. An order where in order to
let's ask you, IC3, how do you learn an order if you're not influenced by your history?
Thank you.
All right, good. So now a lot of people say, I heard on this stream just now, a lot of people say, oh, you're going to build up your knowledge. How many friends do you know? How many family do you know? And all this stuff. But knowing lots of people when there's a war on, it doesn't work that way. If there's a war on, they say, right, okay, we're drawing up everybody. Everybody's enlisted. You're going to be in camp 6. You're going to be in camp 4. You understand? It's a military doesn't work like that. You may make friends as a result of your military experience.
But the military, it has a structure of learning.
You still have
because why would you not know
learning what?
If you don't know your history.
Okay. Oh, so when you go to the military, it's learning history. Is that what you think?
Yeah. Listen, no. Listen, when you're talking about tactics, then war strategy and learning it is key. When you're talking about any major assault, anybody who's planning it, they have to know that history. That's why anybody who's groomed into them positions is being taught military history, constantly, right up until the point of going into battle, because when you're in battle, it's that military history and experience that you're going to call upon to know what you're going to do in the present moment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good. All right, let's hold that point there. Brilliant point. So,
I know
the study of military. So, so the studying of the history, as I would perceive, it's good to if we had somebody from the military here who would know even more than me, that they studying the history of strategies and tactics that were tried before. Yes, and what worked and what failed, and what were the resources they had back then, or what the weapons were.
Okay.
Yes, and what weapons we have now and could work. So if Black history, that could be a good angle actually. In the Black history classes, do they talk about strategies?
Of course they do. I mean, the story of Hannibal. The story of Hannibal.
That's right. Very good. Yes, Hannibal.
Right.
Brilliant.
But regardless from that, right? For me, like if we're not our collective mind is not on an exit strategy from the belly of the beast, wherever we are. We're all in the diaspora.
I'll give you an example.
If we're not united in that fact, like Garvey, like if you want to go back home to Africa, if you want to stay in the belly of the beast in Babylon or whatever you want to call it, do you get what I'm saying? And moan and complain or try to just get along. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay. So what is the basis of unity?
1 second. If you're really about this life and you're saying, I want to join with Mike, and Mike's is about exit strategy. Yeah.
Right.
Please
good.
Find somewhere where you feel comfortable and try and buy that. Whether it could be a Caribbean island, it could be somewhere in Africa, many places in Africa, you can repatriate. This is just old news.
No.
Seen it happen many times. Many people in
disagree.
1 second. I've seen it. Many people in this country emigrate and are living like in Ghana, emigrated back to Nigeria or repatriated, should I say? Do you get what I'm saying? Got roads and streets named after them and also. So now the requirement for my togetherness, like anyone who wants to get together with me, is on that togetherness strategy of listen, we've got to find a way out of this thing. Do you get what I'm saying? For us here, we are not here that long to be claiming any type of, do you get it? We're the first generation, me, myself. My children will be second generation. But before that, my parents were considered foreigners.
Okay. So can I ask the question? Hello, can I ask the question? So this unity,
yeah.
From what you just said, it sounds to me that you see the unity as people pooling together and buying property together.
Not property, land.
Land. Okay. Right. So buying land, will that neutralize the power of white supremacy?
I think yes, because in Africa, I mean, hold on 1 second. In Africa, one second. For me personally, because as I said, where you felt comfortable, in the world. But for me, it would be Africa. So I'm saying I would go to Africa where I can.
I understand. So do you believe?
One second. Where I can own my own land. I can buy a property in England. I can buy property in America, but I will never own the land.
You're repeating yourself.
I will never own the land that is built on. Right?
But buying property in Africa, buying land and property in Africa.
Yes.
People getting together, uniting to buy land and property in Africa. Do you think that's going to solve the problem of white supremacy?
Yes.
It doesn't solve the problem of white supremacy.
Very interesting.
One second. It takes away. It takes away from the system that's in place firmly here.
Really?
So if you're not here, then you're not helping the system, and the system is not benefiting from your presence.
The system is everywhere, bro.
Everywhere.
The system is everywhere.
Hold up, everyone. Carla, hold that thought. George, say what you're saying because I know you're going. Say what you've got to say.
Listen, man. Everything that we're saying now has already been said here in the Americas, in the Caribbean, way before us. We ain't saying nothing new. Henry Highland Garnett done said this. Martin Delaney done said this. Paul Cuffey done said this. Brothers and sisters in Trinidad have said this. This is nothing new. Listen, we tried everything and it didn't work. What we're gonna have to do, we got people that got a black belt in Bible, a black belt in Quran. We know about Kemet. We know about African cultures. We're European educated. We got some of the best scholars. We got all of that. The only thing is, listen, what's going to have to happen is this. This empire that we're up is here. Empires rise and fall. The European devised a plan and created something for themselves, and they've been benefiting from it for the last 600 years. They've been rolling. We have the ability now to create a matrix of our own. The white man ain't God to the point where we can't do something. It was a period of time when these same under the foot of somebody else, and they manifested the reality. No matter how they did it, they did it. They manifested something from the unseen to the seen. They created something. They manipulated, they killed, they murdered, they did everything to create reality. We're going to have to get unapologetic and create a matrix for ourselves. You don't need everybody to be woke up. You don't need everybody to be educated. You need certain people to be educated to create a curriculum and a matrix for our people to follow. Everybody's not going to be woke. 90% of white people are dumb. They're not woke. But they're following a code that was set in place by certain groups. So what happened is black people, the ones that are woke, have to stop, get off their ass, and create a new matrix, unapologetic, and be willing to die.
Very good.
To create something. Other than that, our grandchildren will be having the same conversation. Because the white man studied us and was willing to do shit we wouldn't do to manifest the reality he wanted. And we can sit here and say he didn't create nothing, but guess what he did? He took our creations and fucked us up with our own shit and then created his paradigm. So if we here with able bodies, those ancient people ain't here no more, they inside of us. We have to manifest the reality we want going forward with our imagination, our mind, in our manifestations. If you ain't doing that, then fuck money, fuck all that. It's about a unity and creating a matrix for your people to follow, to get to empower. If you ain't doing that, then just go ahead and get a job, man. Let's just shut the fuck up.
Very good.
We got neutralized. We got neutralized white supremacy.
Yes.
But to add to that, at the end of the
No, it wouldn't.
Hold
No,
on.
it wouldn't.
To add to that is that there's some people, as I always say, that are going to stay behind, and there's going to be some people that are going to travel, and there's some people that are going to be on a sinking Titanic, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Innit? Well, it's the choice, isn't it? Because a lot of people are about black betterment, and the black betterment is within the confines of the society that they're in, or whatever, whichever person's in. Do you get it? Like the best thing to do is leave. You're not going to change it.
Leave and go where?
Leave and go anywhere else. That's the question. Whatever's comfortable for you.
Comfortable. Oh, so look for comfort. Okay.
Sorry?
No. We're not in comfort. Yeah, we're in death. Yeah, we're in
exactly.
death.
Right. So
you have to recognize that.
To alleviate,
what you need to do, what you need to do to neutralize white supremacy, is to get to know the science behind your skin. That's all you need to do.
The what?
It sounds a bit silly, but that's what you need to do. No, listen. You have it on your skin. Yeah, it's priceless. Right now, a gram of it is going for £500. I hear. Why is that? You don't even know your own value. You don't know your own worth.
Yeah, you gotta leave, man. That's all you gotta do, man. It's just
I think the value of what
you are compliant. You are compliant. You're in the system you want to get out of, but you're still compliant. You're buying their food. You're buying their clothes. You're buying their all their cosmetics. You see, you're still compliant. You're a natural person.
That still goes back to what General Sniper was saying, to leave the country and go to Africa.
No.
We're still
complying.
We're still complying.
All I'm saying
is
you have to
say as well about what
mind.
said earlier as well about buying land and stuff. If we're going to look at other nations or whatever, what we're doing, which I don't agree with, but now we'll have to fall in line and listen, because that's what you are talking about. If we're going to look at like people buying land like China and whatever, that is a solution. Unity has got so many elements to it. It doesn't have to be this one thing. A solution isn't one idea. A solution is a collective of a structure of ideas. So yeah, go back to Africa, go back to Jamaica.
No, you have to repair the mind.
Buy land, learn about everything that we're saying, but it's just not that one thing. So
you have to repair the mind. The mind does everything.
But we don't have to repair our mind here, though. We can repair our mind through learning.
Exactly. That's why I said what's comfortable.
That's like running away from your problems. You're running away from your problems.
And so what if we did? Why should we have to stay in an occupation that occupies our mind?
You are a natural human being. You are a natural human being. Face them. Yeah? Face them. Tell them who you are.
But we don't have to.
I ain't got time no more.
Why do we have to?
I've loved them. I've done everything.
You just said you was all over the world. You just said you was all over the world. You just said you was all over the world.
They've done everything.
Can you at least can you listen to something I'm saying?
No, but one second though. Victor, do you think because you've got melanin, go in front of a national front or someone that is going to care about your melanin?
No, but hold on. Why do I need to go and stand in front of a national front? Why do I need to do that? They don't matter to me. They don't matter to me.
No, but hold on. You said today that people should go to their skin. Does a white supremacist care about your skin?
No, they're selling it.
Listen, no, he does. He does care about your skin. He doesn't want you to know about it.
He doesn't care about skin at all.
He doesn't want you to know about it. That's what you're talking about. What you're talking.
Hold on. Like an animal, do you think when they slaughter a cow, they care about a cow's skin or what it can produce?
No. Why are you comparing your melanin to a cow's skin? Why are you doing that?
No, this is what you're saying.
Does a cow's skin worth £500 a gram?
You said it with your own words.
Does a cow's skin worth £500 a gram? Does a cow's skin worth that much?
Hold on. You said we have to go back to our skin. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one.
Yeah, but you are taking it literally. You're taking it literally. You're taking it literally because you don't. When you look at your skin, you don't see nothing. That's why you're talking the way you're talking.
I'm telling you, the reason why is that you need to express yourself properly. Don't just say.
Okay.
You have to go back to our skin.
When you go back to your skin, listen. Yeah, listen. When you go back to your skin,
wait. What I'm saying is, I can take it in my format of what you said by meaning going back home. When I say go back to my skin, me personally. Hold on, I'm saying me personally can think that that means going home. So you have to express what you're actually talking about.
All right. Okay. Yes. When I said go back to your skin, it's understanding the science to optimize your skin.
Of your melanin.
Yes. You stop eating junk food. You stop taking Western medication. Yes. For a start, it makes your brain start to work properly. Right? And when your brain starts to work properly, your eyes will open. Your ears will be very enhanced. You get intuition very quickly. Answers that you seek comes to you like a flash. Why? Because you're moving away from this system in the mind and you're returning back to what? Nature. That's where all the answers are for your solution in your personal life. Because when you love yourself, you will show love to everybody. But you're harboring a lot of what? You see what I'm saying to you? The skin. Yeah,
Victor, let me answer your question. When people were
second color.
You're making excuses for not living right.
I'm making them express this. So then, what is the difference between me going back to my energy life source and me going back to my melanin skin? Which one's more preferable?
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the formalities of me understanding that many of people that are woken understand there's a form of energy that I have to go, and this is why we talk about self.
Yeah. It's about living holistically, living right in the mind, in the body, and in the spirit.
Yeah,
because we are spirit first, you know. See, we tend to forget who we are. Yeah, because once you attain to the spirit, they will automatically fear you. Yeah, they are bullies. That's what they are. They're bullies.
But Victor, that's like saying that. So when people were kidnapped, and stolen and trafficked across the countries, are we now saying that those melanated people weren't in full knowledge of who they were and within their mind and their body of the melanation that you're talking about?
Well, where did they end up? Where did they end up?
No. So I'm just trying to understand. So you're saying that they weren't in their right melanated beings.
Yes, because they were deceived.
That's why they got kidnapped. That's why they got kidnapped, right?
They were in tune. Yes, you're right. They were in tune, so they were deceived.
When we talk about spirituality and energy, it doesn't work like that. It's not just because you have a higher vibration and a higher resonance, and you have melanin or Enigma sativa, whatever you want to call it. It doesn't mean that you cannot be taken over by something, or you cannot be stolen.
You're limiting the science. You are limiting the science.
Then what we're doing now is that we're then denigrating our own ancestors and saying that at this point in time, the reason why they were taken is because I don't know. However, what if the reason why they were taken is because they were so in their melanation that the way that they lived in their way of being, they didn't expect this to happen because they're not used to it. We knew that was going to happen. And not even just normal slavery, because we knew, we knew that slavery was happening because they did somewhat, and I hate the word slavery, but enslaved people within their own cultures, their own different tribes and whatever. We knew there was slavery because the Arabs enslaved us. And we also had Germanic people coming around in the 1400s and whenever other times. This is more recent history. So we're used to that. But to then denigrate our ancestors to say that, and then hold on, and then to act like now that we can somehow become this higher level and then get ourselves out of this problem, That is not what unity is, and that's not what brings us through.
No,
However, I can be a
no.
higher power for myself and leave you behind.
No, no. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, because if you're saying that we were
We shall see.
no, if you're saying we were all spiritual unto the inception, yeah, they came in. We were all spiritual and they all came in. Yeah. No. So what? Who were we before they came in?
We're always spiritual, Victor. Victor,
no. At that point that they came in to enslave us, who were we? Who were we as the people when they came to enslave us? Who were we as the people?
No. We understand. Sometimes there's a thing called infiltration and a fuckeries, and that's what they did to us, because we stood there and thought that they was coming in, and we allowed them in the same way that the ancient Kemits and the ancient whoever in India or China, whoever.
We never learned our lessons from Kemet, and it came back to the 1800s, and they came and did the same thing again. So when it happened in Kemet, we didn't learn our lesson.
They didn't go away and then came back. It was it's the transatlantic slave, it's a triangle and stuff. It was a continuation of battles between the Dutch and the Portuguese, and it wasn't they went away and they came back.
Carla, you gotta remember, this is the thing, Victor believes, and remember, this is what he's saying, that because we was in a lower form of spirituality, that's why we were enslaved. That's where Victor is coming from. So I just need everyone again to be clear on what he's saying. That's his belief.
Yes.
Do you know what I think?
Are we going back to?
I think that at certain
what are we going back to?
We were at such a higher level of our mind state. Is that sometimes what happens is that when you're in a higher state of mind and you're in that bliss of mayat, right? And you're in this whole, in all the 7 principles and the admonishments, and you sometimes, some of the people who are learning forget that there are wickeder people out there and badder people who have bad evil intentions, and sometimes you let them in because they're sly and they're wicked, and nothing is new. Everything is new. There's nothing new under the sun, right? So history repeats itself in a certain way. So people have come in, they've been infiltrated. Even black people, melanated people, gave away secrets and blah 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 blah. But it doesn't mean that anyone was on a lower level. Now the reason why they had to enslave us was to make sure that we didn't know our history, we didn't know our spirituality, and we don't know who we are. Because if we do, and we did, then we would never be subjugated. And that is who we are now. And let's not forget.
Absolutely. So that's why they're not teaching about your skin.
Yeah, but we don't need to learn from them. And we don't need to learn about skin. It's within our intuition. They didn't try. What they did to us was spiritual warfare.
You're taking it literally. When I meant you're taking it literally. Yeah, this is something that you do practically every day of your life. Yes, you have to change your lifestyle. That's what I'm trying to talk about. Something that it will enhance you. It will enhance you as a being. Something that you do practically. Yeah, every day. So you look at your habits. Things that ain't good for you, you get rid of. Things that will enhance you, you attend to.
But hold a minute. But why we now?
We don't know anything else. We don't know nothing else. We don't know anything else apart from our skin.
But
what do we know?
Help you.
We don't know anything else.
We know everything. They took it from us. They took the
wait.
No. This is a reset of the preset. Yeah, we've got a preset. We have to reset it.
Is that going to help you from white supremacy?
Yeah, it makes no sense. What you're saying.
You're going into this.
What do you mean it makes no sense?
It's a different subject.
No. What do you mean it makes no sense?
To help you from white
you are living in white supremacy right now. Yes. Yeah, you're living in white supremacy right now.
To leave.
Listen.
To leave is not an option.
They right now are weakening you. If you're not healthy, how can you stand the fight?
To leave
the fight of survival. If you're not healthy.
Hold on, is to leave not an option though? Is that not a simple option just to pick up? I hear what they're saying. 1 second. I hear what they're saying about all the things that affect us and all of these type of things and the feelings of it, and they're selling our melanin and all of this, harvesting us, and let alone the clarity and the killing the babies and terrorizing them and abusing them, and it's a lot. So I'm saying, rather than that, wouldn't you just be easier to have an exit strategy? That's my only.
No, we are not the only race in England.
No,
we are not the only race in England.
Unless one second, unless you love the pleasantries and the bitterness and the horribleness of the society you're in, yeah, you shouldn't be blood clot complaining. Do you get me? If you love it so much, or you know what's going on, let's be truthful.
Hold on.
All right, if you know what's going
what's
on
stopping
around
us from
you,
doing it here, though?
hold on 1 second.
What is stopping us from doing it here?
Because
No,
they say
we can't because we're in their system.
right.
And when we move, because even do you know what? It's sometimes like people feel like it's the better the devil you know, but it's not. I would much prefer to go to Ghana or wherever and be under their regime and not understand what's going on because we are melanated, rather than this one. The system is never for us. They're never going to push us
You
forward.
have to do something for them to say every black person leaves England.
You cannot change a white system.
No. Listen, you're not understanding. Yeah, you have to let them say to you point blank, leave the fuck out. Yeah, they'll never do that. They'll never do that. So if you're doing your thing, yeah, without minding them, you're doing your thing here. You're setting up your schools, you're setting up your hospitals, you're setting up everything. Yeah, your healthcare is you. You're doing everything. Yeah, they can't come to you and say leave.
Can you imagine
do that here. You can't do that
on both continents.
Can I just give you a quick example as to how they can
do that here. You can't do that here.
In 2011, when we had
you can't do that here. The Asians do it. The Asians do it.
Before the London riot,
Chinese do it.
Listen.
Hello.
Listen,
can I say something?
Before the London riots, they gave us properties, they gave us social services, they gave us youth centers and whatever they gave us, right? After the London riots in, was it 2011 or 2012, whenever it was, 2011, then they took it back. There is nothing that we own. Everything they give to us is a funding from them. So we can move somewhere else and make our own place. We can't even own land here. So at the end of the day, this country isn't for us. The justice system isn't for us. The socio-economic services, even housing, the NHS, nothing is for us here. If we go to
Africa, so what are you going back to then? You're going back to Africa that is all run by the British Constitution.
Africa's
it's not entirely run by that because Africa is a continent and every country is different.
Well, my country's not. I don't know where you're come from, where man's from. You know what I mean? I know where I'm from. Yeah, sorry, Richie. How I want to live can be facilitated for. Do you get it? Like if I want to live like I'm living in England, like I'm living in a mansion or whatever, do you get it? All I'm getting is extra sun and the fact that I can see my people constantly for a month. I don't have to see any Europeans or any Chinese or anyone for a whole month.
Good.
Do you
okay,
think
can I say something?
1 second. Do you think that will help my state of mind?
No.
You get me?
No.
What? Hold on 1 second. Before you shoot it down, you get me? Let me finish. You get it? Like, yeah, do you think like going home like to Nigeria, for example, and spending a month, and then in that month, I don't actually see any Europeans, not in a bad way. I saw them at the airport. You get it? I saw them land in the country, so I know they're there. But while my experience, I never saw one. Did it really like?
It's maybe the same experience for everyone else over there.
No. Did it piss me off or anything? No, not really. Do you get me? I found it was a bit surprising.
Yes, I get you.
Yeah. All right. So does it help my state of mind? Does it help my state of mind?
Yeah.
To do that.
Okay. No, as I said before.
Okay.
You want to repeat it again?
Right. No. Fine. Okay.
All right.
That's your point. Now, could you explain why it doesn't help my state of mind?
Right. Good. Now, those black people working hard to accumulate funds over here to go and buy land and property in Africa, the very funds, the very money itself is loaded with poison. Huh? What do you mean?
What does that mean, man?
Exactly.
Reloaded.
Right, I'll explain. Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you. Because I knew you'd ask. So, many people understand what they can do with money, but they do not understand what money is. They know what they can buy with money. They can buy land in Africa and so on, but what is money itself? So, I often ask this question. Do you know the difference between money and currency? Money and currency.
Yeah, what's your point?
Okay.
I'm
Besides the
Nigerian.
name,
No, hold on 1 second. I'm Nigerian. I'm definitely gonna know about that. You get it?
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So you know,
let's move
yeah, all
on.
right. So you know that in the
Let's
80s, the
move on. Let's
Nigerian
move on.
naira,
Let's move on,
the
man. Stop
Nigerian naira was more or
Yeah.
less the
Don't
same as the
repeat
pound.
yourself.
Money is paper.
Don't repeat yourself now.
I'm not
Yeah.
repeating.
All right, move on.
Money
Let's
is
move
I'm
on.
paper.
going point
Let's
for
move
point. Right. So the Nigerian naira is a good example. Around about the 80s and 90s was about the same value as the pound. And now, then it dropped to around about maybe 500, 400, it's still around that area now, to the pound.
Okay, so what's your point?
Good. I'm getting there. So
here comes the bank. Here comes the bank.
I'm not jumping to the banks. All right. We're just talking about money because obviously all the things that we've discussed, we've talked about money, and a lot of people
talk about currency, man, and money, man. Let's go.
Yeah, we're going there. We're going there. So to buy land in Africa or property in Africa, you need money.
Yeah.
Okay. So now money is two elements. There's an invisible element and a visible element.
Hi, Queen.
The money is visible, but the currency is which holds the value of the money.
No. The young
Hold
one.
it. Hold. We can disagree in a minute. Disagree in a minute. Let me make my points. The what holds the value in the money is it's a currency. The currency holds the value. So it's the invisible and the visible. Now, the moving of money, you can put it in a case, you can get on a plane, and you can move it inside a package or a bag or a car or a ship. But the moving of currency, which is invisible, that is the answer or the issue that's been dealt with. Because as you mentioned in Nigeria, the naira, they moved that naira from 1 naira to a pound down to what it is now, around about 460, 70 or 18 naira to a pound. So how do they move the invisible, move value?
Well, it doesn't even really matter because you know that all we're an oil-rich country, and all oil is traded in the dollar. So, like, you know,
So it doesn't matter.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't even. I don't even know what the point of the whole thing was because it doesn't even make sense. We've got yen. Hold on 1 second.
No, it doesn't.
1 second. 1 second. Billionaires are being found with tons of yen, dollar, sterling. Do you get what I'm saying? Naira, like, what does it matter? What's your point? If I take my money out the monetary system or the currency out of England, yeah, they're taking a slight blow because my money's going somewhere else. I'm going to Nigeria. I'm going to change it up into Naira. Oh, sorry. The system is so advanced now that if I take my credit card and I go to a cash machine in Nigeria, it will convert my money automatically in my account in England, yeah, to the equivalent of what it is in Naira. So what will appear on screen is my Naira's worth of my money in my bank account, which is kind of helpful, but I get a better exchange rate if I already come with pound sterling. Do you get it?
I would say that money is currency. So money is currency.
It's just paper. But the value of it, as I said, you get more for your value for money. You know, like if you take a couple grand, it could be 1 million naira. Maybe 1 million naira might be able to buy you some land. Might. There's no guarantee because obviously if the naira has gone down so much, then things have gone up. Do you get what I'm saying? So now to buy a plot of land is 50 million naira. Now go and calculate that into pound sterling. It's still a pretty penny. Do you get it? Ain't no play money. So
But I think
my point is, at the end of the day, yeah, do what you must, depending on your environment. You want to go to Grenada and just cool out there and build a house there. Do you get me? One of my friends wanted to Montserrat. He wanted to build a house in Montserrat. Do you get it? And he went there and my business partner building a house in Jamaica. You get me? My dad builds properties in Nigeria. Yeah. And he's a king, and his cousin, the king, gives him the land to sell to other people. So once you bought your thing and you get your deeds, that's your land. No government, no influence, nobody can trouble you. That's a good environment to be able to have. And I'm sure you can go many places around the world and find that. So anything that comes out of the system, don't go from one system to another system. Makes no sense. Like, you don't go from England to Japan. That's not going to help. The system is firm there. They've got communism or fascism or whatever's going on over there. Do you get it?
But I was just wondering though, when he was talking about money and currency, like, because there are differences. So I was going to say that money is currency, but currency isn't money. So it's the way that you exchange things, and it's a different exchange rate, it's a different trading, it's a different market, it's a different exchequer, it's a different whatever kind of thing. So obviously, money can go missing, and money can be wherever, but we can just change the numbers and redirect it and choose to do it however the countries do. So like China will use the baht, for example. Or, Yeah, I was just about to get that. I was about to say that, so then we can change that as well. So currency becomes more of a, I don't even know the exact words because I'm not really good in trading stuff, but I mean like the market, like the exchequer and I'm sure IC3 knows kind of what I mean. However, I would like IC3 because I don't know what, I do get what you mean, and I know what you're talking about. But I think essentially what General Sniper was talking about was just literally buying land and living in Africa, like a simple thing, like buying land together, uniting with people and having that. Whereas what you've
just joining the current society, like joining the environment.
What you thought is something,
it's already set.
Something different. Like it has its place, but it's something different to what he was saying.
It's already there. It's like it's already there. Like everyone's got this ideal outside of Africa or what we're going to do. We're going to build this society. It's there. Depending on what tribe you're from or culture or what you like or where you like to live. Do you get me? Depending on your religious point of views, and all of those is catered for. But to say anything you want is not in Africa and not at Africans' capability is farcical. Do you get me? It doesn't even make sense.
Essentially, what I think that the thing that we're missing though is essentially that what most of us have said today, and the majority of what we said is actually what unity is. It's just now we're separating it. But if we was to write it down, it could become a solution. We're just talking about elements of how to move forward. So one person might not agree with like the economy, the other person might look at the society, the other person looks at the community, but really they all have a place in unity, and so as we have in the parliaments or whatever, everything that we see now is a farce, but we can do it something better. So everything has its place.
Okay, can I ask a question? Yeah. Okay. Do you think there's a relationship between currency value and culture?
What?
Question. This is a question. Do you think that there is a relationship between a value of a currency and the culture of a people?
Of course there is. That's what they do. The market that they run it on is us as chattel, and that's the market of black people and melanated people on the market. So of course there is.
First
What
thing
is your
traded.
definition of currency?
Say again?
What is the definition of currency? Someone said currency.
Yes, I'll say currency. Currency.
Yeah, what's the definition? Yeah.
Yeah, well, we can read the official definitions if you like.
Yeah, please. Why not?
Yeah, let's
Why not? C3, bring it to the officials because again,
Please don't. If you can have a small breakdown.
well, there's an esoteric value to the word, but let me just let everyone know.
Yeah, that's right.
And this is the final half an hour. Yeah, big up to everybody again in the chat, been listening. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, hit it now. If you want to support Black Eyes TV, hit the PayPal in the chat or in the description. And if you got something to say, now is the time to jump on the link and come and say what you got to say, yeah? Go to Icy.
Yeah, the currency, this is Wikipedia, it says, a currency which means in circulation. A currency from Middle English current, which means in circulation, from the Latin currens. In the most specific sense, is money in any form when in use or circulation of a medium of exchange, especially circulating banknotes and coins. A more general definition is that a currency is a system of money, as monetary units, in common use, especially for people in a nation. Under the definition, US dollars, euros, Japanese, and pound sterling are examples of currencies. These various currencies are recognized as stores of value and are traded between nations in foreign exchange markets, which determine the relative values of different currencies.
Right.
Currencies in this sense are defined by governments, and each has limited boundaries of acceptance. I think that's
right.
Leave it
Okay.
there.
So that just sounds like floating paper.
It's a flow. It's definitely a circulation. It's something that is
it's a floating
flowing. That is
paper.
circulation. Yeah, it's a flow.
Right.
It's a flow. Yes.
Right. But that flow has to have something to back it with.
Yes, definitely.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right. Yep.
What is the currency backed up with?
Right.
Give it weight.
It was meant to be
Give it
Good
weight.
question. Good question.
It was meant to be gold, but obviously Europeans haven't got that much.
Well, that's European, but if we're talking about, again, trading system is for your essentials, isn't it? Whatever you need, there was always a bartering system in place.
So, in saying that, if currency is backed by something in weight, then what if Africa, the continent, back their currency up with the continent, the land that they're on?
Then
Do you think our currency
we end
will
up
flow?
we end up with Gaddafi.
Right.
That's
right.
if we're all unified, under one.
Okay, right.
There's
Let's
no
write it down.
unification. One second.
One
Africa,
currency,
Africa,
one flow
Africa,
of currency.
Yes.
Africa is not about unification. It's never been like that. The diversity amongst us is what makes us unique. Do you get it? Like, we're never going to be like united with one currency and like that's not the necessarily thing. Currency wasn't even used in certain respects. You get it?
Well, oh, so this is why I go back to the question. I asked the question.
Yeah.
Do you think, or does anybody think that there's a relationship between currency and culture? That was the question, and that's what span us off into this discussion, because I knew it would.
But we know that though.
There has to be a relationship between currency and culture, because everything that we do, currency is literally just trading. That's all it is. It's a way of trading.
You need
and money wasn't money, huh?
No, currency is not trading. No.
Yes, it is. Currency is a way to trade. It's a way to exchange. It's a way to move. It's a way to expand. And
no.
Yes, it is. Money is something different. So we can find different ways of using money, but currency is where money comes from. Currency is a way to exchange. It's a way to you can even like have currency as a woman back in the day being married. The currencies for her husband was maybe to have some sheep or some cows to exchange. That was currency.
Yep. That's
it
right.
says, see, when they say
until you become
these
the
various
the cow.
currencies are recognized. Various currencies are recognized as stores of value and are traded. The currencies are traded between nations in foreign exchange markets, which determine the relative value of the different currencies. So a market, an exchange market, determines the value of the currency.
But
what's it based on? Market are two separate things.
But that's a lie.
If you couldn't use it to trade, then if you cannot use something to trade, then it's not currency. The currency doesn't sit there. It becomes currency because I can use it as something to forward me or do something with.
It.
That's
it's
what
an
currency
intermediate in between the commodity and being able to give something off. That's
what I'm saying. So let me just give an example. Let me just give one example because I know you guys like to chat so much. You don't chat more than girl, but I'm just gonna say, with the like with a cowrie shell. So if you have a cowrie shell, it's just a cowrie shell. But if it becomes currency, it's because somebody else is choosing to exchange it and trade with me. That's what currency is.
Right.
Without it being currency,
what's the most
just
prized commodity?
Nothing.
What's the most prized commodity we have today?
Probably black women and black men. And how much do we get on the market? Who was they? What were they doing the other day on Fox News?
You're talking about slavery, yeah? You're talking about slavery.
No, not slavery. I'm talking about.
What's the highest valued commodity?
I'm talking about last month.
What is the highest valued commodity on the market?
On the stock market, when they were talking about trading melanin, and who were they trading? They were trading black people. They talked about Rodney King. They talked about Martin Luther King. They talked about George Floyd. They talked about black people. But we are a currency because they use us to exchange and trade and to buy and sell. That is why we are
right. And we don't know nothing about it.
It's a currency.
Right.
Blackness.
So we're sold every day on the stock market. We know this already. We know this. We're traded every day on the stock market. As a
hold up. But you wanna go and buy your land, you wanna go and buy your property.
Come on. As capital.
There you go.
Victor, what's your point that Africans, the people,
but the point I'm trying to make, that I've been always trying to make, is like we live in a system, that we are all under oppression, in what shape or form. Do you know what I'm saying to you? You understand? Right now, it doesn't even matter about it doesn't even matter about what system you're in. The times that we're in now, it's about them taking your life. It's about the time for survival. Those times of you thinking, we can use their system to build something good for us, those times are gone. Right? We are at war, if you don't know. It's a spiritual war, that's why it's so subtle. You don't see it. That's why we're talking in this hell. Listen.
But Victor, this was said earlier. I actually said that earlier, Victor. I actually said earlier.
I know. So all I'm saying is, naturally, if you attain to your skin, you will meet up with like-minded people automatically. It will happen. But you have to know yourself. That's all it takes. You will naturally link up. Yes, you vibrate higher when you're in good wellness. You vibrate, so you link with the same ilk of people, and you would build, organize, and do things naturally. Without it just goes without saying. So we're skipping the obvious. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And romanticizing what we must do when it's just so simple to do.
We're really not.
Do you know what I'm saying to you?
But Victor, this was said earlier. I actually said this earlier. No one's
excuses, Listen. There's no excuses, to be in the right frame of mind. There is no excuses. We can do it here, When you go out there, if you know any black businesses, support them. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yes, we know the service might be crap sometimes, but don't give up. Just do. Yeah. You start to be a better person of yourself.
Yeah, that's black betterment.
Unity will come from within. Do you know what I'm saying to you? When it comes from within.
That's black betterment though, bro.
Listen, we have to understand that we are a sick people. We're very sick. Yeah? We can't be in denial. We have to be truthful to ourselves. We are collectively a sick people. Yeah, when I speak collectively, I look at us as a collective. Yeah, and we have a lot of repairing to do. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
Okay, but you can't do that here. You can't do that here. You can't do that here. If you're sensible and you're conscious, yeah, you have to find an environment where you can go and do that. What you're saying. Like, you can't sit here moaning. What you're saying to you before.
Yeah, but right now, how are we getting out? Because you ain't gonna go out without a vaccine. You're not going anywhere without a vaccine.
Oh, bro.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere without a vaccine.
Well, I'm not
you didn't thought about that one.
No, but I ain't going
right now. You can't even go anywhere.
I can. I suppose I can go Europe.
Vic, listen, we're not
there. Are you gonna get there without a vaccine?
Victor, we're not there yet.
If we're not there yet, that means you have to start. Yes, so you have to do the work now.
Hold up. No, but this is the thing. Yeah, this is where again I'm not gonna get on you for the final part of the show yet, but I have to remind you that remember you was the guy saying that we don't know anything past 800 years, and that's a problem when we have people that think that, because again I didn't really press you on it, but based on what everybody showed you and said, are you now convinced that there are actually some Africans here and on the continent that know their history and spiritual cultural stories? Let's just go slow. Listen, do you now agree that
do know? Listen,
okay,
no.
That's one thing. So
if they do know, they're called.
Hold up, Vic. The second part to that is then understanding that, as you said, until we can actually get on a plane, then it's important for us to know those stories, reinforce them, because spiritually we need to be ready for that ongoing battle. But physically, we need to be making real-time moves to be leaving this place, because again, we're behind enemy lines. And every minute that we're here, we're more and more saturated with bad habits, more mad education that we have to unlearn, and silly social thoughts that, again, we have to come out of. Are you cool with that, Victor? Would you agree with that?
That's it. Yeah, but what I'm saying is there's many stories in Africa. So which one are you want to listen? I'm saying to you, it's not time to.
You're missing the point already. Look, you're missing the point.
What you're saying about making moves here.
We can make.
Remember, we've already clarified that all the African stories are connected. See, this is where again, you see that separation mind. That's a white mind state. That's where you
I didn't separate anything. I did not separate.
Remember that word that you said earlier, holistic.
What?
That's where we're
I did not separate anything. I did not separate anything.
You just did, because you started to look. Straight away I started to try to show you a galvanization of the mind in a situation where we understand our blackness, we understand our African selves, and culturally we start to teach each one this same situation and bolster ourselves spiritually. Straight away, you said in a negative way. But which one do you go to? Now I understand where you're coming from, but again, we've clarified to this point that look, all of the spiritual systems are connected. So if we just start learning about each other's first, it will bring you back yours. You understand? Whatever yours is. That's there and locked and locked, right?
Yes. Okay. So are we doing it now? Yes.
Okay. That's what's being shown, because again, you come to the panel and I had to highlight your query, which is no African don't know nothing. So now that you've
but that's different. That's a different. That's a different aspect. I told you
it's
history in terms of events. History as in events. The average African does not know their history past the 12th century. events I'm talking about, not like our ancient spiritual history. I'm not talking about that.
This is all being recorded, so we're not going to go back in time now. Like, everyone gave you a good account.
But do you know it? Do you know it? Do you know it? It's been recorded, but do you know it? That's what I'm saying.
Everybody gave.
Okay, can I just interject quickly?
Hold on. 1 sec, Carla.
Nobody knows any history in here. Nobody knows no history.
1 sec, Vic. Because remember, Terry asked you earlier to just explain the ether system, or to explain the Orisha system, or your own spiritual cultural system. Because remember, you're African, bruv. Ain't like you're not African. You still got accent. So you could just tell us about your own culture.
Listen, to make it simpler for you. Yeah.
Or not.
But no. What I'm saying is, why should I tell you about my own culture when there's thousands of cultures? What I'm saying to you, the commonality. Listen, the commonality. The commonality.
Go and learn.
The commonality among all the spiritual system is to know thyself. That's all it is. Yeah, that's the commonality within all the spiritual system is to know thyself. It's simple.
Hold up. Is that what you said? Is that all you said? Is that all it is? Because you see how you're diminishing.
I said
but again,
commonality.
H.G. Wells as a stronger blood clot.
No, I use H.G. Wells because he's telling you what they did. He's telling you what they did when they came to Africa. That's what he's telling you.
Vic, that's
H.G. Wells
right?
is telling you what they did to Africa.
Look at the certainty.
H.G. Wells is telling you what they did.
I'm gonna let you talk. Go on.
What? No. All I'm saying is that H.G. Wells is telling you what they did to Africans. What they Right. I'm referencing H.G. Wells here because he's telling you what his people did to Africans when they came to Africa. What his people did. Yeah, the Greeks did, the Romans did, everybody else did, and the Germans, the Portuguese, the Spanish, the English, the Swedes, all of them, what they did to the Africans. They tell you what they did. And they tell you what they are going to do to the African.
Is it going to be biased though, my brother?
How is it going to be biased? They're telling you what they're doing. We're living what they're telling you what they're doing.
Wait.
And you're getting it. They said
do they have a
going to enslave. Listen, they had a history of what?
Do they have a history of being biased?
Being biased to what?
Their history books
in your favor. Being biased in your favor.
No,
being biased in your favor
against me, for example.
No, but against you, but they're telling you they're going to enslave you. So what's the biasness in that?
Okay, there's no bias. That's just their nature. Yeah.
Do you understand what bias means? We're talking. Hold up.
Something
hold up.
Favors
Vic.
You say something that favors you.
Hold up. Right. So if they're talking about them being in a position of power the whole way through, we came in, we was razzle dazzle, we had them up quickly, they were dumb, we did this, they did that. Like, do you understand the premise of the bias? So again, I don't understand why you're saying to us, like,
what is the reality? What is the reality? What is the reality on the ground?
The reality
what is the reality on the ground?
The reality on the ground is that they cannot do anything without us. That's the reality. We already went through that. We talked about the history of them knowing anything
why are you running away?
Has to come through us.
Why are you running away? Why are you running away? We can't do without you. Why are you running away?
Bro, running away
so you're going to Africa to buy land.
Bro,
from them, innit? You said
if you're going to
without you, nothing.
Listen, remember this is
Ask this question, Victor. Why did you run away from Africa?
I didn't run away. I was brought here.
Oh, you didn't? He was a slave.
You ran. That's how I run it. That's how I run it.
He was a slave. Did you want to say something?
Running, bro. Refugee lad. Like, allow it, man.
It's a joke.
I'm not refugee. I got a passport. I'm not refugee.
Just remember, Vic, we've gone through this.
Oh, now you got a passport.
You got to know the difference, and you got to study black people to rate references of other black people. I said this to you when we was in my house. Yeah, why would you need to study white people all the time when there's other black people in those same regions, neighbors, yeah, who have accounts?
What system are you in? In a system called white supremacy.
Bruv.
So to understand the system, you have to understand the people that created the system.
Narrative. Yeah, again, you make it seem like somehow we had no recordation of events, kingdoms, stuff we did. Stop it. They learned from us.
They're not. If you didn't have the record of what you did,
you understand that?
Yes, you must have interacted with them at some point.
The logical order of things, Vic. Vic.
Who's more powerful?
Order of things.
Hold on, who's more powerful, the elite or white supremacy?
Pardon?
Who's more powerful, the elite
what was the question?
or white supremacy?
The elite is white supremacy.
How do you know that?
It's not separate. Because they have the power and the currency. They have the currency and the power.
How do you know it's white supremacy?
What do you mean, how do I know? Look at their nations. Look at reality for what it is.
Can you actually
look
prove
at the people that we say white elites? What?
Did I say white elites? I said elites. I didn't say white elites. I said elites. Because the reason why I say elite,
yeah, but we're being semantics.
Identify them because you never know them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Well, IT3 said currency is vital to culture. Right? They have a culture. They are. Listen. Yes. Listen. Please. Currency is very important in culture. Right. Who owns currency? The most powerful people. They're barons. They are barons. Barons. Who are barons? Barons are bankers. They are bankers. Who are the bankers? Bankers are the Jews. Who are the Jews? The Jews are the Zionists. The Jews are the Zionists. Listen.
Hold on. Why does the Jews put themselves?
What color are the Zionists? What race are the Zionists?
Yeah, where do they put themselves? Where did the Jews put themselves?
What do you mean? Where did they put themselves? Is that right?
They start in the most poorest areas. Why? Because most of the poor areas have resources.
Where's that?
They're always in the form of being in the middle of the transaction. So the currency the currency is based on a resource. Without no resource, there is no currency.
You are the resource. What are you talking about? You are the resource to the Jews. So what are you talking about? So where they come from? There was no resources where they come from.
Hold on.
There's no resources where they come from.
If I'm the resource, yeah, then what is more valuable, the currency or the resource?
You're not getting it. They are the money lenders. Money is their game. That's them. They created money.
Hold on. Yes. Money based on a bank system that relies on resources.
Yes, you are labor. You are the resource.
So if I'm the resource and they don't have access to me, they have no money.
But so they don't have no access to you, no?
Nope.
Well, collectively, they don't have access to us, no?
Nope, unless you allow them to.
Right. Okay. I get that. All right. Okay. Okay. See, we are in denial of the world that we live in. We are. We are truly traumatized. We don't see reality for what it is. That's the problem. Something's missing. You're not looking at reality for what it is.
You're looking at your own personal opinion, and your.
How is it an opinion? When I speak collectively. I'm not an individual, you know. I'm not a one man.
Okay, let's look at on everyone on this panel. Are you speaking collectively with everyone on this panel?
Yes, all included. All included. No one's out of it. I'm in it myself.
Sonny, your mic is off.
Pardon?
You talking to us?
I don't like what I'm in. No, I don't like what I'm in. Because when I look into the world, my people are under oppression. We're suffering. But we don't know we're suffering. That's the problem.
How do you
and we don't know what's making us suffer. Yeah? What's making us suffer? We don't know it. Because we're trying to brush it to the side. Why are you learning about Europeans? Why are you learning about Europe? Right. That's what they're telling you. They're telling you, do not know about us. They're telling you, don't know anything about us. They're telling you, but then you wake up and call them the devil.
Do you know why we're suffering? Do you know why we're suffering?
We're suffering because we're ignorant of self. We don't know ourselves.
Oh, then that is your opinion, isn't it?
No. If you know yourself, you will automatically know who your enemy is. But not on a superficial level.
No, but you just said we don't know, but you know.
No, but what do you mean I know? I don't want to make it look like I'm being egotistic. No, I'm trying to tell you, that it's not hard to know yourself. It's not very hard to know thyself. If you're telling me that's the hardest thing for you to do, then you must as well give up.
I never. Did you hear me mention that it was hard for me to know myself?
So, but you're making it like I'm saying it's just me that knows myself.
No, but you're saying it from your own perspective. You're not.
No. I'm not. That is the perspective that you have to have.
Hold up. Your
you
first
have
word.
to have a perspective of self.
Make your mind up, right? You first said that we do not know. We do not understand. Those were your exact words. And then now you're saying that we do know.
Absolutely.
So if we don't know,
no.
You know,
you're not getting me.
You know. Go on, explain yourself.
Yeah, but when I said know thyself, I'm not talking about you have to go to university to get to know how to know yourself. Yeah, I didn't qualify through no academia or nothing. Yeah, so it's not that hard. So don't make it out like I'm in this special place by saying I know myself and you don't. Yeah, do you know what I'm saying to you? If you get where I'm coming from, yeah, if you know yourself in truth, yeah, in honesty, do you know what I'm saying to you? You will automatically understand the system that you are in. By default, it's like resetting the preset.
In my opinion,
we are all operating on a program, but we think we are doing better. But it's all going back to this individualism. We're not individual people.
Victor, in my opinion, I do know. But as I said, like how you're talking, it's your opinion.
No. So if you know, what do you know?
What you've been saying is your opinion of how you see
what do you know?
Life. I know what I know for myself, and I know myself.
Right.
So,
okay. Hypothetically speaking,
you know
yourself. You live in England. Yeah, you know yourself. I get that. That's brilliant. You live in England. What do you know about English people, or they don't matter to you?
I know a lot about English people because I studied history.
Right. So you know about English. No. You see, once you know about their history, you will know what they've done. Yeah. To get you in this predicament. So once you know all that, automatically you will refuse anything they give to you. You will not take anything they give to you. You will not abide by any rule they set to you. But imagine this in a collective manner. We're all refusing anything they give to us because we know ourselves. We're not wearing no mask. We're not taking no vaccine. We're not taking no bullshit from you no more. We're doing our own thing because we know who we are as Africans. Yeah, we are natural human beings. It starts from here. It starts with you.
I feel you.
Come on,
Victor. Listen, I feel you. But then you wouldn't have been saying that we don't know our history past 800 years because that's a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Do you understand?
Okay. Let me ask you a question.
No.
Let me ask you a
Do you
question.
understand
Let me ask you a question.
why
1200.
you saying that
1100. What was Africans doing in 1100?
Excuse me. Africans was actually running Europe in 1100s. So they was already here. It wasn't until the. What do you mean who? Most of the Moors.
Yeah. No.
What they call the Amalekites, like they had a whole bunch of different types of Moors across more than 1,000 years, to be fair, when you look at the history of the Moors in Europe.
That's good. Yeah.
So when you ask what were they doing, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, okay.
They was running things and showing the Europeans how to live.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Well, listen, let me say this.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I know
That's true.
Sonny wants to say something as well. Hold on. I know Sonny wants to say something. Yeah, but let me just say this. Why are we talking about white people whose history, at best, relevant history, goes back, what, 2,000 years, 3,000 years at best? Relevant history, 4 maybe. Yeah, after that, we've been talking about history that predates them. So again, when you're talking about our cultures, you can't really know about your cultures unless you're referencing other black people. You can't have white people talking about Metunesha and symbols on walls unless they're getting it from black people, because they weren't relevant at them times to even know certain things.
I get that.
Let alone
what you're missing the point is there was generation.
Hold up.
Generation come and go.
Hold up, bro. Sonny, come in. Let's say what you gotta say, Sonny, because I know you've been waiting patiently, and then you can respond, Vic. You're silent. You're quiet. We can't hear you.
What, you mean?
Quiet? You've no, not you, Vic.
What,
Sonny.
me?
You've unmuted, but it's quiet. Say something again. Yeah, it's muted now, so unmute it. Yeah, it's unmuted, but it's still quiet for some reason.
You got to come in and out, maybe.
Might have to drop out and come back in. I don't know, or use headphones. I don't know why it's not making any noise.
Maybe you got a call.
Yeah,
I've got a cut.
Possibly. Yeah, listen, it is getting late, and we are going around because I feel like Vic, we've kind of answered this, and we kind of laid out a few things that should have allowed you to understand.
Unite, organize the best way you can. Unite, do what you've got to do. But like I said, it have to start with self. Don't stop what you're doing. Whatever plans you have, that you think will better your life.
Hear me now?
Say something. Yeah. We
hear
see
me?
you now. One sec, Vic. Let Sonny say, and then you can come back in. Go through, Sonny.
I mean, it's a lot of entertainment dealing with Vic, but I actually was going to say that in the beginning about 3 hours into the show, when you asked about the solutions and everybody was coming with their solutions, the Queen really had a good solution. And I feel like everybody's solution really is valid on different levels. And because we all have different fashions of how we got took, how we got kidnapped, how we got whatever, it's on the page that we have different ideas of how we could escape this madness. And I think that if we put all of our ideas together, we actually can have a short-term goal and a long-term goal. We actually can be on a page of where we actually create our own secret society to work within this system to make our own system. Because everybody says that we're within the white person's paradigm, so you can't win the game if they control the game. So we have to control our own thing within the game. So that's all I was going to say on that part. But the rest of it is entertainment. I could chime in on a whole lot of stuff with the entertainment, as far as like him with the books and him saying that black people don't have our history, but you get it from a white person that actually has to get it from black people to know the history, period. It's kind of oxymoron, but I feel it.
Right. Listen, we are gonna wind down now. Like, General, you got any final comments you want to say before we wind down?
Boy, as I said,
and then I'll
Sorry. As I said, our exit strategy is definitely part of the unity and of leaving where we are, because we've got a level of acceptance, which the brother was saying. To get me, I understand his point, but it sounds like he's too immersed and too emotionally attached to this situation and information to understand that it can be let go. You can let go of it. Do you get what I'm saying? And we all need to unite on the fact that, look, these stresses and strains, these George Floyd situations, these pandemics and blah, 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 we need to leave this environment, you get me, any way we can and find somewhere better. If 10 people or 100 or 1,000 or 1,000,000 people decide to all congregate in the same location, then cool. Then we go and build something new. But I'm telling you, a lot of the places where you go and go, you just gonna have to chip in. There's not enough time in life to really start doing anything fresh. Do you get it? So that can only be done within yourself. You know what I mean? You're not going to go to anywhere and start up some new society, some new utopia, because again, that concept is European. So we need to let that go. We need to go back to our various homelands and see if we fit in there. See if we can contribute to the society there. And then we might have a better perspective on something. Okay.
We can have a better perspective of it on Saturday. Yeah. If you're not doing nothing on Saturday, come to Brixton. Yeah. Let's fill up Brixton and see if we can actually see ourselves in England, in the community, something like that. Yeah. No, something might come out of that. You might see something. Some answers might be answered. So come Brixton on the 1st of Mosiah. Yeah. If you're not doing nothing, that is. Yeah. Just come. It's gonna be a lovely day.
It sounds like reparations.
Right. We do it every year. That is this thing that we do every year.
Yeah, every year, but it's a march. This one is not a march. About 4 5. A march. Yeah, it's just taking over Brixton. It's not a march. We're just gonna coach. We're just chill.
But if you've been going, but if you've been going, you would have known that there was a time where there was 2 of them. There was a march and a place where we relaxed.
Yeah. I know. There's a march to Parliament and all that. Yeah, I get all that, but because of the COVID and all that, the Parliament is not receiving us, so we're just gonna catch up in Brixton and just hail up. You know what I'm saying to you? Just hold up, roadblock everywhere, just to make a stand. We're about. So symbolically, I think something might come out of this. Because everyone there is there with the right frame of mind. Enough is enough. You understand? So that's where we gotta be on Saturday. Enough is enough. So let's show something. It will be televised, we're gonna be a roadblock. You'll be like, what's
in Brixton? Is it highly racist in Brixton?
That's mostly a black area.
Brixton been gentrified.
Oh yeah.
Gentrified, yes.
There's Starbucks on the corner, man. Yeah, let's not play games.
What are your most black areas out that way?
It signals the end. Once you get a Starbucks in your community, it signals the end.
That's right.
Let's make it back.
Brixton is like
nice.
Brixton is like Harlem.
Yeah, but it will be like
Brixton's like Harlem
on Saturday. It will be more than Harlem, mate. It will be like the Mardi Gras.
Victor, 1 minute. Yeah, it's like Harlem. The same way Harlem's getting gentrified is the same way Brixton's getting gentrified.
Right. Facts. You got me? So when we're saying come Brixton, we don't know Brixton anyway. You get me? Like we don't know what we're gonna expect to see when we go to the other side of our own ends. It makes no sense. But London is London, isn't it? Like it's the same all the way around. You can go to any part and you be with your people.
They're the same people, man. This is the time we've got to come together and understand.
Yeah.
There could be different mindsets there on
reparations and the whole concept and who deserves it. That's a whole nother debate. And I
wanted to ask y'all
if we're even making any changes, you get me, by doing this, because a lot of our leaders of our countries are supposed to be the ones who, and are the ones who, campaign for reparations for us. You get me? I don't see the idea in doing this every year, and I don't know. It might be just me.
Yeah, no, you just have a different.
But who are our leaders, though?
Oh,
who are our
the problem
leaders?
is the leaders of our African countries or West Indian countries. I mean, there's been a couple of Jamaican prime ministers who have known to campaign for reparation or make reparations their foremost concern during their administration, but to no avail. Do you get what I'm saying? Because this is a huge thing that we're asking for, and they can't afford it. They can't afford it. If they give anything back, it starts with the whole of England. Like England is a morsel to what they have to give back. But for starters, we'll take that. We'll just take the whole of England for starters, and your economy and everything, and then just release the Commonwealth countries. Like, what's the hell's going on? Why do you still own Nigeria? Like, why do you still own Jamaica? Like, what the hell's going on? Why is the Queen the biggest land owner on the planet? Like, no one owns more land than her. What's going on?
Yes, what's going on indeed. Yes. Once you understand, yes, you will get to know. Yes. The truth is there. But it's like we're believing all the lies here surrounded by the truth. You get the analogy? Yeah, the truth is right there. It's in plain sight.
It's a discussion we need to have. Definitely.
Yeah, I'm not about that. I'm just about it. Just as the fact that it's just uniting in one place. Yeah, everybody's there. The mindset is enough is enough. You're saying that right now in your head. Enough is enough. When you look at reality for what it is, enough is enough. That's all it is. It's not even about reparation. It's about enough is enough. So you make your presence known. It's historical. It's gonna be historical. Whatever reasons that you have. Do you know what I'm saying? Whatever reasons you have, because we here talked about finding a strategy, to get out. You might meet like-minded people. You might even grow your group. Do you know what I'm saying to you? And have the strategies there. So you never know what the universe might, put out there for you once you go there. I'm not saying if you don't have to come on, but if you're free, that is, and you're not doing anything.
Good. Can I ask you something? Okay, cool. You had the opinion earlier that black people didn't know their history past up to 1200 or past 1200, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The way that you're talking is on the page of we can't accept that we can't accept European ideology to be able to master ourselves in this life, right? But the things that you're speaking on is based on your, if Africans don't have no history, is Europeans having an ideology of what Africans were doing, and then they gave us that information, and then you picked it up, and now we're arguing.
No, what do you mean? Every African culture have an oral history. Africans have their own oral history. Yeah, most of African cultures today know their history, their cultural history orally. Yeah, so when you ask them orally, how far back orally does it go from today? They can only tell you it goes back only to the 1200s. Yeah, what we know beyond that, was told to us by the European. But that's their history with their interaction with the same Africans who only know their oral history to a certain point. So their interactions with us, tells us the missing link. Is the missing link.
If we've been enslaved, look, how about this? Because I'm agreeing with you. Because if it's on that page, and if that's like saying, since we were enslaved, we couldn't have known anything through oral tradition. Because if they taught us how to speak a whole nother language, and which are many languages from French to Spanish to English to everything, right? If they taught us how to speak all of these different languages, and what you're saying is you wouldn't have an oral tradition.
even a written or oral tradition, because it's beating out of you. How are you gonna be on it? I don't know how it was out there, but in America we had the Willie Lynch syndrome, where people were you couldn't be on the page or even looking like you were speaking your language or wearing your garments or anything like that, or your babies would get killed.
That's right.
So this is the brainwashing tactic that they use to get us out of that shit.
That's right.
So if that's the case, if that's the narrative that you're running on, then you can't use the oral tradition either.
No, but the oral tradition are with the people on the continent. They're still there today. I am one of them. I've got an oral history.
You realize, Sonny, when you was talking,
I have an oral history. I am from a culture in Ghana. I have an oral history. That's why I can speak on what I know. Yes, but my oral history doesn't go beyond the 12th century as well.
And that is on your own personal opinion once again.
No, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. My people said our history goes.
I spoke to your king, and he knows more about his history than you know.
Look out for him on the 16th.
What king is this?
Go and find out who your king is.
No,
the same one that you saw. The same one that you saw.
Hey, your king do around in America.
Hold on, Vic. You saw when you asked me about it. I showed you. Go to the Black Eyes Archives, people. You will see an interview with the King of Ghana. Tune in on the 16th. And
have you got a king of Ghana, my brother? There's no such thing as the king of Ghana.
You will understand what we're talking about.
What ethnic group is he from?
Let's be clear, Vic.
What ethnic group is he from?
Vic, didn't you tell me his name? Don't
B1A.
We don't have the title I'm talking about. We don't have a king of Ghana. There's no such thing as a king of Ghana. So the title is wrong.
No. Yeah, you're right about that. The king of your tribe. That's what Richie was trying to explain.
Oh.
Listen, there's nothing to explain because people's already seen the video. And again, for everyone
Richie, you've got to explain it properly. In the fact that there's many kings in Ghana. Now, in his tribe, his king of his tribe, I've spoken to.
Is that a rap? Is that a rap?
Ashanti.
No, what do you mean? What king is that? You from Mike? You spoke to Mike?
Yep.
Well, from where? What's his name?
You know who it is, and you know what?
I don't know. You have to tell me. I don't know because I know my king.
Yeah, Vic, you was in my ass, and you said
he said they didn't have no king.
Can we move from the internet world to the real world, Vic? Can I
know the name of my king. Yeah, he has a name. He has a family name that is in my culture, but he's not a king of my people.
This is unconstructive. Yeah.
It's like
Smith.
It's like having a name like Smith. Yeah, the name Tete is a common name. My son is called Tete. I've got a son, 2-year-old son called Tete. Yes, Tete is a common name in my culture. Yes, your king was called Tete. Your king was called Tete. He's not the your king.
You know then who we're talking about. Hold up. Do you know then who we're talking about? It's a rap.
I remember the name Tete. That's all I remember. I remember the name Tete.
Yeah. Stop playing Jingle. Yeah.
No.
And again, if you remember. If it's someone else, it's
I
someone else.
I remember the name Tete. But he's no king. My king is not called Tete. My king is not called Tete. You've got an imposter. It's an imposter telling you he's the king of my people. He's an imposter.
Look. This is the key element.
I've got a boy called Tete. I've named my little boy Tete.
Calm down, Vic. Relax now. Because we're not going to go backward. We've already proven Africans know more than 800 years. Let's put that one to bed. Yeah, again, I would have hoped
any African that you know. When you wake up tomorrow, step to the next African you know. Any African you know that you know. Ask them what is their origin. Where did they come from? What is their oral history? Ask any African that you know. Put it to the test.
Hello.
Yes.
And Victor, I actually said to you before that I can do that right now. I can call my
your
friends. The next African person I want to see is probably not tomorrow,
I can
but the day
guarantee you,
after.
they would not know
And she told
anything
me a lot.
past the 12th century. Trust
Now
me.
you think
100%.
But she does. What are
You
you
see
not
what I
listening
want
to?
you
She
to
does,
know
Victor.
though. You see how he's talking with this overseeing I know about every African. Do you understand now? And I can play the I don't want to do that. You understand?
I said
but
oral history. We have oral history. Ask them about their oral history.
No, Vic.
Ask the Africans about their oral history.
Yeah, but just remember that every person is an individual and no one is the same. So everybody knows something else. Like you cannot say that every African
cultural history is going to be the same, darling.
To assume that I don't know African people who know history past
I'm not saying that.
But in this
I'm not
country,
saying that.
I know more than them, and they're here as well. Why would they not know as well? Why would
Ask
I
them.
be the only person that knows?
Know something. Ask them.
Yeah.
Let them tell you something.
Of course,
Let
I
them
do.
tell
I
you
move
something that
forward
you don't
in
know.
I move forward in spirituality because of the people who I speak to, who are African, who are of different cultures. That's how I move forward. I don't move forward just by myself or my own knowledge.
It's not hard just to step to an African, and ask
So
them,
you think before the 12th century, I swear you lot was Nigerians.
That's all general.
Swear you lot was Nigerians all the way to Sierra Leone and all that.
They passed through the Eurobus, as they say.
Before you left with your Ghana must go.
The way Nigerian is a name given to them by the British. Yeah.
Okay, cool. But while that was happening, you lot was still there.
Eurobus, they were called the Eurobus, the Igbos, the Hausas,
You only just left.
So many.
Hold on, wait. Mr. Shoemaker, you only just left. Left. In the 70s is when you took your Ghana must go bags and we said skedaddle. You loved Nigeria so much that almost the entire population lived in Nigeria. Like it's only recently.
But that was for economic reasons.
So then 12th century, we go back to the 12th century. Are you not Nigerians?
Right. It's not hard to
no,
tell.
I'm not Nigerian. Come on.
I
said Nigeria is not a name. We don't use Nigeria.
Come on, bro.
Make it easier.
We have our names. We have our cultural names.
No, hold on. You have You have Yoruba.
Pardon?
So you thought that being Nana, the house of Nana was actually Ghanaian. What's gonna uke your noodle is that you find out that a Yoruba Shakiri king came and was exiled in Ghana in the late 1800s and made a royal family and left them there. Went back home with all his sons. Remember that I studied in the University of Ankara. Remember, I did say that. Yeah. But he was exiled while he was there. Yeah. So he had a war with the British, exiled to Ghana, set up a royal family there because he's a king. Yeah. Which left the name of his first name. His name was Nana Olumu. And the name Nana now became synonymous with being someone of royalty in Ghana. So welcome and say hi to the family, car. That's us right here. You get me? You are essentially Nigerian.
No, I'm not a Nigerian.
Bruv,
I told you the name Nigerian doesn't exist.
Your royal family is
by the British.
Your royal family is. Hold on 1 second.
You have a cultural name.
Correct, yeah, but your royal family are. So that's the main point. And man saying they're talking to kings and stuff. I remember there was a king speaking to Reggie. And if you're going to say he's not a king, and he told Reggie Yates that Yates is actually Ghanaian. It's not European. I was loving that. You get me? He was like, he pronounced it different. He was like, no. Your name is Yates. I was like, what's going on? yeah. He was like, oh, I thought it was because of my white granddad. No. Your white granddad took on the name of your grandmother because it had so much power and relevance, and you get it.
That's what his white granddad took on the name of his grandmother.
One root. Yes, Mark.
Right.
Listen, Vic,
That's in Ghana.
I'm telling you all of this. Remember, the end result of this conversation, Vic, is to edify yourself in that you do not need white references to find yourself. Yeah, that's the point. You don't need white references. That's the whole
white
point
references to find myself. No, I'm not doing that. I know myself.
No,
I know myself. I'm telling you about the deception. I'm telling you about the deception. The deception. You're in deception. You're in a world of deception. You don't know who you are.
Yourself when you're being given something that you don't know. Don't be a plagiarizer. Don't be like
the American guy just told you are a descendant of an enslaved African that was stripped of all their essence and given to thingy. Today, you speak English. You only know African history through the books. Yeah, who wrote the books? It might be European trained African scholars. Yeah, European trained African scholars or European themselves. That's how you know.
European
Wait, so Sheikh Anta Diop is a European trained African scholar? Is that what you're saying? Is he like a hidden missile for the Europeans?
Yes, he is. Sheikh Anta Diop is a European trained scholar. Yes, he's a European trained scholar.
He's a European.
What did Anta Diop say we came from? Where did he say we came from? What was that our origin? Because he's an anthropologist. What did he say our origin was?
Okay, well, if that's the case, anything that's colonized by Europeans, what place is not?
You skipped the question.
What place is? Look. If every place is colonized by Europeans, what place does have its own origin to where it can learn its own African thing? Or you're saying that no one knows its own African thing and they have to get it from Europeans?
No, that's not what I am saying. Everyone missed the point.
Then how do we get it? I don't know how do we get it.
I'm telling you, in Africa, we have oral history. Yes, everybody should know their oral history in Africa. Most of them don't due to colonization. Yeah, but the ones that do only know it up to the 12th century. The oral history that was passed down through their music. Through their tradition.
Victor,
it only goes back as far as that, but obviously it goes beyond that. Yeah, because we're still a people from time on. But what I'm saying is they don't know the events that took place prior to the 12th century. Yeah, they only know that now through the European telling them what they did to them at that point in time.
No, that's dumb.
Hold on, sorry, Victor. As much as everybody's trying to not hear my voice, hello, I'm going to keep talking until someone listens to me right now. Victor, what it sounds like to me is that what you're doing is that you're using your own experience. So because you didn't know, you weren't aware, and you only learnt for Europeans, you're trying to shift the blame onto everybody else. I never came from the school of Europeans. I went to black schools when I was younger. I went to the Marcus Garvey School and the Winnie Mandela School as well, in Camden and in Brixton when I was younger. I learned from people who came from Africa, from Nigeria and from Jamaica, who taught me my history. I have a history of the Maroons from my granddad, straight descendants all the way back. So stop trying to put your miseducation onto everyone else.
No. It's not.
You haven't. You don't know. You didn't know past your family, and you didn't know past your history, and you didn't know past your knowledge, and now you're trying to put it onto everybody else. But the world is not the same.
What do
We're all
you know?
individuals, and we learn differently.
What do you know? What was you taught about your history? Yeah, you talk about the Maroons. Maroons is recent history. Yeah. In comparison to the time.
Hold on. First of all, you do know that the Maroons are not just in Jamaica. Secondly, when we look at the Maroons, we go back to where they came from and all the things that they learned. So when they're doing, as we call Obeah, yeah, or where they're doing things. We can go back to the Ashanti Kingdom. We can go back to Sierra Leone. We can go back to many different parts of Africa as well, which are thousands of years old.
You know history.
So what are you talking
slavery
about?
history. That's the
It's
during
not
the slavery time.
Hold a minute. Do you understand? The Maroons weren't slaves. So they didn't learn a slavery way to be. They stuck to the original.
In which period of time were they known as Maroons?
That the Ghanaians went to Africa and they speak the same language, and some of them still speak the old language of the Ashanti Kingdom and before.
In what period of time were they known as the Maroons? In which period? What era?
No.
Were they known
It's not just about. Hold a minute. I see. I'm connecting the history. You're sticking in one side of history. The Maroons is what I was talking about, my granddad's side of family in Jamaica.
Bro, listen, she just told you a timeline from the Maroons that you're talking about, going right back to their origins in Africa. Yeah, which predates slavery again. So by default, predates your 800 years. And she's giving you a complete timeline of that.
What do you think? Hold up. Are you forgetting about the Arab slave trade? Are you forgetting about the Arab slave trade?
But that wasn't everywhere, though. That actually wasn't everywhere in Africa, the Arab slave trade.
Let her just tell you that timeline again so you're clear on what she was saying, Vic. Because it's important for you to understand what she just said. It wasn't just about...
You don't understand. You don't understand.
Richie, there's a misunderstanding here, right? Is that if we go by Victor's premise, we, as I said, going back in the beginning of what I said, get 800 years and we go back. So if we're talking about the 1200s, it only predates to 1200s. Then please explain me the journey of the Bantu people.
Come on.
Bantu migration.
What?
Bantu migration. Yeah.
The Bantu migration.
Bantu migration before slavery or in slavery?
Before.
So, was that before the 1200s and before Arab slavery?
Yeah, before.
Yes, it was.
And that history, how did the Europeans get to know about it?
They were told by Africans.
No, but hold on. Why did they migrate?
That's what you're circulating. When you talk about the history...
No, why did they migrate? There's a reason why they migrated. Why?
The migration. It was documented that they traveled. Full stop.
What, from their natural homes? To go where?
To go all over. Like they're in South Africa now. They're in South Africa now. They were in the Middle East before the first.
They just feel like leaving. They just up and left. They just feel like leaving. Yeah.
That's what we do. Hold on.
Do you think
that's how they got to Ghana? That's how you lot got to Ghana. You walked your ass to Ghana. What do you mean? You walked your ass to Ghana. You walked your ass. We walked our ass to Nigeria. Like,
but why though? Why would you want to walk all the miles like through the desert and all that? Why would you put yourself through all that rubbish? For
one, it wasn't a desert.
You didn't leave anywhere. You didn't leave anywhere. Yeah.
One second. Said it wasn't a desert at the time.
One second. That old place, that place you're calling Nigeria, is formerly a part of Sudan. So we left out of Sudan and moved to the other side of Sudan, or Sauda, or whatever you say.
It's getting late now. 5 hours straight. Come on.
Which is the outer field. But
I will teach a history lesson one day. Yeah, because I know.
One second.
I will teach you a history lesson.
One second.
None of you know history. You don't know history.
But I just say that we didn't just walk from Africa, from one part of Africa to the other. We actually traveled because we were trading, because we was doing other things. Like we had reasons to move. We moved because of seasons, because of weather, because of all kinds of monetary. We moved for so many reasons.
Of the Black civilization. You read it before.
No. Hold on.
Destruction of the Black civilization. Have you not read it before?
No, hold on. You've just said it again. You said to us, we don't know history. Now, in you saying that we don't know history, I want you to give me a time date of a simple thing. When did the Gars leave Nigeria?
When did the Gans leave Nigeria?
Yeah, I want you to give me a date.
In the late 1700s. 1789. I'm talking about the Gans moving, yeah. We traveled, we came. In our oral history, it says that we came from the land they call today Middle East. That's where we came from. That's all they know. They don't know anything beyond that. All they know in their oral history says we came from the land today they call Middle East. Right. That's what I know. I've come over here. Hold on. Listen. I've studied. Listen. Let me explain something for you to get. We traveled from the Middle East all the way, yeah, and we stayed in the place called Ile Ife. Ile Ife, Nigeria. We stayed there. Yeah.
Yes.
Ile Ife.
My kingdom. That's why I know.
Ile Ife was migrating. Listen, you're not understanding.
And you say you're not Ghanaian. You say you're not Nigerian.
Listen. When we came into Ile Ife, there was different ethnic groups there. Yeah, all escaping the exodus, the mass exodus from the Middle East. Different groups came. There are Khans. Yeah.
Ile Ife is the home, the motherland, the home, the first city of the Yoruba. Get it right.
Right. But what I'm saying is that was the focal point. Yeah, because on the route to Ghana, everybody met there. Yeah, everybody met there. We stayed there for a few years and carried on moving. Yeah, that's how we ended up in Ghana today. Yeah, most tribes that came into Ghana, all the tribes in Ghana today had to come in. They weren't there originally. Yeah, right. They have to come in. Like the Akans, the Dangombes, the Gandangbes, the Eways, they all had to come in. But they all stayed in Ile Ife for a few years before carrying on.
Hold on. You just said that they were there for a few years. So then how comes the God?
But they already had their culture.
How comes half of your language, yeah? If you've only been there for a few years, half of your language has got Yoruba in it.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's got Yoruba in it? No, it hasn't got Yoruba in it.
Or is that mean that you was there for a long time?
Well, the Gandangbe is not Yoruba.
I said, does that take a few years? Or is that because you was there for a long time that you took on the Yoruba dialect?
No, I didn't speak no dialect here today, so I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my dialect.
Yes,
I've never spoken the dialect to you, so I don't know where you're getting.
Hold on, how can you say a people who only left? You only left the other day in the 70s.
You know the funniest thing is?
No. See, you're conflicting. Like you're getting confused. How? You're talking about 70s. I'm talking about the 1700s. You're talking about the 70s.
Yeah, you're chatting rubbish. That's why. Because you don't know what happened before.
Look, I'm an African. I know my history. I'm telling you. You're telling me I'm talking rubbish. But yet,
hold on. If you're coming there in the 1700s. Hold on, wait. If you're coming to Ile Ife in the 1700s, yeah, we moved there and created it 3,000 years ago. Okay, right?
Time. Listen,
3,000. This is the history of the Yoruba. 3,000 years ago, we migrated. We migrated out of. 1 second, man. What to you? Yeah, 3,000 years ago, we migrated out of the Nile Valley. Yeah, which I'm saying is what we would be considered Sudan or Nubia, whatever you want to say, right? This is the history of a particular tribe. Like we're gonna go somewhere and we're gonna meet other people and we're gonna set up our own.
You just said 3,000 years ago.
1 second, we're gonna set up our own city.
Hold on. You know what the Yorubas say about the Gars? They call them the runaway Yorubas.
Right. Thanks. I mean, it just confirms everything I'm saying. That these men are Yoruba.
No.
Man,
You're not
are
getting
like
it.
houses.
You just
Houses
said
are there. Hold on.
you moved
Houses
away.
are only Arabized Yorubas. So if
So what about the
houses in
Igbos?
Ghana,
Who are the Igbos?
1 second. If houses are definitely in Ghana, are they not in Ghana? They're definitely there as a tribal.
Yes, they are.
You're right.
They are.
Right. So this is even
Who are the Igbos?
1 second. This is even more Nigerians. The problem.
Who are the Igbos? Who are the Igbos?
You're just running. You're a runner.
Who are the Igbos? Who are the Igbos?
You're a runner, man. You're a runner.
Who's the Biafrans? Who are the Biafrans? Who are the Igbos? Who are the Igbos and the Biafrans? Who are they?
The Igbos tell you 2,000 years ago, they migrated out of the same region.
Right.
There's 1,000 years. 1 second.
3,000 years. And I told you.
1 second. There's 1,000 years difference between the Yoruba and the Igbo reaching that location.
Right. So they had to leave.
Their
right.
history.
And you said 3,000 years. And I told you previously that 3,000 years ago, a beast from the north came in for the first time. Because there would be no reason for the Yoruba to move from the Nile Valley, the greatest place on earth, to go to the west and set up a new kingdom. Would it now? There has to be a reason why they left. The reason why they left is what I'm telling you.
You don't know that. You don't know that.
I just told you. I just told you who came in.
Know that confirmed. Hold on 1 second.
What do you mean? You don't know, bro. But the white man's telling you.
Bro, relax.
See, you're not getting it. You're not getting it, man.
You gotta understand. You gotta understand what type of white people were around 3,000 years ago. So we ain't talking about no Europeans or no British or no French or no German or no Portuguese, because they don't fucking exist at the time. Plain and simple, bro.
Greek did. The Greeks did.
Just plain and simple, bro.
The Greeks did.
Hold on. And if we're talking, even if we go to 15 and 1400s, yeah, we ain't
no. The Greeks
British,
and the Macedonians did.
Boats. 1 second. Yeah. Because if it weren't for the Spanish Armada getting stuck halfway up the Thames estuary and all of that type of stuff, yeah, we'd one be speaking Spanish, yeah, and two, the British would have never taken to water. 1 second, because if he controls the waterways for the Europeans, and before the British got onto the water, their cousins, the Spanish, the other people.
No, bro, stop. No, that's recent history, bro. That's recent history. No.
Let me finish, man. Let me finish, bro. Because it's with Queen Victoria. Elizabeth I. Sorry, this is all happening in Elizabeth I time. Do you get what I'm saying? She's the one that has. She's the one that has a war with her Spanish cousins, right? And the Spanish cousins send out their fleet of boats. We don't have boats like that in England at the time, right? It's after this little interaction that England start making boats and start sending out Sir Walter Riley and all of these type of people to go and explore.
Recent history.
Oh my God, bro, man! I'm just saying. Look. I'm Black Google. Yeah, I'm just gonna make it plain and simple. I'm Black Google. Yeah, so all the European history and knowledge, that is a given. I'm gonna know that, innit? Because I live in England, I was educated in England. That's the standard. All the other stuff, the esoterical, the African, the Kemet, with my various studying, that's what I've been studying for years. So do understand when I talk, yeah, that I could go on for days, to be honest. Yeah, on just one particular European subject. But trust me, I know my times, my dates, and my places. I also have a photographic
But you have to stick to the script. You have to talk about the truth. Yes. It started a long time before that, my brother. It was way before that.
Well, okay, and you're saying it starts way before that.
Michael, 1 minute. Victor, the truth is, you don't know past the 1200.
I do.
No, you just admitted to it that your people do not know. So that means you don't know.
My people are not here, are they? They're not studying here, are they? They're not in the libraries here, are they?
Wait. But I am your king. Hold on. Your kings had a congregation 2 weeks ago, and they were talking about the ancient information that they know and they have within the archives of the palaces. Yeah? So they were talking, and this is the Gar people. I'm not talking about the Ashantis. I'm not talking about no Yorubas. I'm talking about the Gar people and how they interacted and left the Yoruba lands. Yeah? They know their history. It's just that you yourself personally do not know.
That's right.
I do. The Yoruba timeline you're talking about is in the 1700s. I just told you that. I'm talking about things that happened in BC times. BC times I'm talking about. What Africans do you know?
Okay.
No, I'm talking about BC. I'm talking about AD shit. That's AD. That is AD. I'm talking about BC times.
How do you get the information for that if you don't? If Africans didn't have no information past the 1200 BC or AD, then how do you get the information for that, bro? How do you even get the
who were they interacting with?
Wait, hold on. Let me finish the question. Let me finish the question. How do you get to understand that about conquering, about anything that has to deal with Africa if people did not know anything about Africa prior to 1200 AD?
Because white people deciphered the nature and they know it.
Different generations come and go. Different generations come and go. Yeah.
Richie's licking shots out here, bro.
Different generations come and go. No same generations think alike. Yes, different generations.
But Victor, when you go to the British Museum, right, and you go into the Room of Enlightenment, which was one of the first rooms they ever created in the British Museum, and you see all the things that they collected. I was there in February, right, the last time. You see all the things they collected in their whole Room of Enlightenment, and the majority of stuff they had is from Africa, the sciences, the cosmology, just everything, anything you can think of, geology, geometry, everything's there. Do you think that they went to Africa, they dug it up, they found it, then worked it out and brought it back themselves? Or do you think that Africans told them, or they stole it from Africa and learned from Africans, or nothing? What do you think happened?
Listen, you're not understanding.
Remember this Room of Enlightenment. Remember, this Room of Enlightenment is about artifacts that are from at least 1,000 years ago. You know, it's not even just recent history. They've got papyruses. They've got pieces of like walls that was in Africa. In the Room of Enlightenment, they've got like pens. They've got things that look like light bulbs. They've got mad stuff in there. So where do they get that from? Do they just learn it themselves and stole it and said, we can work it out? Or do you think that people already then and now know what to do?
No, they haven't worked it out. They haven't worked nothing out. They haven't worked anything out.
Of course they don't know. Basically, when I say worked it out with Europeans, it's just the blueprint. But you know what I mean, Victor. Let's not
Yes, I do know what you mean. They got it from Africa. Yes, they got it. Because that's what they're robbers. They rob. They steal.
Yes, so when they steal from Africa, they're still stealing now. So even in the Room of Enlightenment, the things that they get is actually from Africa now. So are you saying that Africans don't know their history past 1,000 years?
No, I'm not saying that. The history is there. Listen, the history is there, but I'm talking about human interaction history. Yeah. What do you know for instance, in the 1st century AD? What was the interaction with Africans and Europeans in the 1st century AD? What was the interaction?
Hold a minute, but we know the interactions of the first AD.
What part of Africa are you talking about? It depends on where you were at.
Right.
Like, in the Middle East, you can actually consider Berbers to a certain extent to be white people, like if you really want to be technical. So it depends on where you were at.
Right. What I'm saying to you is, you just mentioned Berbers. Berbers are European mixed with Africans, but they're originally from Europe.
They're not. Not if you're referring to the Berbers in Morocco. That's entirely incorrect.
No, the Berbers wasn't in Morocco. I know what he's talking about, and I know what you're talking about. Me and him are talking about the same thing, where he's talking about the mixture of Africans. But it was a mixture of Africans based on them going to conquer different people and assimilating other people with them from different areas. But
the Amazigh are original black Nubians, Berbers, whatever you want to say, but the original of every type.
Hey guys, thank you very much.
To be Nubian. Yeah.
But
So the original.
you've got to come up with
ever a Hebrew?
I've got to teach you history.
Hold up, wait, what's that?
I said
you've
Victor,
got to bring up another topic, yeah, and I have to teach the people about history.
You have to teach the people about history. Listen,
Yes,
about
history.
Shall I tell you what? Listen, everybody on the panel right now has heard the talk of the town, yeah. So you come up with a subject, man. You know what? You know a beautiful one, Vic. If you want to like explain like the monkey thing, yeah, we could do the Darwin thing, yeah, because I know you were talking about that before. But that will get sticky as well, and you'll just
that will get sticky for you.
Sounding contradictory, so I don't hear me. But think on the subject, man. We can all reconvene because it has been.
I want to
5
get on
hours.
that. So you against evolution?
What you're
Yes, I am.
into?
Yeah, as in if it's associated with us Africans, I don't agree with it. But
Listen,
I do agree with it that it's non-Africans. It's for non-Africans. Yes, I do agree.
Cool.
It's a sticky one. That's a sticky one. Yeah, but
Not
that was just a fun thought. Don't worry, I ain't even got the chat.
So these guys, yeah, these Sigmund Freud, Sigmund Freuds, these what's the other one? Ooh, you might as well quote
Stephen Hawking.
No, he's guy. He was quoting it earlier.
Oh, HG.
Yeah, you get me? Oscar Wilde, you might as well throw him in there.
Let's get to that Walter Williams.
What the hell? Oh yeah, Walter Williams.
Yeah, but Walter Williams is a historian. He's a black historian. He's an African historian. Why did you laugh about that?
Let me mute my mic. Hold on.
It's all right, man. It's all right. It's all right. Listen, you get me? But you know, knowledge is knowledge, isn't it? This is why we're here. We can all discuss these things and enlighten each other about things
listen,
we didn't know.
Again,
about.
as I said, the end
important.
What's that, Vic?
Said culture is very important.
Most definitely.
Yeah? So you believe that? Hold on. So you believe that the monkey thing is true for the European? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, let me ask you guys this. You guys are up on my boys with the Real Black Atheist channel or the Dagger Squad channel.
Yeah. We know about all that. Yeah.
Okay, so you know now, these are the streams that I'm usually on. So you know when I'm coming with the stuff that I'm talking about, it's dealing with real information. Like you know, we actually make it a point to source up a shut up. Like right now, we did all this talking, and that's all it was because the people had their own opinions. And they only wanted to hear what they wanted to hear. If we had a way where he could put up sources, then this would shut the whole conversation down. This probably would have been ended like 3 hours ago. But the fact that we were just talking about it makes a difference. So in reality, what we should do is go step by step with whoever or whatever topic we have, right? We should go step by step and actually ask people questions based on what their understanding is. Once they get to the part where they can't understand it, then we have to get somebody else who is good in that field to fill in the gaps. That's how we can actually be productive in these kind of conversations. Because really, we all got the same mind frame. We just have a different idea of how we can win.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah, but some people are emotionally. People are emotionally invested in this information,
and people have to stick to the rules in that situation. So again, I have no problem with that. Yeah, but again, when it's crunch time and it's time to produce, that's when the Black Jesus talk starts coming out. Where man starts saying, I don't need to show you now, and I am the truth, the way, the light, and
the light.
And then it starts to get
some other white man is. Or some other white man is the truth, the way of the light. Man said he was the real. He said he was the ultimate.
Unconstructive. Yeah.
Ultimate history, you know. Man said ultimate history coming from who?
So wait, just so I'm clear, what do you do stuff with Unc?
Yeah, we just had a live stream the other day on the COVID thing. We had a conversation about the COVID.
See now you see, this is what's funny, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna just make it short. And yeah, like that our whole Armin Ra squad talk on this vaccine and some
it's peak, it's peak.
I'm not feeling it. I'm not hearing it.
Yeah, I'm not
I love
hearing it either.
I know Unc. He knows me. When you see him next, telling you he's on Black Eyes TV, he's gonna laugh and say, "Yeah, them pseudos." Yeah. But I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not.
it really. I'm gonna be honest, right?
That
Just
man
like when I
pseudo.
first came on, like
I'm
when I first came
plagiarized.
on here, right?
Why is
And
man
your boy
plagiarizing
Vic,
and stuff?
and you know how your boy Vic was on the page of saying that I was pseudo. I don't even know how he even came up with that, but he was saying that I was pseudo, just throwing it out there, right? A lot of people, they throw that word around real fluent if they feel like the information they have is not what you have, and they feel like whatever you saying is pseudo because they feel like everybody feel like they have the real information. That's the difference. So like on that channel,
No, Unc loves to do it. Unc loves to do it.
oh yeah,
He's
oh
the
yeah.
killer for that.
It's going it's a lot of biasness on the channels to a certain extent. It's like, say for instance with Victor, Victor wouldn't have lasted that long because everybody on the panel know it's bullshit that he's talking about. So it would have been kicked off a long time ago. Because we got real people that's really trying to pay attention and really get the information. A lot of this was comedy, you know what I'm saying, leaving him on here and really saying his piece, because you got a lot of people that feel like that and think like that. So we do need that so we can be able to have these conversations. It makes it better. So that way it's practice. It's like sparring. You know what I'm saying? We getting our information in there. I like how the Queen was talking her thing. I like how General was doing his stuff. I even like how when I asked you that question and you really gave the most solid answer, but nobody really heard it. And then y'all went past it and we started asking Vic some more questions. But really, when you start talking about being able to travel, being able to have different things, that was a good thing. When the Queen started talking about like being able to know yourself, know history, this and that, that's a good thing. All of these different ideas we can put together and make one ball of it and actually have short-term goals, long-term goals, mid-term goals, and in between we can have our own society, our own secret society to really do shit. Things like this, like, you know, like minds, you know, people across the pond, people in America, we're part of the diaspora. Everybody who's on the conscious thing and we're understanding what the deal is, we can unite. The rest of them gonna fall off, like how you said. But the ones that's gonna unite, this is where we come together and we come with these ideas that's like mine. That's the only thing I'm on like here.
True.
Definitely.
Respect for that, bro. Big up, man. Yeah, man.
Big up again to everyone who's come in and joined us and stayed with it. Big up to everybody on the panel for staying up in the UK. Big up to my American brothers. Yeah, brother, as I said, first time you've come on, so appreciate it. Tell Unc he needs a slap and big him up.
Honestly, I always watch the show, bro. You know what I'm saying? But this is the first time I turned in.
When he's ready, when him and Ujau and the rest are ready to get that ass whooping, I'm here, man. Sniper's always ready.
Wait, who's gonna get their ass whooped?
Him, Unc, Ujau, you name it. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nigga want to be plagiarizing and doing all sorts of madness. We got you.
I don't know what information, because see, everybody has different things.
Yeah,
so like is more on the human thing.
Yeah,
is more on the science.
Trust me, we know. Sarnet has let us know. Other people's let us know. I've watched things myself. I watched these guys threaten to call the authorities on a white man who was arguing the point of evolution. Like, we need to stop. This is nothing new. Do you get it? I knew these guys were
that show.
From the longest. Remember that one? Do you remember that one? I was in shock.
Yeah, that was 2 years ago. Yeah, I see that.
No,
that was funny.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Hey, but the white dude was talking some bullshit.
Yeah, I saw the one with Young Pharaoh. He just took that L. He took it well still. Do you get it? Unc put his thing on the line. That's when I rated Unc. When
see, how about this, right? Like this is one thing a lot of people don't like, and I'll say it on air. Like, the person I learned the most from was Brother Polite, and the way that I'm able to formulate my ideas, the way that I'm able to make money on a whole bigger scale, it was from that. but I don't hold on to no personality worship, and I understand that nobody's perfect. Everybody has their own thing, so I take information from everybody and I put it together and formulate my own idea. And a lot of people, they hold on to that personality worship, and it's hard for them to shape. That's the problem we mostly have in this Black community. That's why I was going to ask Vic, was he a Hebrew Israelite at one time? Because the information that he's saying is almost like these Hebrews. Like every time you come with real thing, like real facts, he want to say it's white man's information. But you're using white man's information to cooperate with your story.
Right.
Now listen, the thing is, this is all, and I'm gonna say this and then I'm locking it off, because I'm tired. But big up to you again, brother. But again, what man have to understand about this conscious thing, this Black conscious thing, is that it is not a religion. It's not a gang thing. You might be able to hang on, go to events, go on channels and chat. But the truth of it is, for you to truly know certain things, it starts with a personal epiphany. Something has to happen for you first, and then it spreads to the wider. When you got man who want to come in and talk about big picture stuff and universal stuff, but they, in their own little microcosm and universe, they haven't come to realize or experience certain things, that's where there's a problem. And that's where, again, people can't fake it. The same thing with watching someone. We can all be inspired by a Professor James Smalls, a Polite, a Inky, a Unk, you understand, a Baba Haru, whoever. But at the same time, if you're not on your personal journey and you don't know yourself, if that person decides to slip tomorrow and start snorting lines of coke and sleeping with white women, are you following them? Yeah. And again, if I hear a person tell me, because I saw Polite scamming now, I'm not conscious no more, then you was never conscious to begin with. You was never on this. You understand? That's it. If you're telling me Umar Johnson not getting to school means that you're not interested in the whole scene, you was never conscious to begin. Yeah. So these are the telltale signs that I look for in somebody who I believe is, as you said, ready to at least receive information. And the second thing to that is plagiarism. If you learn something from someone or someone gives you a good point, don't be afraid to say, I didn't know that, big up for that, because that's a problem. You understand? Too much time, everybody wants to be the top researcher and the top guy with the answers. And sometimes you just don't want to slow your roll for 1 second, just say, oh, that was a good point, I'm going to add that to my armory. And I can reference you with strength now and still use it to beat up other man if they come with an opposing point. But I still know the reference to where I got the information. Yeah, and especially if you want to talk about spiritual information and talk like that, then it comes with value. And when you don't reference and you don't pay homage, that's when you cheapen the very knowledge that you're now talking about is supposed to be ancestral and so important to our people. What are you talking? Now is soulless scholarship. You understand? I want to hear that. That's where people know figures, they know dates, they know times. But again, if I ask you what's the relevance to Black people, you don't have an answer. It's not changing your everyday behavior towards your brothers and sisters. Then what's the point? So I'll leave it on that. I will think about next week's True Talk. There is going to be a show tomorrow, show the next day coming up. I don't know whether Riggsy's still there or he's on the phone. But
you got a topic for tomorrow, or you just gonna go by ear?
No, we got 2-3 shows planned over the next couple of days in kind of interview shows. They're not going to be open panel. This open panel show we do every Tuesday for you that now knows, and for anybody that's listening. This panel show is True Talk. It happens every Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Pick a subject, and then I'll just come on, put the link in. So everyone that comes on, please come back again. Make a conversation of it. Big up to you, Vic, for coming on, even though you jumped off. If you're still listening, big up to everyone again. Yeah, nice to everyone.
Yeah,
I'm locking off the stream.
Come on.
Big up to everybody.
You can actually catch me sometimes. I'm on Dagger Squad doing a live, but like earlier today, actually when I got off, got off the live. I seen you guys and I hopped on the live, but we was actually talking about you had black people that were from Alabama. I don't know if y'all know about America, but from Alabama, but they were claiming that they were Mormons. Mormon is a white religion that was made from Joseph Smith. I don't know if you know about that, but they were Mormon. He was a Mormon. Then there was another dude that was saying he was a Kemetic Hebrew Israelite. So it was a big
Kemetic Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, it was a big mess.
Yeah, that
sounds like the Cryptic Church, isn't it? The Cryptics or something.
Yeah, they're making up stuff. But no, it's a good point because as you know, Hebrew Israelites came out of Egypt, so there should be some form of Kemet in there. I think
all that leads to unks and Jesus Christ on unks. You ever seen man walking around like that? Where man's wearing an unk, they got Jesus Christ on it.
An unk with an afro on it.
That's Jesus Christ in Egypt. But then was Jesus Christ in Egypt? Of course he was. So makes sense.
Oh dear.
Innit? He lived the majority of his life in Egypt. So why
How much do you guys know about the presidency out here in America?
Yeah.
How much do you guys know about the presidency out here in America?
Yeah, we know that the last president was Barack Obama. We know that.
Oh, so y'all not up on Trump and Biden and all that stuff?
No, I'm saying Trump is not a real president, really. He's just a businessman who's taken over the bigger business of the US government.